We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay on.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too
again. So stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this to art, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay lost.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. How do we love? Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay lost.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
stick around. So stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away right now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Good morning, happy Friday, y'all. Hope everybody's having a good day today. I know there's a lot going on. There's been a lot going on, and there's quite a lot to, go over. But, there was a whole lot that happened yesterday, so we're going to just jump right into it and address the elephant in the room. Truth's panel. I didn't have a whole lot to say. I didn't really say too much up there. Because for one, I really didn't know what was going on. And for two, I felt like some sketchy shit was going on. I really didn't know what to think. I wasn't really sure what if I was picking up what was being laid down, and I didn't want to speak out of turn. So I felt it was best. It was my place to sit and listen. It was definitely my place to sit and listen. It was not my place to sit up there and talk and be saying a whole lot of bullshit. I got my own channel for that. And I do that every day. So I felt it was important for me to listen to what was being said, opposed to being the one up there talking the whole time. You kept it quiet. I felt your anger and disapproval. I was not very happy about it. I will say I think some of the conversations could have been kept private and should have probably been kept private. At one point during the live, I said, Clue, what the fuck is going on right now in the back chat, because I didn't really know what the fuck was going on. And don't get me wrong, I had stepped away a couple of times, so I wasn't sure if I had missed something or if there was other stuff going on or what. To be honest, I don't talk to Chris every day. I don't talk to Katie every day. I don't have a relationship with them, I guess, like other creators do. So again, I felt like it was time for me to listen opposed to talk. Don't get me wrong. I know there's a lot to be said. I know there's a lot of questions. I have questions as well a little bit, but I definitely feel like we've gotten to a point now where this young man's been missing for almost 9 months. And again, don't get me wrong. I don't really, you guys know I don't care for Sean, Seth, Sean, whatever. I just don't. Um, but I do feel for him, Katie, and Chris. And I feel like not only did they, they went through Halloween, they went through his birthday, they went through Thanksgiving. Here they are coming up on Christmas without their son. So while we all get to go have fun, sit with our families, enjoy our kids, theirs is gone. And not only do they have to celebrate holidays without him, we're going to be bringing in a new year. So they're starting a new year without their son. And that shit hit me like a ton of bricks. How shitty is it that your son's missing and these people on YouTube who you thought were your friends or people that you spoke with or had a friendship with or what you thought was maybe a friendship or whatever continuously talk about your child day in and day out? It's tough, man. What's up, B-Tim?
I leave you alone for one night. One night.
Hey, listen, I kept my eye, like I said, I sat up there and was quiet. I sat and listened. I didn't have a whole lot to say.
Just like, holy fuck.
Yeah. And I felt his frustration. I
don't know. I don't think I agree with the whole personal information being released and all that shit. That stuff was like...
Yeah, I definitely don't. I don't agree with that either. I think that was fucked up.
And I think him insinuating that the truck was like, like he said, like he basically said that the truck's Wi-Fi attached or something to the house, and he didn't specify the time, which to me is like, should have been something. If you're going to release someone's private conversation, you probably should get all the facts of it. And just saying that, and a lot of people insinuate, oh, was this like before when Sebastian was missing? Just great. Just great. Beat some great comments around the last live you were in. Oh, thank you. I don't know. I thought that was kind of crazy that he did that. I don't agree with that stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I think private conversations should be kept private. There's things that some, well, like he said, well, I mean, like I said, I clicked the link because I didn't know I wasn't sure what to expect, to be honest. I wasn't sure if I was picking up what he was laying down. I wasn't sure if there was more going on than what I had been informed of.
Well, I mean, I think
I think
you wanted to find out if he was like, if he had some sort of issue with you or issues with content creators. You wanted to find out what the situation was, and then it evolved into that. Just I don't know. I think that was very weird. I mean, like he was, and then like how he was like, "Oh, Katie, I know Katie had something." He was kind of insinuating that Katie has the answers and Sebastian just disappear from. Like, man, come on. Like, you don't know all the facts. We don't know that. If you just go by the facts, you don't really have anyone that's guilty, really. Yeah, this is odd. Yeah, it's weird here and there. You can say that, but like every case is weird when you don't have all the facts. When you don't have all the facts, everything's weird.
No, crazy B. There was so much going on and like I said, I was in the back chat and asked Clue at one point, what the fuck is going on? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. You're like, okay. And then like everyone just starts reviewing it afterwards. You got Brittany J was the first time I ever heard
Yeah,
it
this
was
is
so
wild
happy.
as fuck. I mean, wild as fuck. It's not. That's all. It's just. Go ahead.
I mean, like it was like Brittany J was so happy last night. She was just giggling. I was like sitting there, I was like, man, are you okay? Like this is the first time I actually seen her awake. She was just probably smelling the money type of deal. Very weird. The one thing I really, really disagree with Elevated was he said Bullhorn Betty does good research. No,
Oh fuck! What the hell?
no, she does not. This is before you
Yeah,
went
I
on the
must
panel.
have slipped away then when he said that shit, or
No,
what?
no,
Was
this was
I up on the
before.
panel when he said that?
No, you were not on the panel.
Okay, I was gonna say maybe I might have stepped away. I was trying to get the link, and he said he had 3,000 in chat. Well, yeah, I mean he had everybody there. Me, I was there. Clue was there. Granny was there. He was there. Chris Prophet was there. The whole community was there watching.
Yeah, that's what I will fight him to the death on. She is not a good researcher. You can have your opinions on who's guilty or not guilty. I mean, you're welcome to your opinions. It is what it is. Anyone can welcome to it, but yeah, there is no fucking way Betty's good at research. Betty is an idiot. Right now, she's running with the fucking truck getting to the Wi-Fi, and she doesn't even know that it was later clarified that it was the 26th at 1:20 something p.m.
So
she's
hold on, there's a lot of people in the chat saying they're disappointed with Truth and the way he was. Mid Mama says I was disappointed in Truth and regretted giving him the grace. He upset and disgusted me the way he attacked Chris Proudfoot and Katie. Wow. If creators keep personal details shared by families offline, they shouldn't be speaking behind the scenes. Why do you feel that way, Liz? If you don't mind me asking, I mean, if you don't mind me asking, why do you feel that way? You feel like if a content, so if I'm hearing this right, are you saying content creators should share everything that they talk with about these families? Like they should share everything they talk to the families about? Like, is that what you mean? And yes, that's my dog snoring.
Don't lie. You have Brittany sleeping over.
I know. Caught me again.
Wow.
Got me busted.
You know, don't lie. You're doing
She
your
was
share.
up late. She was up till like 4:00 in the morning.
Holy fuck, man. These people stay up till 4 in the morning. It's just crazy.
Yeah, dissecting the fuck out of this, just like they did Katie and Sebastian's last dinner together. Yeah. That's another thing that just
couldn't wait till the morning, huh?
He looked fine. And you know, the questions that were being asked, the shit like, did you father a child at 7? Are you fucking serious?
Who said that?
Hey, someone asked Chris that at some point in time. If he fathered a child.
A child at 7? Did the person go to school and understand biology? I don't think you can father any children at 7 years old. I'm gonna go out on a limb.
11. It was one of the fucking two. I don't know. Either way, he was too young to be fathered any children. That's just common fucking sense. Come on, man.
That's impossible. I think that person needs to. Clearly, that person was a Britney watcher because that person was as dumb. Could be the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Actually, that might take the cake. And I've watched Betty live.
Yeah, this is wild. What you got to add, Voices? What you think? What you think about last night?
Number one, I'm done with that side of the street. I won't ever drive down that side of the street again because that was that was disgusting, beyond disgusting, because while it was going on, he had his ads on every 2 minutes. So they were on aggressive. So we were having to sit through ads. Those of us that don't have premium, we're having to sit through ads while that shit show was going on, number one. Number two, I think what Liz H is saying is if creators can't keep personal details shared by families offline, meaning anything that's shared off the record, if they can't keep that offline, then families shouldn't be speaking to creators behind the scenes.
So right, she meant keep it to ourselves.
Yes,
that's what she means by this. Okay, because it's okay. If creators can't keep personal details shared by families offline, then they shouldn't be speaking behind the scenes. True.
And I'll be honest, I know it's going to be awful, but if either one of those two from over there last night come over here and join a panel, I will leave and that's just the way it'll be. It'll be cutting
Well,
my nose
Clue's
off.
here, so I'm gonna let her up. I
Well,
mean,
that's fine. But I
okay.
mean,
I
you
was
should
gonna
have got
say,
your friend.
it's an
last
open
week, Clue.
panel. You know how I am. I let everybody
I
come
know.
up.
What
I
did
know.
I do?
You should
No,
have gotten
no,
your
she
friend
just
last
said
night.
something
Check
about
him.
their. I thought you did. I actually thought you did pretty good by questioning and you know what I'm saying, joining the conversation because even you were like, I have no idea what the fuck.
It was disgusting.
Yeah.
And that's all I have to say.
Like we were talking in back chat, and I know you asked me,
Yeah.
like, what is good, and I'm like, I have
I'm like,
no
what the
idea.
fuck is going on right now? And you're like, I don't fucking know. And then Truth was like, trust the process. I was like, oh, okay. I mean,
I still don't know what the process is,
Oh,
but
I
so
I
that
really
think
was the
don't
whole
either. So
fucking
I was like, let
plan.
me just shut the fuck up because I don't even know what the fuck the process is. So let
So
me
you're
just sit the
telling me
fuck
that
back.
you're telling me that he had this planned out, that he knew what he was going to do, and you guys ended up having to participate in it. That's awful, and he owes everybody an apology if that were the case. Trust the process.
No, I asked for the link. I asked for the link when he was
Right.
talking because I wasn't picking up everything he was laying down. I thought, okay, you know what? Maybe I'm missing some stuff.
yeah,
So let me go up here and talk to him because I think obviously I'm missing. Maybe I'm missing what he's saying. Maybe I'm not understanding it right. You know, I smoke and shit. So I was like, let me go up here and clarify real
Right.
quick. And then the conversation took off from there. So people thought they were like, oh, are you still there? Yeah, me and Clue were talking in the back chat. You know what I'm saying? I had dropped a couple comments in the other chat to let people know I was there, but I just didn't feel like it was my turn to be blabbing out, you know, like it was, I needed to sit back and listen to see what the fuck was going on because I had no idea.
well, I do want to clarify one thing. The question about the kid at 7, I'm pretty sure it was Granny, and she asked that because that's a rumor that Chris has a like illegitimate kid, and he's 37
Yeah, I wasn't
years
mad at her
old.
for asking that, but I'm like, where the fuck did that come from? That's some of the dumbest shit.
Oh
I've ever
yeah, I
heard.
wasn't
Since,
commenting
you
on
know?
Granny. I was commenting on that rumor being so fucking
Yeah.
stupid. Because that is like a level of stupidity that I don't even know if
Right.
you should be allowed to vote.
Well, and you
because you're
could
too
tell
stupid.
that was, she asked that being flippant. I'm not upset with her for asking it. She just asked
Yeah, no,
being
I
flippant.
know.
I think
Right.
to
I'm
try
just
to
like,
be
who the
polite.
fuck would even ask some dumbass shit like that? And it's common sense. Not that she asked that herself, but whoever did, you know, whoever started that, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Right.
no, I'm with you.
Trying to combat a stupid rumor.
Right.
Which I think a lot of those questions to him ultimately were that, right? And I mean, I honestly don't fault Chris for coming up there and being like, I have been checked out.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
why
I
is
don't blame him either. I mean, honestly, I really don't. Because I mean, like I said, I mean, we all want to defend ourselves when it comes down to it, you know?
agreed?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's a little. I mean, whoever started that rumor and actually believes that you can have children at the age of 7, please don't vote. And and probably submit yourself to an institution, some sort of mental institution or something. That you might.
How about
'cause
we
you
just
might
have them remove themselves from the gene pool? Don't
No,
reproduce.
no. Don't say that. 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 Don't say that.
Well,
Just don't.
Voices
Don't
said, fuck the filter. That motherfucker's off today. Fucking Friday. It's fucking up Friday.
I'm sorry. Yeah. You may need to hit my mute button today. I did take my meds though. I did take my meds. But this
Smiley started it. Oh my god.
Yeah, I
This is
think that's right.
awful. You guys, these are victims. These are parents of a missing child that were treated like dirt last night. A bait and switch was done. I listened to it. There was alluding to that truck came into the neighborhood on the 25th, and that was not accurate.
Yeah, that was not good.
And that's when the views jumped. So in my opinion, that was done to pad his bank for January. Shame on you, Truth. That's all I have to say. Have a great day, everybody.
Have a good one, voices. Just drive by there. Drive by. Voices knows when she's got to skedaddle, when she gets a little bit too mad. No, I mean, like, I don't know. I didn't like that. I think, like, if you're going to say about, like, the time periods of, like, when it should have been, like, it should have been fully explained. I don't even think a private conversation should go about there. And that threat of the conversation being about to be said should not have been said. Should not have been done. You know what I mean? No. But I think, honestly, Truth is a little bit too emotional about this story. I'm not even going to call it a case. We're not private detectives. We're not fucking PIs. We're just reporting things we hear and just have a discussion about it. At the very most, you could say we're enthusiasts of the story. So
I agree with that.
What did you think about last night, Clue? What did you think?
Well, I would like to know really what this idea of the process is. I do feel like Truth had a point in saying it's almost a situation where Sebastian and Chris and Katie are rehumanized. You know what I mean? Because I do understand what he says when, you know, a lot of times we're talking about this case and things that are happening, and that's what it is. It's a case, right? But there are real people behind it. I was really confused because I had people like messaging me last night and they were like, can you get Truth to give Queen a link, right? And I'm like, at first I'm like, I don't know. I thought it seemed like it was a shit show. You know what I mean? And then I saw him say he dropped a link for Granny and me, right? And I'm like, but the way Granny came in, I was like, is there stuff that's being said that we're about to hear? You know what I mean? Because I kind of feel like I don't know what I'm trying to say. I kind of feel like they sort of, it was a lot of insinuation, right?
It seemed like conversation
What
people were frustrated about.
Right.
Were trying to do.
I mean, like, I think there's certain things that could be frustrating when you don't have all the facts of a case, because we're not allowed to have all the facts of a case. You know what I mean? Like, what the facts of the case is that, you know, there's not enough facts to point to anyone's real guilt. You can have an opinion, but there's just, and that's why people are frustrated, because we're obviously logical creatures that want to actually figure out, you know, we want to put logic into the world. And, you know, it frustrates a lot of people when there's no answers to a child. I mean, a teenager that's been missing for almost 10 months, going on 11, in the house, and there's no clear leads to it. And the problem is like, I don't think it was a smart move what he did. I don't know if he's got a fever and he's just, you know, like something went wrong or something, but that was not a good move what he did last night. Captain Atkins says he was on some BS last night, but besides that, all of his content is performative as Buck and acts as if he's entitled to behave the way he does because he's fighting for the greater good. LOL. Like GTFOH. I don't know what GTFOH it means.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck it means. I'm not good with these things. I don't know. I think, like, I don't know about his past performance, like his past live streams too much, so I can't really judge on that, Captain After. I can only say, like, that, but the parts I saw, he should not have insinuated with the car stuff. It really should not have been that shit. That, because like that could, you know, because that's a big deal. Like, if it's suddenly his car Wi-Fi attached at like the 25th, and he's just been lying to the cops and everyone, and like suddenly that's proof. Yeah, that would be a big deal. And then suddenly to come back, it was the 26th, and it won something in the afternoon, and it comes out like almost like a half hour later in the conversation. I just don't think that was a good move. I think
Well,
he's too emotional. He's way too emotional. I think he needs to step back. That's my
and
opinion.
I will say, Truth has always done that, right? Like he's asked questions of Seth, right? That we all know he's not going to come on and answer, right?
Mhm.
Like just like last night, I was in.
You know what? But I
Um,
respect that of Chris, because I guarantee you, Chris and Katie have fucking bombshells that they can drop that would probably light Seth on a fire and burn the whole fucking thing down. I guarantee you they have that, but
well,
they
no,
choose
no,
not to
no.
do that.
What I mean is, he's come on his show before and been asking questions to Sean. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? Like questions that we know he's not going to come up there and answer.
Yeah.
But and a lot of those do seem insinuating, right? So I mean, for me to sit here and be like, I think it's crazy that you do the same thing to Chris, that would be a little wrong, right? Because a lot of the people in the chat, we've been in there when those questions of Sean have been asked. You know what I mean?
Well, the questions of Sean, you're talking about like the whole 12 to 22 stuff like that. You talking about
Yeah.
that? Okay, that stuff is because he said that out of his mouth and live streams. It wasn't like something that was like being asked that was off the record. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference. There's a clear difference where people are like, wait a minute, you met her at 12 and 24, but yet you're angry that you're like saying that Chris and Katie shouldn't be around kids because they let Sebastian hang around with someone that was 5 years older. That's a little odd. That's a little odd thought process you got there, Mr. Seth Rogers. When you say on a Terry Lynn live, when she was 14, I knew she was going to be mine. When you're basically says I helped her get her first car and drive. When you say a statement on a live stream in Dolly Vision of the first time, Sebastian was the only child she didn't. I'm not going to say the word, but took the full term, and then later on, say in a Coffin Doffer interview, say multiple times that it was the only one that she came to full term. People start asking questions because they hear that and they say, "What the hell is this? What the hell is going on?" That's normal.
Well, and I mean, I can tell you this, like, they are not going to come out here and bash Sean. They're not going to do it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I respect them for that because they want to keep it about Sebastian.
Well,
I think that's
the reason I say that is because it's honestly and truthfully not really something they do offline, if that makes any sense.
They never have ever bashed Seth to me when anyone spoke. Never.
I think they wanted to work with. I think, like I believe, Chris, that they had some working conditions that they were getting along, and that they were trying to plan things for the best for Sebastian. I think that they all love Sebastian. I don't think none of them did not love that. Like as much as they want to belittle Chris because it's his stepdad, I think they all love this kid, Sebastian Rogers, and I think they were all working for his best interest in mind. I don't doubt that. And I think what Chris is a very much like, I'm not going to just talk around you. I'm going to get straight to the point. And I don't think he likes, spreading rumors and trying to go at Seth and trying to shit on Seth because he wants to keep it to the focus on Sebastian Rogers. That's what I think. Now, that's my only conversation with him online. I don't know if other people have different conversations with him behind the scenes, and I don't want to know about them, to be honest with you, but that's my opinion of him thus far.
I just saw this comment. I don't know. I can't even tell you. I hope you guys know this. Like, I'm going to preface this with saying I am gangster, okay? But legitimately cannot talk about the way this story was told. The one that I told last night about her screaming and the neighbors hearing it and then going outside and seeing her, and she was just, it was the way they said it was one just blood curdling scream, and she was screaming his name, and then she just like fell over and was just like fell to the concrete, right? And just lost her mind. And it, like, I mean, I'm telling you, the person that told me, or
That
that
shit's
I heard it from,
heartbreaking.
was literally, they were like in tears, right? They were like, it, as a parent, you understood, you know, and then hearing that for days, literally days, they don't know how long, but there were shoes, a blanket, food every day changed out, like on the porch, like just in case. So I don't know. I mean, I don't come out personally and talk about conversations that I have with them unless it's something that I personally think is important, and I will ask first. But there there are like stories that I've heard, you know what I mean? I let a little of it out last night in the hopes that like I wouldn't be making anyone upset or whatever by doing so, but it's like I personally wouldn't want to do that. You know what I mean? To put a private conversation on blast like that. I think that's, if you're, I don't know. I just think that's
I
not a
mean,
good look.
it's a key thing. It's a private conversation you don't want to put out there. Um, you know what I mean? And you gotta just keep it private. That's all.
Well, the good side of it, I think, is a situation where there are obviously it is a situation where behind the scenes conversations have been had. Somebody feels a certain type of way about it and they're talking about it openly, but the other party comes up and they continue to talk about it openly. And at the end, they continue to converse. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like that is one thing that I look at it, what the way everything went last night, and I look at it ultimately as a positive because I do think it shows like, look, Chris isn't hiding, right? Chris came up there. He confronted the situation that had been brought to him, and they continued to have a conversation for hours. And a lot of things came out. The entire community got to learn a lot of things. Do I agree with everything about last night? No, I don't. But do I look at it ultimately overall as a positive? I do.
Well, and I think too, like, I don't, I don't know. Like, I think that no matter what they come out, look at what happened last night, right? You got these green team people, and they're just, it's no matter what, when they speak, they do become more of a target. You know what I mean? Even if you don't speak, even if you're just a preacher at a church, you become a target. And I think that at some point,
Yeah,
all
Tyler
these
Beller.
right, all these people on the green team, you're supposed to be at least 18, right? You would think at some point you guys would sit back and start thinking logically.
They're not.
Like,
They're propagandists.
no, but this man, right? Everyone is like, he's so protective of her. He won't let her talk. Da, 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 da. I mean, you have to understand the level of protective he has to be. He is someone who doesn't live in his own house. He has got a wife who is alone 95% of the time, unless he's home. And it's like, do I fault them honestly for not coming out and speaking, knowing that there is a group of people out here who are going to become enraged and make them a target again? And I can tell you this, I won't put it out here for the public, but I fucking know why they left that house. I can tell you I know why, and I can tell you what I was told was not a lie because I heard the evidence that it was real. I know why they left that house, because people out here are absolutely insane.
Yeah.
It doesn't just
I
stop
mean,
on the internet.
let me explain. I'll give you an example. Nick Fuentes, a separate thing. Guy's a piece of shit, obviously, but he recently filmed. He recently on his Ring camera, a guy came to his door with a gun and tried to have him. I mean, this is what's being, Newspapers
I was
reporting.
actually going to show that. The live streamer was actually, he was threatened, had death threats, and then he was doxxed over and over and over again. And then people showed up some guy showed up at his house with a gun and was yelling
And a crossbow.
him on his fucking Ring camera to open the door.
Yeah, and that guy was later shot by the police because I think he killed, he was wanted for 3 other murders or something.
Jesus Christ.
So this guy, I mean, and he was ready. He was trying to open up the door, and he had the gun ready to shoot him. So it's like you're dealing with live, and obviously I don't like Nick Fuentes, but I don't think he should be gunned down.
Are you a live streamer? He goes, yeah, I am. He's like, wow, this is getting dangerous.
Yeah. This is why it's like, and then people say, well, I mean, if people think that Katie has done something to her own kid or think that she's hiding him, you don't think there's like a whack job out there that would think like, maybe if I do old police work, just like Betty said, waterboarding, then, they can
like
just
Sean says, good old 70s police work.
Yeah. Like
waterboarding.
Yeah. And I would say hell yeah, Mr. Proudfoot is very protective because there's a lot of fucking whack jobs out here who will do crazy things like that. And that's not the only live streamer I've seen happen to on this platform or YouTuber. It's happened to a lot of YouTubers and it's happened to a lot of people.
Now you have Nick and Dog in there and this whatever at night intelligence bullshit.
You want to? I mean, you could show the video if you want, just to give people an idea, so you don't think it's like a ring video. I could pull up on Twitter if you want, Queen. Do you want to do it, Queen?
Yeah, you can pull it out. Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'll get it.
Well, and you also have to think being protective, and then you get some dog coming on a national news station telling people it's legal to kick their doors in and hold them hostage until the cops come.
Yeah, here, I'll show you. This is Nick Fuentes. I don't like Nick, Bobby. Obviously, he's an alt-right guy. I don't like him. But this is what happens when you get whack jobs on the internet that think they can take the law into their own hands. And this is him. This is the guy coming. Yep. You see the crossbow in his hand. This is Nick's door. You see the handgun he has right there. Let me see if I play it. He's going to scream the guy's name. Obviously, he has the mask on for some, you know what I mean? Let me see if I can.
He just lays it down on the side there.
Yeah, he has the handgun in his hand, and he has the crossbow here. And he's got to scream out to his name. Yo, Nick! So, I mean, when you get situations like that, that's happening to live streamers, is it so crazy that someone might be a little protective of Katie when people think that she's guilty of the death or disappearance of Sebastian Rogers?
Right. No, I mean, I agree with that, right?
And she lives alone?
I mean, at the end of the day, any of them could be guilty or none of them could be guilty. We don't know, but this whole, I don't know.
Yeah, he is that weirdo. Yes, that is that guy. He is a real weirdo, but still, he shouldn't be threatened with firearms at his door and possibly being people trying to kill him.
Whose house did he go to? Who was it?
Nick Fuentes. You know that alt-right guy got banned from YouTube. He talks about crazy right-wing. He's he's very racist and stuff like that, but he's goes on live streams and stuff like that, says racist things. And recently, before that incident, some lady went to his door and he pepper sprayed her. And he got arrested for that. And then this guy came over to his door recently. He's an Nazi. Yeah, he is a Izzy. Yes, he is that. He's definitely that. But still should not be gunned down at his door. Just gives you an idea. Once people get an idea of how evil you are, they will think about messing with you. And I wanted to pull that point. I think he got arrested for the pepper spray one.
That man killed 3 family members, drove over 100 miles to Nick's and killed the neighbor's dogs.
Yeah, he basically was wanted for 3 homicides. That guy. I guess he wanted to get a bunch of kills under his belt, and Nick was on the target.
Well, yeah, and then listen, then you have Bullhorn Betty following his dad.
Yeah.
Following them, showing up at their house. You have people doxing their house out, their phone numbers out, their mom and dad out. You know, you got all this fucking crazy shit going on. I think people forgot Betty was talking about doing a GoFundMe to get a gun.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, here's a video right here. You know what? Let's play this real fast.
That's why I say, like, you know, why do you think Chris is protective?
I don't understand why people say, well, why is she scared to come out and say anything? Why is she scared to talk? Well, fuck.
Yeah. I'd be worried.
If people are in this area and they're watching me and you know Chris and Katie, or you know where they like to hang out, please let me know. You know, if they had a favorite, obviously they both like to drink.
Coming to me, if you know anything about Christopher Proudfoot, anything about where his stomping grounds were, anything about people that he may have known, anything about somebody wanting to come forward and just speak to me about him. So if anybody has any information about Christopher Proudfoot, anything about his life, anything about his childhood, anything about his time in elementary school, middle school, or high school, please come forward. I am very interested in speaking to you. And,
you know, I'm trying to find out who Katie and Chris are as people. I'm trying to find out what they do, you know, with their normal life. Where do they go? What do they like to eat, you know, play with? Where do they like to go camping, hunting, fishing? Where do they take a vacation? What's the comfortable areas for them? Are they not at Yogi Bear anymore? I used to have a gal that drove by there, and every now and again, when she drove by, she'd take a video.
I went to bed at midnight. I was up at 3.
So Katie even left her house to go because people were following her and being at her house and stalking her house, and you know.
Well,
so she leaves and goes to the campgrounds with Chris, right? While he goes and works, and she's at the campgrounds. There's fucking people stalking her there. She just said, "Yeah, I had a friend that would send me videos every once in a while, probably every day, in my opinion." But I mean,
and I've watched BHB since the beginning that she's been on YouTube, and I know her pretty well as far as watching her, and I have seen her morph into, you know, in the beginning I wasn't really scared of her. I didn't think she would ever do anything to anybody. You know what I mean? I still don't really think she would, but I have seen a huge decline in her mental health just watching her, in my opinion. And I'm not usually one person who comes out here and talks about mental health and stuff. I'm no expert and whatever. I have no background in it, but I have seen a total difference in her over the years, and she's getting worse. She needs to get off of YouTube. So I am actually scared for Chris and Katie at what she would actually do. I never thought that before about her, but she has kind of scared me, especially with that Terry Bowersox thing. That really scared me. I couldn't believe that she had did that, you know. As well as I know how she acts, I can't believe that she did that, you know. I mean, that even stunned me, and nothing surprises me with her usually.
Now let me ask you.
She has an army behind her now.
Yeah,
right.
And let me ask you a question, Cheesy. I mean, and if you thought that's an adult had a child, and would you do anything like, and holding a child captive, would you do anything to basically get free that child?
If I knew it for a fact, yes.
Yeah. And that's the problem. Like, she is pushing this narrative that Katie knows where Sebastian is, and that's all that's necessary is good old police 1970s work. Let's put her waterboarder. And there's a lot of whack jobs that would say, you know what, I want to save Sebastian, and I need to go down there and I need to get Katie. And that's just the problem.
And BHB keeps putting this stuff out as facts. She's like, I'm on a fact-finding mission. And all she is asking neighbors their opinions, you know, and gossip. That's all it is. It's not facts, but she's putting out there that it is facts. And some crazy who's not in their right mind, or who doesn't have the common sense that we do, are believing what she's saying And they're going to think that these are facts, that she's like law enforcement. She's come out and said that she's a legal professional how many times? So they're looking at her as an authority, and they're going to come out here and think that she actually has the facts and knows what the hell she's talking about, which she never does. And they're going to take it and they're going to go with it, and they're going to go and attack Katie. And no, I don't blame, and I've said this from the start, Chris is a protective husband. There's nothing wrong with what he's doing. My husband in the same situation, I imagine, would do the same thing, and I hope he would. And yeah, like, he's leaving her there for by herself. First of all, I can't even imagine, excuse me, what she's going through being there by herself to begin with, just having her son gone. And then now all these people are attacking you. Of course she would have went to the goddamn campground with Chris. I don't blame her one bit. And I'm sorry, but what Truth did last night, I wasn't here earlier when everybody was talking about it. What he did was irresponsible, and I don't think it was right at all. I think it was terrible what he did. And this bullshit of him thinking that we need to start a conversation, BS. He was backpedaling, and that's what I have to say. I'm not holding anything against him. Whatever. I don't agree with all creators at all times. Sometimes I agree with him, but last night was irresponsible, and I just wanted to say that while I'm up here. Excuse me.
Okay, burn it down, cheese. Burn it down. No, I just think like I don't know if he's like way too emotional about this story. Like, he just seems like he is really too emotional, and I think he's gotten a little too close, and he might need to take some time. I mean, like, that's my advice. And if he wants to get pissed off at me because I'm said that, he wants to get angry, whatever, he wants to say that, but that's the truth. It's like you're doing this, and it's not good.
Right. And there was no hate behind what I said. I just thought it was very irresponsible. I don't always agree with Queen Bee. I don't always agree with B Tim. I don't always agree with Clue. And I'm not agreeing with Truth right now. But yeah, what he did last night kind of ticked me off, and I just wanted to say it.
You have to repeat that twice that you don't agree with me. Okay, I see how it is.
I don't agree with B Tim. I don't agree with B Tim.
Well, there's something really wrong with you if you always agree with me. I'm just going to say that right now.
Right. I always agree with Cletus, though. I do like him. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you're not. Everyone likes Cletus. He's the same one.
But I feel like I just think like yeah, and then like yeah, that was crazy last night. I watched a little bit. I had to tune out. I was like, afterwards I was watching about the Zodiac Killer documentary that came on Netflix after a little bit, halfway through it. So I was busy with that. So turns out it was Alan.
And I did appreciate, I do want to say, Clue, I did appreciate you stepping in a little bit there and saying, whoa, you know, and even though he's your good friend, I appreciated that you did try to calm the things down and tried to step in. I did appreciate that.
Girl, let me tell you something. I had just done a live where I was laughing and joking and having a good old damn time. I was having fun with these crazies over here. And then Truth was live when I got off, right? And then when I go in and I'm listening, I'm like, what is happening? And then he's like, I dropped a link, I get up there, and then I'm telling you, like, when Queen was in the back chat and she was like, what in the fuck is going on right now? I'm literally like, I have no idea. What are we doing right now?
Right. I imagine. I was totally sidelined by it too, and I was just down in the chat. So yeah, I understand.
Yeah, how sick is he? Why is he wearing like a winter jacket?
He's sick as a dog right now. He had 103 degree fever.
Why is he live streaming when he has 100 degrees?
I don't know.
Like, bro.
I talked to him night before last, and I will say he sounded a lot better yesterday than he did the night before last. But yeah, he's extremely sick.
He's got bronchitis.
Oh, geez.
He has bronchitis and the vid.
How old is he?
I don't know. He just had his birthday.
I mean, I haven't been sick in. I haven't gotten the vid, or I haven't been sick in. I think at least 20. No, more than that. Yeah, 27 or 28 years. Yeah.
You haven't been sick in 28 years?
Yeah, I haven't had the vid. I never got sick. I got the shot. I literally just walked away. I didn't feel any sort of setback with the shot. Never got the flu. I haven't gotten a flu. Nothing.
Do you leave your house?
Yeah, I leave my house all the
Okay.
time.
I don't know.
I go in the subway.
Yeah. He
Go
lives
to
in
the
New York
subway.
City, for God's sake, or around New York City.
But you never wear Crocs, right?
I don't wear I don't wear like a mask or anything. I don't do that stuff. I don't do that either.
No, I'm saying
No,
Crocs.
do you wear Crocs?
No, I don't wear Crocs. That's nasty.
That might be it. It might be.
I wake up when I go to bed like at 9 or 10, and I wake up at 2 and then hang out like 3 till 3 o'clock up, and then I go back to sleep because that's what they used to do in the medieval days. They would wake up. They call it the waking hour. In the medieval times in Rome, you used to go to bed at 9 because there wasn't lights a lot back then, and then you would wake up and do your chores a little bit at 3, and you go back to sleep, and that's usually how it went.
Huh.
Yeah, that's how they used to sleep back then.
I don't get sick a lot, so.
I never used to get sick, but now I'm on medicine that puts me susceptible to stuff, and yeah, I get sick all the time now.
I'm accidentally medieval. Well, that's how they used to sleep at like medieval and past times because they didn't have lights back then like we do today. So people used to go to bed like 9, and then they would wake up like 2 in the morning, and then they would do their things. Like obviously they would either pray or meditate or read or just basically walk around and socialize or do other things at that time, and then they would just clean their house, and they would go back to sleep around 3 o'clock, 3:30, or 4.
So that's what you do. You sleep from 9 to 2 and then get up and do.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. That's why you saw me with the whole thing with Mr. Lemonhead, because that was 2 o'clock.
Huh. I'm going to try that for a week.
Yeah, and the reason why it's changed is because people stay up later because they have artificial lighting, makes them stay up past 10, and then they wake up like, they wake up, at 4 o'clock or something like that, or 5, and then they have insomnia and they feel like crap, and usually they have to take a nap during the daytime to rejuvenate.
Yeah, we make fun of BTM about his sleeping habits and his meditation and his water painting and stuff, but apparently he's living his life right because he sleeps better than the rest of us.
So,
I can feel that because, like, if I go to bed before like 12 at like 4 a.m., I'm wide open.
Yeah, because naturally they call it the waking hour. That's why I like, that's also maybe linked to the whole witching hour thing too, with the whole witches too, but because it was 3 a.m., but it could be that.
I am a witch.
I don't know, it could be that. Here's a little something that explains it. It's Thor TV. It talks about the waking hour. It's like a little documentary little thing. It talks about it, and you can watch it. That's usually how it goes. Here, just in case you want to educate yourself on past sleeping habits of medieval or old Roman times, stuff like that.
Heck yeah, I'll watch that. You know what? You're just going to have to get over the vacuum running at 2 a.m.
Exactly. That's how it's going to work. It's just a wonderful mystery to me anyway. What's up? I might have to try this, BTM, after second sleep. What time do you wake up? Usually I go to bed early, so I go to bed 10 or 9:30, and then I wake up around that time. And then people make fun of me for going to bed early, but you know what? It is what it is. You'll keep BTM up past bedtime. Yeah, that's why I was like not jumping on that panel. I needed to sleep.
Well, and back to the subject at hand. Another thing,
not fuck this subject. We're going back to the subject hand.
No sidebar. We also saw that Doug from Newport also got attacked, and that was over just jealousy, not even a crime. That was just jealousy over him having people follow him and stuff. Remember, and he was beat down near death. He was in the hospital. We thought he was going to die, remember? You don't ever know what people on the internet, the crazies, are going to do. You never know. There's crazy people watching us.
I can tell you what I just saw one of them do. That Julie Skolnick person is trying to reach out to truth.
For what?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of them are, they're like, well, Truth did great. He asked questions and he was asked, he did really good. He was, called him out for the Wi-Fi in the truck and all that. I'm like, what the hell?
But that's the thing. If the Wi-Fi in the truck was on the 26th, he called him out for what? Coming home like he said he did?
Right. But it was the way he put it out there was what ticked me off and was irresponsible, because what he said it and then didn't say any more. And then after Body Moving was calling him out on it, saying, hey, that doesn't make sense, blah, 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 da, 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 da. And then all of a sudden he's like, well, it was on the 26th, blah, blah, blah. It was that he put it out there and then didn't say any more about it. And then later on, that's when he backpedaled and said, well, it was on the 26th. Or it could have been on the 26th or whatever he said. That's what was irresponsible, because he put it out there.
I do agree with that, because I know Body and myself, I'm not trying to speak for her, but we were like, what are you talking about? But here's the funny thing is that Granny seemed to know what he was talking about.
Yeah, she said it on her live today that she talked to Chris about that, but it was put out there but it was the 26th. It wasn't. But the way he made it sound was that it could have been the 24th, the 25th. It could have been any of those days. You know what I mean? And that was what the irresponsible thing was, is he didn't come out and say, well, this is blah, blah, blah. And on the 26th, he stopped that. And then later on said the 26th at 1 or whatever, or could have been. That's what I'm saying. He left it open-ended there at first.
Yeah, I know, because that's when me and I think Body even made a statement. If that's true, that could be like a real game changer.
Right.
Like that's important
information.
And if that's true, that it was potentially during the conversation at that time on the 25th, that's a problem. And I know we were both sitting there like, I mean, literally deer headlights. Like, I'm sitting here like, what are you guys even talking about right now?
Right. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen that video of this funny little video. It's this guy with a gas thing in his hands, spraying gas on the fire, going, I'm here to do fucked up shit, doo-dah, doo-dah. Well, that's exactly what he was doing at that moment. He was putting gas on the fire and wasn't putting out the extinguisher until later on. And that just made everybody salivate, everybody against Chris and Katie. That made them salivate, going, oh, now we got him. Well, we got him, And it's like, don't you think if law enforcement saw that Chris was there on the 24th or 25th or whenever, that they would already have him in jail? I mean, like Tim said, you can't lie to the FBI and shit without getting in trouble for lying.
How many charges did Lonnie get for lying? Every interview she got charged. She got charged for every interview. Like, that's what people don't realize. You lie to the cops, it's a charge. You will go to jail for that. Like, that's not something you fuck around with.
And these people, I don't care what anybody says, you people need to realize these are real people. These are real lives. This is not a Lifetime movie. No matter what happens with Sebastian, these people need to live their life. And yeah, you guys are ruining their lives. Even if Sebastian comes home alive and safe, their lives are never, ever, ever going to be the same. Every time they try to get a job or go anywhere, this is always going to follow them. And all this BS that YouTubers put out there is always going to follow them. You people need to realize that. And like Chris said last night, put yourself in their shoes. How would you feel? You know, and that BS about, oh, I can't believe she went to the school. I'm sorry, but almost any mother in this that's watching right now, that would have been one of the first places we would have went, was the school to look for him.
Yeah.
That made sense.
That would have been one of the very
Right.
first places I would have went. And I thought
Exactly.
it was odd when Seth said he went, the very first place he went was the homeless encampment.
Homeless encampment. Yeah.
Why would you go to the homeless encampment? For what?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let him tell it. And he was homeless 10 years ago when him and Katie split up. So
Right.
that was his excuse when they asked him why.
Right.
What the fuck?
But for all these people who say that she didn't care about her son, she didn't love her son, she didn't take good care of her son, bullshit. She obviously knew her son well enough that one of the first places she needed to check was his school. And like I said, any one of us mothers that were watching last night were like, yeah, that's probably one of the first places we would have went to.
Well,
especially it being a school day.
Well, especially when you live beside the school, right? Like, that was never weird to me, ever.
Exactly.
If she would have drove somewhere and then walked into the woods to a homeless encampment, something like that, not saying that's weird, right? But if that was her first move, I think I would be like, what? You know what I mean? But for me personally, her driving to the school, that's not any sort of red flag. And I do agree with the police, right? Like, I am not one of these people who are going to sit here and say police are just ignorant and they don't know how to do their job. I feel like when they're asking them questions, and I'm also going to throw out there have been lie detector tests that have been taken. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Clue, I have a question.
You're up here.
Clue,
You're up here with us.
Thanks. Clue, I have a question. Did you say that Truth was just trying to get at the truth? He was trying to get the truth to come out?
Did I say that?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
What truth?
Exactly. And the thing about the truck and the Wi-Fi, I mean, Chris explained not just to creators behind the scenes, but out loud to the public, that the FBI checked everything out. Why is there even a question about the truck and the Wi-Fi?
I don't know.
Well, that's what we're saying. If the FBI would have seen that Chris was in there 24th, 25th, or whatever, they would have. Yeah, Chris would be in jail.
I mean, if I let me be truth for a second, then. Well, can we trust what the FBI is doing? Do they really know their job? Truth is a provocateur. That's what he was doing last night, and he threw all of you guys under the bus. If I was Chris, I mean, he's a big man to allow this. I would not speak to any of you again.
Yeah, especially Truth. I wouldn't tell him anything.
All right. Well, Stitching, prepare for your live that they're going to do against you, Stitching. She's gone. She just comes in and drops the bomb like that and walks away.
Did Stitching just do a fucking drive-by on us?
She did. She did a mic drop.
She did a drive-by, and she's now stitching her new quilt. That's what she's doing.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't feel like Truth set out to have a big ass fucking blowout. I don't feel like that was his mission. I don't feel like that was.
I don't either. No, I don't.
I feel like it kind of, one thing led into another, but there was a lot of things that were put out that a lot of people are questioning now.
I don't know if I agree with that, because why did he put it out there about Katie? I forget the words, but then also, why did he put that out there about Chris's Wi-Fi and then stop and not say the date? I don't know if I agree with that, honestly. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. It's a lot like those lives that he had. I got questions, and he tried to put it out there about, did Seth get in trouble for the drugs being brought into the prison or the jail? Was he doing this? Was he doing that? It. I honestly, I felt like he knew what he was doing. I honestly do. And I'm kind of sad about it because, I thought he had a little bit more integrity than to throw the Chris and Katie are victims, and Seth, they're all victims right now. Until they're proven guilty, they're victims in my eyes. And he threw victims under the bus, and I don't think that was right. Am I going to watch him again? Yeah, probably. But last night, I didn't agree with what he did.
Well, I mean, and that's, as a creator, you're not always going to agree with other creators.
Right.
Hell, sometimes you're going to sit back and not even agree with yourself. You know what I mean? So I am going to give some grace to him for being sick, but I don't feel like I was thrown underneath a bus at all.
Yeah.
But that's just me, right? Like, maybe I was, maybe that bitch ran me over and then backed up. I don't know. But that whole thing with the whole truck Wi-Fi, like, it just, I don't know. I literally almost dropped at that moment because I was like, I have no idea what y'all are talking about. Like, this is, and it seemed
I was still kind of lost on that too. I'm like,
yeah, and it seemed like him and Granny knew what they were talking about. But at the same time, I am sitting here with exactly what Chris came in and said. The FBI has checked it out. I know the FBI and the Secret Service were helping Sumner County in this case. It's in the announcement. I don't feel like either one of them, Chris, Katie, or Seth, are smarter than the FBI or the Secret Service. I'm sorry if I offend anyone, but I just
said the same shit about the Wells.
Y'all ain't smarter than them. Sorry, you're not.
Hi, Granny, by the way.
Hi. I did know about the Wi-Fi. I did know about it.
Well, that's what they just said, that you did a live and said it was on the 26th.
I didn't have a date.
Oh, okay.
Oh, excuse me. I misspoke then. I'm sorry.
I said on Truce that, it could have been the 26th, but I wasn't told a date. I was just told the story of the Wi-Fi. And yeah, it gave me a weird feeling because I didn't have the date either.
See, and that to me, like, I don't know. I just feel like if I'm a guilty person, right? I don't know that I would tell someone that my Wi-Fi came into a neighborhood if I was guilty.
Right. Chris is smarter than that. I'm sure.
Karen Reed didn't do that for her case, so just saying. If you don't know, her Wi-Fi touched on her home devices and didn't tell anyone, but until the court case. But throwing in the Karen Reed thing there, just in case, no one know about it.
Always goes back to Karen Reed.
Always goes back to Karen Reed. Always.
Yeah, I really didn't even know anything about the Wi-Fi shit at all. Not until last night.
Ditto.
That's why I sat the fuck down and shut the fuck up, because I didn't really know what the fuck.
Don't lie. You were going taking a sleep. You were sleeping.
Oh yeah, you caught me.
Queen came up there kind of like, it was like what was in my head was like out of her mouth. She's like, I mean, I don't know. Is it like some fuck shit going on or something? Because I mean, the way you're talking, like, is this something that we all need to know? Like, what
Bitch, I came up to like, hold on, I'm picking up half of what the fuck you're laying down. What the fuck is going on right now? Is there something everybody should need to know? We all need to be on the same page or what? What the fuck?
Right.
What the fuck is going on right now?
Well, I felt like QB, you came up because you thought he was talking about creators.
Yeah,
and that's how I think.
That's how I think. On the same page, because what the fuck is going on right now? I don't talk to them like that. I don't know half of what's going on right now. So.
Right, and I have a feeling I don't know what Stitching's talking about. I have a feeling she's talking about how you guys were thrown under the bus because you guys came up there thinking that he was talking about creators and what they're doing and blah, blah, blah to the case. And then all of a sudden he threw that out there after you guys were up there. And it's like, whoa, what the hell just happened, right? I mean, that's how I would have felt if I would have been up there, you know?
But and I think that is one thing that does kind of, it gives me pause, and I'm kind of like, that would be my choice, right? Like, do I talk to Chris and Katie? Yes, I talk to them. I live here. You know what I mean? I do talk to them. And am I going to come and put every conversation that we have on the internet? No, I'm not. But that's my choice. You know what I mean? That is my choice.
Body's like, I went up there to talk about the pants.
Wait, first off, so whoever told GW about the Wi-Fi neglected to tell anyone other creators other than her and Truth. I didn't tell Truth about that. I didn't tell anybody about that. And I don't neglect to tell other creators anything. I don't owe telling anybody anything I'm told in private, aside from the TBI if I find it to be relevant. So no, I didn't neglect to tell anybody. I didn't tell anybody shit. That it wasn't meant to, you know, be public speculation. That was never my intent with it.
And it's also real irresponsible to be talking about what these people are talking to you about behind the scenes, because what if this was something that could have been used in court or for the investigation or something that should not even be out here? And it was told to him on a phone conversation, and it's just not right. None of it was right. I'm sorry. I was so pissed off last night. I wanted so bad to come up on that panel. But I stayed down because I knew I would have went off, and I was so angry. And usually YouTube doesn't make me angry, but yeah, I was pretty ticked off last night about the whole situation.
Yeah,
I can't lie. I was watching you in the chat. I was like, Cheesy is pissed.
Yeah, I logged off. I was watching the Zodiac Killer documentary on Netflix afterwards. So I was kind of like,
yeah,
okay.
Cheesy was mad as hell. I'm like,
by the way, I saw that Mr. Lab was in Brittany's thing, and he was like saying that panel was like, what was his exact word? Tuberculosis sanatorium. I'm like, what? Are you okay, Lab? Is your brain working? Like, what? And they're all laughing at them. Like, are you guys? His brain is like fucking malfunctioning. The Lab. I don't know. I think he might need to lay down, stop with the gumballs, and be okay. I think Brittany J didn't even know what the fucking word meant, actually, when she was laughing. But that's just my opinion on that one.
But that's the thing. Like, that stream could have been used to spread more awareness on Sebastian. It could have been used to, you know, dead some of the speculation that's out there, and instead it was used to spread more. It was used in a negative format, which we all knew it would be, because that's how they view them, as negative. That's why I tried to keep asking questions that would at least, you know, help some of the speculations, because we don't have that opportunity often.
Well, and you know, it is insane, because I do know that Truth has been very adamant about, you know, why isn't Katie talking? Why isn't she doing this and that, right? But, and I mean, I do agree with that, right? I am the type of person that I wouldn't give a crap what this internet has to say. Hell, I don't now. You know what I mean? Especially if my kids were gone. But not everyone is built that way. You know what I mean? They're just not. A lot of people can't handle it. I mean, for Christ's sake, I'm literally in a conversation. I'll tell this, whatever, with Katie on Sebastian's birthday, and she literally in the middle of the conversation gets a Facebook message. Someone said, "You need to just kill yourself." It was more than that, but that was the gist of it, right? So it's like, are they being quiet because it just fuels this fire from this army over here? You know,
Well, that's what happens. that's what happens a lot of times. People will, people are like, why is Chris and Katie quiet? Well, that's because these people are like a raging fire that just wants to like burn. And sometimes you
Well,
don't want to
just
give them
like with
fuel.
Seth, everything he said has been turned around and used against him. Just like with them. Jax, you're up here with us. How are you, honey? What you got to add?
I just wanted to say I just listened to the whole thing, and I just I feel like a lot of people say actions speak louder than words, and I think the reason so many people are going after the Proudfoots is because it's not so much even Chris, it's mostly Katie because she was the last one, known to be with him, whether he ran away or not, and I think a lot of people is actions
Oh, no audio.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're cutting
inaction
out really bad, but
speaking.
he usually drives quite a bit, so
I mean, I
Probably
think we all
Can you hear me?
understand.
no, you're cutting out really bad again.
So, going in and out.
We got to the
It's
part.
not very good
Yeah.
here.
We got to the part where you says like
So-
why people would blame Katie because she was the last one in the house, which him, yeah, that
Right.
part.
I think we all
Well,
understand that.
Well, basically, I think because even when Seth is loud and kind of obnoxious, but at least he's talking. Even Chris comes out and talks like last night and changing people's views on like his truck and different speculations. But with Katie, I feel like her inaction is loud. And so a lot of people are saying, well, you were the last one with your son. Why don't you come out and talk? Even if he did run away, did you hear something? But we're not getting anything from her. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. I
Yeah.
don't feel like it's right anybody attacking her. I don't think it's right that anybody goes and attacks the Proudfoots. Don't blow up their messenger. Don't come attack them. They are going through a lot. And just like you guys said, they are victims as well until they are proven guilty. So don't go attacking them. This could really be a runaway.
Well, I mean-
And then we have. Go ahead.
I mean, I was gonna say like I think Katie did go on a TV interview. She was actually the first with Chris to go on a TV interview, and she did go on, I believe, Dutch's. I think so too.
Yeah.
I think the situation is that I don't know what's in her mind. She might not be emotionally be able to deal with social media, plus the fact of people saying, that in yourself type of deal and all this stuff. I don't know what she's going through, and I wouldn't even imagine going through a missing child, and also everyone accusing you, blaming you of every single thing under the sun about it. And I think that's probably why she's not jumping onto every live stream because, I don't know what's in her state of mind. Can she handle that type of situation? And Chris is kind of trying to be the mouthpiece and try to be the shield of a lot of the attacks. And he's been attacked viciously, even though he's gone on panel a couple of times. Every time he's gone on panel, except for maybe on this panel, maybe, and maybe Clue or something like that. Like when he's talked to like a human being, he doesn't blow up. But when he's not talked to like a human being, he kind of gets angry, and people insinuate that he's an angry guy and he's terrible and stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not going to criticize a mother for not doing an internet tour. I just don't think that's what you normally see with people with mothers of missing kids. It's a rarity actually that they do, like they jump on the internet and do stuff like that.
So this also could be a response with Katie, like a fight or flight response. From what I hear, I don't know her life, but what I hear, she didn't have a very good childhood. There could have been abuse. And if that's the case, anybody going after her as a fight or flight, she'd probably just rather go into hiding than be attacked. And maybe she doesn't like confrontation. You know what I mean?
Also,
That could be her fight.
Yeah, but also would it be like productive that she jumps on a live stream and starts talking? Maybe she thinks to herself, is it really productive for me to be on this live stream to basically talk so everyone reviews it, or is it better for me to work behind the scenes and try to get awareness and work with the police and do like that? You know what I mean? Or
Well,
work with SF.
Look what happened when she came up here. She was talking about how Sebastian was hitting puberty, like his underarms were starting to smell, like typical, trying to, help the people know what they're looking for when they're looking for Sebastian. What happens? Old freaking Butterhead over there is, oh, look, she's talking about how her son stinks. What the crap? What kind of mom are you? I mean, I'm just saying, like,
Right.
it doesn't matter. Whatever she says,
You're in trouble. You're in trouble.
picked apart.
You said Butterhead. You're in trouble. I mean, you're done for.
Right. Well, she was
Okay.
telling us exactly what to expect with Sebastian, that we're not looking for a little boy. We're looking for a young man. That's what she was
Right.
telling us.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to touch on Granny. You remember when I was on there and I told you that hormones can change a child drastically. You know what I mean? Even puberty. I kind of want to share a story with you that happened last night. My goddaughter, she's special needs, and at her special needs school, they were having a Christmas concert. Well, when we walked in, apparently this boy started following her around, another special needs boy, and he sat down next to her and held her hand, and he's 16. Well, his mom said this is a big deal for him. He's normally a recluse and he doesn't like people in his bubble, but he chose to walk up to my goddaughter, hold her hand, and they had their first kiss, and she said this is a big deal. Normally he doesn't like people around him. So, hormones and puberty can change even special needs kids into being more open. What if he did run away? What if just because he didn't elope growing up doesn't mean he didn't elope running away? When I say elope, it means running away. But just because he didn't do it before doesn't mean he didn't do it that day. Maybe things should change. You know what I mean? Maybe he did run away. Katie just wants to. She's tired of being attacked. She's tired because when you're attacking her, basically you're abusing her, and so she probably is trying to run from that. You know what I mean? And people need to not be attacking the parents.
Well, I mean, people have attacked Katie for everything under the sun, and the people doing it are people that can't even handle the simplest of criticism. Talking about our favorite Sleeping Beauty over there, and Bepster, that one, and all these other people. They sit down there and they criticize every single aspect of this lady's life, and they don't give her any grace. And there's been many cases in which a parent or parents are in a house and the kid sneaks out and is lured away, and then they find the kid, months later or even years later in another sector of the United States. It happens a lot. Angel Turner happened there. There was a bunch of people that was anting up on Facebook, driving by his house, screaming, "Murderer! You did something to her." He was the father in the house. She left the house. She's 15 years old. She was lured away from someone online through a gaming system. It's just stuff like that people don't quite understand how these things work, and they don't follow missing. And then they hear content creators say, "Well, how did he disappear from this house? How do you know that?" You don't know the facts that he disappeared. You don't know the evidence that they have. Maybe the cops are keeping it under wraps while they investigate. Maybe they're trying to build a case for whatever. You know what I mean? I just don't think people are thinking clearly. And to me, like, if you look at the facts of the case that we know so far, you really can't point to anyone as you can have a hypothesis or an opinion, but you can't really point to anyone as guilty yet until more facts come out in the case. And
Right. And when I was listening to Chris talking, and he said that people bring up the bullshit or pick apart the bullshit, I think to him it's bullshit, but to everybody, we're just trying to figure out what happened. So we try to pick apart everything that we think is evidence, like the flashlight video. That video has been picked apart, and but people still wonder about it.
I don't think there's any. I used to wonder about it, but after SF's post with the garbage truck picture and all that stuff, I don't wonder about it.
We recreated that video at the scene, and it is a literal nothing burger in my opinion.
Yeah, it's. I think what happened is that that clock was a little bit too slow. It showed like 3 o'clock. It probably was like 5 o'clock, my guess, my understanding, and it's the garbage truck, and that's pretty much it. There's no flashlights there. I'm sure there's other things they're looking into, but I think that's pretty much donezo on that one.
Yeah, a lot of people say, well, why did she call her husband first? Why not the police? Well, probably if my child was missing, I'd probably call my wife too and say, I can't find my kid. Have you heard from her? Anything like that right before I called the police. But they said, why did Chris call the police? He was out of state. Why did he call 911? Because the area that you're in, if you call 911, that goes to the closest 911 dispatcher to you. They can't send the police to your house that's 3 hours away. So he called the sheriff's department.
And also, it could be a faster response. It could be a faster response calling them directly instead of like 911, because you're dealing with a matter of time. You don't know how long he's left the house, and he probably had a clue of doing that because he lives far away from her, and he probably, just in case any emergency, he probably figured out a plan. And,
well, I'm going to say this too about the 911 thing. I think what people don't realize is we do not live in the city, right? If something happens here, we call the sheriff's department, right? But if Chris himself would have called 911, it would have routed to somewhere in Memphis or Mississippi.
Exactly. That's what, it would have routed right to his local area. So he had to call the sheriff department closest to his residence. So, you know what I mean? So that's why everybody's like, well, why did he call the sheriff's department? Because if he called 911, it would route closer to him, not his home. So he had to call the sheriff's department.
Yeah, and a lot of people run with the like conspiracy. Oh, he didn't want to be recorded. It's like, come on, you're calling the cops, and you're worried about your conversation with the cops are going to be recorded. No, of course not. Like, they could just testify into what they heard you say if it was something incriminating.
I think every call that goes into a police station is recorded.
Yeah, even if they didn't.
And then people say, well, why didn't Katie call 911? Well, probably because she was frantic, and he was a stable mind at the point. She's driving around trying to look for him. She's not going to stop and call 911. And so he's probably just like, all right, stay on the line, let me call him. And then had her on the three-way call because she was the one that found he was missing.
While we're talking about calls, I'm still going to say I was the first person to ask this, and it was a long time ago, and it still hasn't been answered. I still want to know why, when you got a call that your son was missing, you didn't call your son's cell phone, Sean.
Or go by your place to see if he was walking that way.
Did he leave his cell phone? Hold on. Did he leave his cell phone at the house?
Yep.
Did she? Okay, so if she saw his cell phone was at the house, that's probably
no. I'm talking about Sean. I'm talking about Seth.
Oh,
if somebody called me and told me my kid was missing, but they didn't tell me the cell phone was at home, the first thing I would do would be to call their cell phone.
Right. That you would think so. If I ever thought anybody was missing, I would call their cell phone first. Doesn't matter their age. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. It's strange.
I mean, didn't a creator just call a direct line as well instead of calling 911? Like, why is that so weird?
Do what now? What was that?
I said a creator did that recently, called directly to the station instead of calling 911. So why is that so weird?
Hold on. Here's Nonsense. You're up here with us.
Hey.
How are you?
Can I ask a couple questions right quick, or just because there's a bunch of stuff that always gets mixed over and it's kind of annoying. Is that okay with you? This isn't an attack on anybody, but I would like to just kind of set some things straight, because I think a lot of the problem here, and Queen, cut me off if you want to, please, as you know. And this isn't an attack on Clue, but if we're going to be honest about things, Clue, can we go back to the beginning?
I don't speak to you. I don't speak to Nonsense. Sorry.
Okay, well, you don't have to speak to me. I'll just hypothetically, or not hypothetically, I'll just walk
run your dick sucker. Don't care. Talk.
Okay. Well, I will. You are a huge part of how this case went south in the beginning, if we're being honest here about things that have continued to go on. This case was a shit show from jump because of people saying that they had insider information and through the rumor mill, March 1st, March 2nd, into continued on March 7th. And you were going after and you're sitting here asking about Seth, or did Seth do this? You did the same thing to Chris and Katie. Yes, eventually, and people do, they change their opinions and change their minds. But you inlaid so much misinformation right from the jump in this case, and then have continued on throughout to do the same thing and push false narratives and push stuff about the family on one side to the other, to the other. We, at the end of the day, are YouTubers. There is nothing about any of us that are going to solve these cases. I do give you props for being out there searching. Cletus doing his work. I mean, that is amazing. But beyond that, you have been a huge source of misinformation and confusion and inside information being released and dangled over people's heads and here, there, and everywhere. It has been a problem from jump. And while you sit here and, oh, well, what about Seth? You did the same thing to Chris and Katie. Those videos still exist on your page. The timeline's still there. You were one of the first ones to take Facebook information and bring it over and say that Chris went after media with a pew-pew. Didn't happen. This is the problem. These families are they come to social media for awareness of a missing child. And quote unquote, true crime creators think it's their business that they're going to solve these damn cases. And they twist and turn narratives on the family. At the end of the day, this family asked for awareness for Sebastian, and it's been everything but awareness for Sebastian. That's all I have to say, but I just couldn't overlook that because the timeline is there, the words are there, it's all there. And it's something that is not going to be overlooked because it does it every case. You can insert the same playbook that they do this to family after family after family. It's not okay, it's not acceptable. And you were a huge part of the misinformation that continues to get thrown with dangling shit over people's heads. Thank you, Queen, for letting me up.
Yeah, I just want to say it's all there. It's going to stay there. So miserable people like you have something to talk about. You're welcome.
Good.
Bye-bye.
See, I thought you
Thank
guys
you for
got
the
along because
example.
you guys did that interview with Katie's friend. What? I didn't know there was any riff. I didn't know that you guys didn't. I thought you and Duchess and Clue did the interview with Katie's friend, right?
Oh, well, then she believed all the hype and bullshit that I was a racist and didn't bother come asking me like a real woman should.
I don't
just
associate
ran
with
with
people.
it.
I didn't need to. I saw what I saw, and that was it. And as far as the Katie's friend interview, let's be clear on that. That was supposed to be a pre-recorded video. I was asked to be a part
No,
of
it
it.
wasn't. No, it
Yes,
wasn't.
it
Don't
was. I
come up
have the
here
text
telling lies.
messages. I
Do
have the
not come
text
up here
messages.
telling lies. You are
You
such
were
a
going to
lying
do a
bitch.
pre-recorded
You
video.
are a lying bitch right
Look
now.
at the fucking text messages, Clue. You were going to
You
do
are
a
a
pre-recorded
lying
video.
bitch.
Duchess thought it was going to be on her channel. You didn't know where it was going to be. Then I get sent to StreamYard.
Shit with Katie's friend was supposed to be pre-recorded.
It was. Look at the text messages. We can
That's
do a
why her name
pre-recorded
is that,
video.
full of nonsense, full of bullshit. That's the problem.
Why? Really?
We called that fucking
You
girl.
have the same text
And
messages I do
so
from you.
Tell you this. Let me ask you this. If it was supposed to be pre-recorded, why was you sitting there telling Gabby, just be careful what you say?
Well, yeah, because she's going to be attacked.
You're fucking lying.
10 minutes, we were behind the screen. There was other people up there besides me. It was, okay, we're going to go live. 100%. There's text messages to prove it that you guys were going back and forth. Didn't know whose panel it was going to be on. It was supposed to be a pre-recorded video, so things could be edited out if it got going south. Then it was like, nope, let's just go live and do this. The text messages exist. I don't know what's so fucking funny
I gotta
to you.
step in on this because I was there too. Did you say, no, I'm not taking part in a live about this?
No, I'm not saying that. That's not what I fucking said, Cletus. I said it was supposed to be a pre-recorded video. That was a shit show in itself.
Get the fuck out of here.
I didn't say it wasn't going to be a part of it. I said that was the first part. It was supposed to be on Duchess's. Then it was going to be on Clue's. Then it was going to be a pre-recorded video. So if it went south, it could be edited out. And then it was, let's just go live. Everybody's here. She was fine with it. It was like, okay. And I sure as hell did say, just be careful what you say because it's going to be torn apart.
What's the problem? This bitch don't do nothing but make problems. You can tell she don't get good dick. She's always miserable. Like, my God. Never in my life. Never in my life.
if my misery is not getting good dick, my misery isn't involving myself in missing children's cases and acting like I'm going to solve a case and targeting parents on both sides, from one side to the other.
Let me get
First
a
you were pro
whiteboard.
Seth,
Let
and
me
then you
get
were
a
this.
whiteboard and do all the inconsistencies.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, because it's important, because laws need to change because of people like this. Laws need to change to protect victims and their families so things don't continue to happen like this to them. Because no matter, at the end of the day, all of us can shut this shit off. This family's life is forever changed.
Yeah, and let's
Because
not
it's
curse
salacious
it.
rumors.
Yeah, Claire, just don't curse nonsense.
Oh, I don't
Let's keep
care.
it clear.
I could care
You
less
know what
if
I
she
mean?
goes real life. That's all she's got.
Nah,
I could care
forget
less
that.
if she
Like,
brings up
you come
me
up here
getting
talking about
dick or
this is
anything.
the,
It's her
no,
immature
hold on,
side. I
because
could give
see,
two shits.
this is where you got to call somebody out when they need to be called out. You come
Call
up
it
here and say this isn't an attack on Clue, but you're the reason
You're not
that
the
all
only
this
one.
drama is here. Blah blah blah. No, bitch, you didn't say all of us. You said you are
Okay,
the
well,
reason.
here, you want me to name the other names? Smiley Stories World. She
That's facts, and
was
you can't.
involved.
It's
Pascal,
recorded right
JLR.
now. You're gonna sit here and say
You're the
we
one on
all
the
are.
panel.
That ain't what you just said, bro. You
You
just
aren't
said
the only
you
one that's
are the
involved,
reason.
bro.
So go
Here's
fuck
the other names.
yourself.
Smiley Story was involved by this time. Pascal was involved. JLR was covering it. You were covering it.
Oh, but you
Trevor
okay?
Lee.
Okay, I hear you. But you got the nerve to come up here and be like, you are the reason for all the
You're
madness
the
in
only
this
one
case.
on the panel. If Smiley was here, I would have included her name too. You're
Oh,
the one
okay.
on this
You
panel.
just
You're
you
the
didn't
one
mention them
acting
because
like
they
you
aren't
haven't
here.
played games the
Get
entire time,
man,
Clue.
grow up, bro.
Grow up. Grow up, because it's fucking fun in games to dangle information for fodder on the internet over families going through their worst times. Grow up. Really. Anyways, this is what truly happens to these families. And it's not the first time it's happened to a family, and I'm sure it won't be the last. But this is not true crime to rip people's families apart and exploit them for the fucking worst potential. Inside rumors, inside sources. Well, a friend of a friend of a friend said this. A 16-year-old's dignity has completely been stripped through the last 9 months. And nobody seems to care about that.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, like, I agree with you. Like, a lot of content creators have done that, but also, unfortunately,
Crazy bitches.
Let's not say that. But unfortunately, also, I would say Seth kind of contributed to it. You have outside weirdo
100%.
celebrities. I mean, like, this has been a story where you
Terry
can't really
Lynn.
place. Yeah, Terry Lynn. You can't really place blame on like only Clue.
No, I'm
It's a
not.
lot of
Tim,
people.
not at all. Not at all. Not one bit. She's the only one on this panel, so that's why I addressed that. But
But that's not
factually
what you
speaking.
said. Again, I'm gonna point out that's that
Oh my
you
God.
are
Okay,
the
Clue.
reason.
I'm sorry. I'm
You
sorry.
are
I
the
only
reason.
pointed
No,
out you because you're the only one on
no,
this
I'm
panel.
good.
I'm
I know how you
sorry.
feel. I know how you
I'm
feel.
sorry
Because
that I
guess
hurt
what?
your feelings.
No, you didn't. You don't hurt my
Terry
feelings.
Lynn was
Bitch.
involved
You
from
gotta
jump.
be
Terry Lynn
somebody.
started covering it the very first day.
You have to
The
be
27th
someone
of February.
to
Then
hurt
the
feelings.
rumor mill started going. It was all there. Every bit of it started going after this family, picking Katie apart. Oh, well, she's not acting like this. And if I had a child missing, all of them. Then it was, well, Chris has got an active protection order on him, which never existed. Then it was, he threatened media with a pew-pew. Never happened. Then it was the rumor mill from the locals. Never happened. And it just blossomed from there. Terry Lynn, Smiley, Trevor Lee, Clue, Pascal, JLR, they were all some of the first creators involved in this. And you can go back and watch it yourself. You can see it all play out, unfold, and it's just continued to gain steam from there.
Can I say something real quick? I don't know you nonsense. So no disrespect. Um, One thing that I have noticed is yes, Clue has been here from the beginning. I also know as a fact over these last 10 months of this case, a lot of views have evolved, and I feel like Clue really just wants to help. I saw that she was in when they showed the court for Bullhorn Betty. Clue was there, sitting next to the parents. You know, she
I
was
can
out
give you
there
that.
boots on the
I
um
can give you that, Jax.
she was out there boots on the ground. You know, and she's personally spoke to Seth as well. And Seth has put out misinformation about Clue that she has verified was misinformation. saying that he didn't know she was a YouTuber. Well, she said at our first at our first meeting, she said I was knee deep in the mud, and he comes up, and I told him who I was, and I told him I was a YouTuber, so that's not true. So there has been misinformation
Oh,
about
absolutely.
who as well. I feel like there's been misinformation a little bit of everywhere, but
Right.
arguing about the misinformation right now is not going to help us
Because
talk
it
and
continues,
try.
Jax. That's what
What's that?
I think you're missing the point of why I said what I did, and not to cut you off, but it's because it continues, and it continues to be targeted attacks from one side to the other. All that last night provided, at the end of the day, you are valid in what you're saying about this could be her form of caring. Absolutely.
Yes.
She is entitled to switch her opinions also, and I gave her that too, along with other people that have involved themselves and got close with one side and then the other. But this is where it comes down to the harm that is being done, because all that happened out of last night was the creators aren't being picked apart besides a few of them, but the family. Once again, Chris
Right.
can't say anything right. He's a controlling abuse of this. The misinformation that has been inlaid from jump has built a narrative, an entire narrative. And no matter how we look at it, it will never be undone. That
Right.
misinformation directed this case in a different direction. And it is a problem.
And
So,
one
Yeah, but the
one
parents play a
person,
role in that.
yeah,
absolutely, 100%.
one person that's been putting out that narrative a lot is Seth. And I believe it was on Granny's panel where I believe it was Granny that said, it's like that team with Seth's team, they're all like just a bunch of misfits that found people. You know what I mean?
I
And you
said it a
have
little
to,
differently, but it was pretty similar.
Oh,
oh,
that
yeah,
team.
so, well, the way I see it too is that you have to think of probably Seth's life before he went missing. He it seemed like he was kind of a loner, and then now his son is missing, and I don't think he meant to find all these new friends, and now he's on YouTube. Now he's on lives. He's getting all this attention. I think he's eating it up, and I think he's kind of milking it. But I feel like
Absolutely.
he's also attacking Katie and Chris. So it's not even just us YouTubers. We're getting this from another parent. You know what I mean? So now
Well,
the parents are split, and so now the
yeah,
YouTubers kind of choose which way. And we have to try and stay moderate. We have to
yes.
kind of stay in the middle so we can look at both sides. But yeah, there is a lot of misinformation because we weren't there. So
Well,
we try to do our best to understand what both sides are saying, but both sides are against each other. You know what I mean?
they've absolutely, you are completely correct again on that. The fact that both families, and I think Granny chimed in and said that both families have played a big role in narratives and things being said. Uh, that's not to be discounted at all. But in the beginning, when Chris and Katie came out, they were the first ones to come out and ask for awareness. It was through Duchess's page. And then they did a media interview the day after, and so on. Seth didn't come out until after they came out and spoke. And that's overlooked by so many. Like, Seth has been doing this all along. But Chris and Katie are cut down of why did they wait so long? Like, every single thing, it doesn't matter. But this is what happens. There was already a Facebook group made by this time. By February 27th, there was a Facebook group made to go after and paint narratives about these people. It is a constant problem in these cases. It's just wash, rinse, repeat. They target, they pick things apart. There's inside sources, there's rumors, there's their house is being gone through and blasted. Zillow images of their homes, their floor plans of their homes. Like, it gets so real life. And then the families, of course, like, divide and conquer. Seth has his team, Chris and Katie have theirs. And unfortunately, it just continues to go. It's a mess. It's a shit show, but it happens in case after case after case. And at the end of the day, we can all shut this off. These families cannot. Their lives are forever changed. Some of the allegations that have been levied against some of these people are life changing. I got to run. But thank you for letting me up, Queen. Sorry to take it south, but
No
it's
problem.
annoying. Thank you, Jax, for your opinions too.
Oh, you're welcome.
I think for a lot of people, what it comes down to, though, is like this is that sector, right? And I know there's a lot of fault to it, but at the same time, can we really gatekeep how others run a discussion? And
No, we
ultimately,
can't. But I
no.
mean, I feel like we're all part of the problem, me included.
Oh,
Everybody,
absolutely.
all of us. We all talk about it. We are all part of the problem.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it, because that's what we do, right? As like a true crime sector, we have case discussions, we critique things, we deep dive things. Should we be doing it? And at what extent, right? Like, is there a line that gets crossed? And the answer is absolutely yes. But to pretend we're not all walking on that very thin line, just presenting it in different aspects, is delusional. It's a lie. It's a lie we tell ourselves to feel superior when we're all doing the same thing, no matter which angle you put it from. We're all doing it.
Yeah, so what I think too is when it comes to us dissecting these things, you have to kind of hypothetically just think of like a table, and we're all standing around this table, and all this shit that's Chris said or Katie said or the interviews and different things that we've seen over these 10 months, everything's on this table in front of us. And we're just kind of like picking through it and trying to see, you know, can we put this together? It's like a puzzle, right? So we have all these pieces and we're finding the corner pieces, we're finding, and it's a difficult puzzle. And we're hoping to put this puzzle together because it's going to show us where Sebastian is and how to bring him home. So that's basically, yeah, and in order to put this puzzle together, we have to, pick through the bullshit. You know what I mean? And there'll be times where like nonsense will come in and tell Clue this piece goes here, and Clue is like, no, that piece doesn't go there, this goes there. And then they start arguing about this piece. That's essentially basically what's going on here. And then it is a big shit show, but that's because something has happened to this boy and everybody cares about it. It's just some people choose sides and some people try to stay neutral.
You want me to?
What's up?
Thank you for explaining that, Jax.
I just want to say real quick, I like Jax, by the way.
Yeah,
What's
you
up,
too.
Truth? What's up, Truth?
What's going on, everybody? How are y'all?
What's happening, man? We sound pretty shit. That's another reason I didn't talk too much. I sound pretty shitty right now. So
I go in and get some medicine in the middle of the night, but hopefully it works. So I hear there's quite a few upset people with me this morning.
yeah, there's a few people that are pretty upset.
Okay, can I just say something real quick that I think's interesting?
Sure.
I didn't invite Chris on my panel. I didn't know Chris was in my chat room, right? There was no plan about how last night went. But let me say this. It's really interesting to me that we constantly look at Seth's side and talk about, oh, they're pushing out all of this information, pushing out all of this bullshit information. And the reality is both sides have been doing it. And anybody who's going to say otherwise is lying. Now, it doesn't mean that they're pushing narratives that are, oh, this person did it or that person. It's the narrative that, you're doing nothing wrong. You're not talking behind the scenes, and it's bullshit because I know there's certain ones that talk to multiple people on this panel right now behind the scenes and give them information that then they go on their program with and talk about. But I'm just not sure if those individuals are going to stand up and be honest with themselves and the people that watch them. At the end of the day, my objective is
why I
for
popped up
Sebastian to
yesterday,
come home.
because I was kind of picking up a little bit of what she was laying down, but not all of it. Because like I said, I've had conversations with Chris, but not very many. I don't talk to him every day. I don't talk to him very often at all. Matter of fact, so
information I've received from Chris has not come onto the internet, unless it was a clarification, like, this rumor saying this, but this is the fact of it. But for the most part, no.
Okay, hold on. Did I lie about what I said about the internet and the coming into the neighborhood?
No, you didn't lie, but you were, and I was really perturbed last night. Not that I'm not going to watch you ever again. Not that I'm pissed off at you, but I was a little perturbed. I was quite perturbed last night, pissed off, because what you did was you put out this whole Wi-Fi thing, and then you stopped, and you didn't clarify that it could have been on the 26th. You just put it out there that it could have been the
Absolutely,
24th. It could have been the 25th.
No,
Listen.
I absolutely did. Go back and listen because
Yes,
it
you didn't.
was.
You go back and
I
listen, because at
I
first
did.
all you
I
said,
literally
listen,
said. Go ahead.
what you said was you put it out about the Wi-Fi and the truck thing. You did not specify right away, immediately. You just left it out there, and then all of a sudden, Body Movement, everybody else was talking about it, and then you're like, "Yeah, it could have been the 26th at 1 p.m. or whatever when he came back to town." You put it out there, and then you left it, and then you didn't correct it until a little bit later. That's the kind of thing that I was pissed off about. I thought it was very irresponsible.
Okay.
Am I mad at you?
Hold on.
No.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
this is a conversation that you had with Chris behind the scenes. That kind of stuff shouldn't be put out here. What if that was something that could be used in court later? What if that's something in the investigation that should not be put out here? We need to be responsible with what we're putting out here. That's
Then
what
let's
I
talk
was mad
about it.
about. Go on, go
Let's
ahead.
talk about it then. Who's the one who brought me that information?
Apparently Chris told you that. But that was a phone conversation that you had with him behind the scenes. That's not something that was out on YouTube.
I will say though that sometimes, like with me, Chris never clarified the time. He never said like on the 26th or this or that. The way he just presented it to me was in and I told you all, I was honest with you. It made the hair stand up. It made me very uncomfortable. And sometimes when speaking with Chris,
So Chris didn't give you a time. Did he
No.
give you a time, Truth?
No, that's what I said last night.
Okay, then that makes it even more irresponsible.
Yeah,
Because if it
yeah.
wasn't put out that it was the 26th, that could have been very specific information that could be used in the investigation to find Sebastian. And
So
that
did
is
every
definitely
conversation.
stuff. If you didn't know that was the 26th, that was the date, that could have been used in the investigation, and putting that out here could have hurt the investigation immensely. And the court case.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
How did I bring him to speak on it?
Wait. Can I say something? Because I've been listening. Why did you not ask him a follow-up question, Truth? That was this what date? Like, was it the 25th, the 26th? You're on a phone conversation. Why did you not say the following?
Because he volunteered that.
You couldn't.
He volunteered the time of 1 p.m.
Well, 1
On
p.m.
live. He didn't say that beforehand.
No, I'm saying the date, not the time. You're saying that he never told you the date?
No, he said the 25th, 26th is when they did the test. Like what was in the neighborhood. That's what was said.
Okay, I'm going to separate it. The private conversation you had, did you know about the date and time?
No.
Okay.
I knew that it was the day of it was the day before or the day of Sebastian's disappearance. We didn't know what and furthermore, let me just put it this way. I find it very interesting that I start calling out some bullshit, and all of y'all know what I'm talking about. This is what's insane to me. Because this isn't a secret to creators. Y'all know more than I know. Some of y'all, some people are talking to Chris once, twice a week. If he's not pushing a narrative, what are y'all talking about?
But who other than Clue?
Not me.
I don't
talk to
know
Jax.
So who though?
Jax is not. Jax is up here. He's not talking to anyone. Jax
No, I'm just listening to all sides and just trying to evolve my own opinion. I'm kind of just staying neutral, but I'm listening.
Me and Jax, we didn't talk to anyone. So I mean, I'm both with Jax here. I didn't talk to anyone behind the scenes. So
I didn't either.
So Cheesy didn't. So you're implying either Clue or Queen is talking, and Granny's talking to him twice a week. This is the problem. Like, you need to talk specifics. When you put stuff out like that,
I'm sure not talking to him now 2 times a week. Like I said, I barely talked to him before, so I know the fucker ain't me.
I don't speak to him often.
Yeah. So it's not me.
Which we already knew Clue did. We knew Clue talked to him all the time. They lived there. That's no secret.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I talked to him about becoming a crane operator. If that needs to go on the internet, I can put that out.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like, we already knew you talked to him. I mean, you're there, you go to court with him. You're like, we know this. Like, that's.
I think
All right, people can be mad at me, but here's the thing: the truth about everything will come out in the end, right?
Yep.
People keep saying you keep talking about information you know. Yes, the same information that most of the creators on here know about things that shouldn't be put on here about a young man. I'm not going to do it, and if that makes me look like I'm some asshole because I won't do it, so be it.
Well, no one's
I'm
Well,
not
asking
going
you
to
to.
do that.
it's the same situation as when I met Seth and he told me what he did. I didn't come and run to the internet with that. There's nothing wrong with that, Truth. I don't see where I don't see how anyone could be upset with you over that. Could you imagine if I would have met Seth and now I know it's my fault that this case is just as crazy as it is. I just heard that, okay? But could you imagine if I would have met with Seth in that construction yard and he told me what he did? Did you see the chaos that ensued after he finally had to come out and say it because none of us creators was going to put that on the internet? Like, no. I mean, there are some things that nobody could be upset with you over for not saying. I don't think that you should feel like people are going to be upset with you. That's crazy.
If I may, I think what it is, because I kind of relate to Truth on this, is that we didn't go seeking this information. We didn't ask for it. And it's quite a burden.
I understand that. And I'm not saying that you guys sought out the information, but if these families are telling you stuff behind the scenes, like I said, you guys are kind of missing the point. The point of the matter is he didn't clarify, and Truth is saying that, and I'm not fighting with you, Truth. I don't want you to think I'm fighting with you. This is just a conversation we're having. Anyways, I thought it was irresponsible because you didn't put the date out there, and now you're saying that Chris didn't tell you the date. So you were putting that information out there that it could have been the 24th, the 25th, not knowing that it was the 26th. That's irresponsible to me, because like I said, that is something that could be used in the investigation. That's something law enforcement probably would not want to be out here if it was the 24th or the 25th. Now I'm talking.
Yeah, I would have been the follow-up question. I would have asked him the 26th, because then I would have been like, is your alibi the same? Because you told the cops you were at work, and now you're telling me that your Wi-Fi is attached to the 24th and 25th. So which is the truth? And then I would have probably
First of all, y'all got the dates wrong. I never said the 24th, 25th. I said 25th, 26th.
No, but
I never said the 24th.
You're saying the private conversation. Private conversation. He never followed up with the dates. He told you the date.
But even if you said the 25th, 26th, you still said the 25th out there, which would have been a total alibi killer for Chris, and that would have screwed up the investigation. You see what I'm saying? It was irresponsible. I stand on that. It was very irresponsible for you to put that out there that way. I'm sorry.
With all due respect, it'd be real funny if I just put a whole bunch of receipts out and blew everything up, but then I would be the asshole, right?
What?
Well, if you feel like you need to put them out, put them out.
If it would screw up the investigation, no, please don't put anything out there.
How am I, out of everybody on this internet covering this case, is screwing up an investigation? Because I talk about the fact that, there wasn't even the fact that his Wi-Fi was in there. Y'all missed the point. It was because he said, those stupid motherfuckers don't even realize it was my truck. That's what got my attention. When you're saying that law enforcement is stupid and didn't realize it was your truck's Wi-Fi and then laughed about it.
Truth,
Randy, is that not what the hell happened?
Truth, I'm just going to say.
Mine was a little bit different, but it's similar.
It's always on us. I'm the reason for all the madness, and you're the reason for.
No,
I'm not saying that.
No, I'm a friendly. I'm a friendly of your guys' channel.
It's a joke. I'm kidding.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying that most likely, if you're in a situation like he's in that situation, Seth said the same thing. He doesn't like he's condescending of law enforcement. It's people when they're frustrated about the case not moving forward. It could have been Chris being frustrated that these people are not. he was feeling that they weren't doing the proper investigation. Like, oh, these motherfuckers, they don't know what they're doing. They didn't even know it was my truck. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be a nefarious statement that he said that. I mean, you know what I mean? It could be frustration. He was saying that. You know,
I agree. I'm with you on that. Like, I mean, it could have been a situation where he's like, really, you guys aren't competent to even realize that is my truck.
Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't mean, and that doesn't. Yeah, you go, please. Sorry.
No, again, that's something that shouldn't have been put out here. If he's saying these stupid MRFers, the cops are stupid, they don't even know that was my truck. That's still not something that should have been put out here. That's something that should have been turned into law enforcement. Because obviously law enforcement didn't pick up that was his truck. And if he was in the area, if they did see his Wi-Fi in the area on the 24th or the 25th, that is important to the investigation. Huh?
Everybody keeps saying the 24th. It was the 25th and the 26th that was stated.
What I'm saying is,
Delicate Titanium, you're up here with us. Give me 1 second. I have the clip pulled. We can listen to the clip so you guys so we don't have to argue about the date.
No, what I'm saying is, though, he's saying, can you listen to me for a second? He's saying that he didn't put out the date, but he had no clue that it was the 26th, okay, that the Wi-Fi was picked up. If it was actually on the 24th or the 25th, that screws Chris's alibi. And that is an important thing in the investigation. That's what I'm trying to say. And it's irresponsible to put it out here if that was his alibi and that screws his alibi. You know what I'm trying to say here?
I do.
You guys are missing the point.
You're also under the assumption that this information was not turned into TBI or FBI or LE, right?
And we don't know that because Chris told him, oh, these stupid MRFers don't know that it was my Wi-Fi. So if the cops did see that Wi-Fi on the 24th or 25th, that is an important part of the case and in the investigation is what I'm trying to say.
25th and 26th.
But what I'm saying is that's what Chris is saying. But if the Wi-Fi is picked up on the 24th or 25th,
25th and 26th.
Listen to me. If not what Chris said, if the cops saw the Wi-Fi was picked up for that truck on like the 24th or the 25th, that would screw up Chris's alibi, is what I'm saying. Not what Chris is saying. What if they have information? What if the cops have these dates of the 24th and the 25th that this truck was in town? Is what I'm trying to say. This is not something that should be put out on the internet. This is something that should have been told to the police. Because what if that Wi-Fi was on there on the 24th or 25th? That's what I'm trying to say.
Then the law enforcement knows.
They already know.
Right, but they don't know it was his truck is what I'm saying. Chris is saying they don't know it was his truck.
No. So the conversation's being a little misconstrued because the way correct me, I mean, Truth, I guess you would have to speak to this, but the way it was said to me is they were saying there's 2 open networks and he said the one's not open. Try to get, it's open. That's what he said to me verbatim. Oh, it's open. Try to get into it. And the cop said, oh, okay. And they tried to get into it and realized they needed a passcode. And he said, it's not an open network. And he was frustrated that they're stating it's an open network when it wasn't because it needed a code because it was to his truck.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, this is Delicate Titanium.
Yeah, hiya. Just really quickly, Hi, I'm good, thanks. I just wanted to really quickly jump up and just say I think everyone's kind of missing the point. I think the live last night went so arse over tit due to the fact that so much information that was clearly meant to be private was hinted at or insinuated and used as a form of threats towards Chris. I think that's what's got people mostly riled up. You know, one of the comments was, if people knew what you had told me about Sebastian, they'd understand why you were doing what you were doing. It's just stuff that we don't need to know. It's not relevant and it's kind of gross. Chris is actually a victim at the moment. We don't know any different and we should be treating him and his entire family as a victim and not using gaslighting or threats in order to get what we want on the internet. I don't think Chris deserved that. And I think people have a right to be pissed with Truth because it was disgusting. Simple as that.
I appreciate you coming up and expressing your opinion. A lot of people are really upset.
Yeah, they are.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
To me,
Why is it? Why is it that it's okay for every other channel to have an opinion about Seth, dog Seth, all this shit about Seth, but Chris and Katie are off limits? Here's the thing: I didn't threaten Chris. Chris came up there and
you
said,
did, but
basically,
okay.
hold on, can I please finish? Can I please finish? Chris came up there and first of all, I didn't know he was coming on my panel. No clue that he was coming up there. He hadn't been on a panel. I haven't even talked to him in weeks.
Yeah, he hasn't been
All right.
online at all.
Second of all, he said that I was lying about what I said. And he said, what else did I push behind the scenes? And I said, Chris, don't put me in that position. On a panel, you're calling me a liar and I can answer the question, but you don't want me to do that. He goes to say it again. I said, Chris, don't put me in this position, bro. Right? You're going to call me a liar. And you notice what he did. Respectfully, he didn't keep going at me. He didn't keep yelling at me because he knew what I was saying was right. Y'all need to think about that. Why did he continue to talk to me? I even asked him, Chris, everything I'm talking about on my panel right now, we've talked about, correct? He said, yes. I said, I told you the last time I talked to you and Katie that eventually I was going to speak my mind on this. And he said, yes. I said, well, that's what I'm doing. And then we had the rest of the live talking. Do you want to know why? Because Chris knew I wasn't full of shit. Chris knows what I know, and Chris didn't go head up with me anymore over it. You should think about why that is.
It sounded like a threat to me that you were to basically send out private conversations on the internet to basically push your point to me. That's what it sounds like.
He said I was a liar. He called me a liar. He said, well, what are you talking about? We haven't done that. I said, Chris, don't put me in that position to put that out there. He came onto my show and said what I was saying wasn't right and then backtracked. When I asked him, Chris, is anything I'm talking about up here something we haven't discussed? No, we've talked about all this. Okay. So
but you're in a chat of 2,500 people and you say like that, maybe he doesn't want to put the conversation he had with you on Front Street over 2,500 people watching. Maybe that he felt that was a threat, that you were going to put that
Tim,
out there.
he's the one who told in front of 2,500 people, he said I was lying when I wasn't. He told me I was lying when I wasn't.
About what? What was the point again that he said that you were lying?
Behind the scenes pushing of agendas. Let me give an example. When Katie showed Clue and Steve
Crabtree
the emails, is that not pushing an agenda?
What would you mean
Is that
by
not
pushing
behind
an
the
agenda?
scenes pushing an agenda?
But what was the agenda?
Really?
Yeah, that we're all three working together.
No, I mean, what was the agenda that she's pushing?
She's trying to make it look like that Seth is lying to everybody, that all this all 10 months later you're releasing this. I'm going to go
lying
further.
about
Let's
what?
take this. Hold on, let's take it a step. What?
Lying about what? She's trying to disprove him lying about what?
This is the thing. Y'all don't want somebody to tell the truth because when they do, then you say they put information out there, right? But if I answer your question, I'm putting more private information out there.
Okay, but you're saying that you kind of do. The problem is like when you say like half things like that, people assume the worst when you say pushing an agenda. You know what I mean? Like people.
That's what they're doing, Tim.
But like that's the
KDR. Chris and Katie are pushing
it. Say it, get out the way. Say it. I mean, say it. Just to fucking. I'm tired of pussyfooting around. Say this. Say what you gotta say.
No, because here's the thing. No one wants to hear the truth.
I mean, I'm tired of the bullshit.
Well, I am too. I'm tired of the fact that everybody wants to protect people who are just as likely to be guilty of something as anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I think
you know
all the parents are suspects because the investigation is open. I mean,
y'all. Here's the funny thing.
Sorry, can I just jump in? I've just got a couple of questions for Truth.
Well, I mean, like he's
If that's
kind of
Yeah,
all
so
right.
we
answering
gotta
my
clear. We gotta
question.
get the yeah. Go ahead. So we can clear the panel
Yeah,
off
it's
a
okay.
little bit. Go ahead, baby.
Truth, you keep saying people aren't
Yeah,
allowed to talk
he
to
was in the middle of
Chris.
he was in the middle of answering my question, but okay.
Oh,
'cause
I'm sorry. Go ahead then, BTM. Go ahead.
Oh,
I'm
sorry, he
sorry.
was laughing.
Cut
I
him
didn't
off.
think he was going to answer it. Sorry.
I mean, like that's the thing. I'm like, you're saying that's the problem. It's like when you say, for instance, let's say, like I said, me and Truth had me and Truth had conversation, and he's pushing an agenda and something like that. I'm stating this on a live stream. People are going to be like, what the fuck is he talking? They think like nefarious activity. It's not a good idea to do that, man. If you're not going to say anything, don't say anything. If you're going to say something, say it. The problem is the half measure stuff. People assume the worst of the worst stuff, man, and you can't do that.
Right.
And the
Listen,
fact,
BTM, I respect what you're saying, boss. Okay, I get it. But I also have sat back for 8 months behind the scenes, 7 months behind the scenes, hearing stories change, hearing bullshit pushed, hearing lies come out, hearing people come on panels and outright lie when behind the scenes they're saying something else. I will be the bad guy. I'm cool with that. I'm worried about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I don't give a fuck about Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, or Seth. I don't. I care about Sebastian. Stop playing games with the young man's life.
And I can agree with you on that
I
point.
didn't come into this. I didn't come into this to make friends with Chris Proudfoot. I told him that from the day we first started talking. I didn't talk to Chris and Katie to get information about what kind of awesome, amazing people they are. No, I talked to them to find out about Sebastian. I've spent 30 or 40 hours on the phone with them talking about Sebastian.
okay.
All right.
Do
I'm
you
not
think?
talking out of my ass.
Do you think you're a little? Do you think you're a little emotionally too? I mean, like, I think the issue is you're a
Probably
little
BTM.
emotional. Then that's the problem. It's like I
No,
think
it's
you're
not.
thinking. I think you think you're gonna break the case and you're an investigator, but you're just a person that's just a conversation. You're just supposed to spread awareness. You're not supposed to do investigations and stuff like that. That's the cop's job.
All right. Well, y'all. Listen, I'm okay with y'all having your opinion, right? It's perfectly fine with me. I don't mind.
Okay.
But a lot of y'all haven't had to sit and listen to the same shit that some of us have listened to. Some of y'all don't even know the type of people Chris and Katie are.
See,
No
that's what I
clue.
mean.
That's
That's
the
what I
point.
mean. That's what I
But
mean.
that's
When
the
you
thing.
say things like
That's the thing.
that, people take it negatively. You can't say stuff
Okay,
like
take it
that.
how you want to.
Oh my God.
Take it how you want to.
He's saying it
You don't
negatively.
want me
He's
to.
saying he doesn't trust them.
Damn.
Right. Personally, it doesn't bother me who trusts who and who does what. But I just want to know that you said last night that if people are allowed to attack Seth, then why aren't people allowed to go for Chris? And in my personal opinion, it's because Seth's words have come out here and he's took his dignity away from his son. But Chris hasn't done any of that. And whatever conversations you have behind the scenes, that's not what's coming out to the public. So whether it's true or not, I don't understand it. It's not doing anything for the case. It's not doing anything to find Sebastian. So I'm just wondering about that. That's all.
I just
If
think
you
people
think
are
it is the
mad because
same.
they like Chris and Katie. I think that's what it is. If I'd have gone after Seth like I did and had a conversation about Seth, everybody'd be cool with that. Everybody'd
Well,
be cool with that.
I addressed this earlier, and I'm going to be honest. This is why I feel you feel that way, because you kind of entered into this backing up Chris and Katie, and you did lead people to believe that you knew things that if only we knew, we would understand. Just trust your guidance, blah blah blah. And you were not white knighting, but you were pushing pretty hard on the pro Proudfoot, anti-Seth type of thing. So you built your audience that way. So now your audience is pushing back because your narrative changed. So it's not necessarily
But that's
that
the thing.
people have a problem.
My narrative hasn't, Granny, my narrative hasn't changed. The information to the narrative has changed. Okay.
Fair enough. Yes.
Let me put it this way. If you in the background observed, listened to, or heard things being said that would make you seriously fear what may or may not be happening in a home, what are you going to do?
Call the police.
Okay. Do you think I did that?
Yeah.
Okay. So did I bring that onto the YouTube?
I don't know.
I haven't.
You just did.
I haven't.
Yeah,
You just did.
I was thinking the same thing.
No, I didn't.
You just did.
You did.
That's exactly what you've just done. And I don't know why
Okay?
you've done it. Is it
Because
whatever
it's
gets said to
proof.
you in
It's
private should
proof.
stay in
What?
private?
I don't owe the parents anything. What do you mean private? There is no private in a missing child.
So when Sebastian
There's no
comes back home,
friendship.
right? When Sebastian
There's
comes
no.
back home and he's got to see that Seth's going after Katie constantly, and then he's got all these whack jobs on YouTube going after his mum, his dad, his stepdad. How is any of this helping? Just because somebody said something to you in private doesn't mean you can bring it to the platform because you think he's a dick. Unless you're going to bring all the information, don't bring any of it truth. It's not fair.
Yeah.
Well, then what's the difference in what every other channel is doing when they talk about Seth? Y'all
Seth's
are crazy.
so
It's
weird.
not about every other channel, though. It's about what you're doing at the moment, Chris.
I have to say this.
Hold
To
on,
be
one at a
fair-
time. Hold on, one at a
I'm gonna
time.
hop down to give you room. I'll be back.
Yeah, because we got
To
a
be
full panel.
fair-
Jax, do you have anything else you want to add? If not, I'm going to have you jump down.
Yeah, I was just listening. So the thing is that I have to give props to Truth. It's not easy talking to Chris Proudfoot. I
I'd kick him
remember.
now. Joking.
Hold on. When you say it's not easy talking to him, you've talked to him?
No, what I mean is that he comes off pretty. He comes off strong. You know, in a couple of in a couple
I've
places that
talked to
he's
him, and he
talked
doesn't
to.
seem like he's like that. I mean, I've had personal conversations with him, and he doesn't seem like that way to me. But I mean, I just thought when you said that, you made it sound like you're speaking from experience. So I wanted to ask. That's all.
No, just what I mean is that he made a comment, I want to say, to Terry Lynn one time, and he's like, "I'm an asshole. I'm a hell of an asshole." Like, but
A private
what
conversation.
I need, yeah. Well, so what I'm saying is, I feel like the reason Chris went up on live last night, he said his phone was blowing up. And what us YouTubers have to understand is we have these listeners, right? So if any type of little piece of information that's not complete, like with a date, people will call the tip lines. People will call Chris, you know. And yeah, we sit here and we talk about this, but we kind of have to, like I said, we have to be moderate because there are people that do blow up the tip lines, even if Chris sneezes. There will be a question that needs to be answered, and Chris will sneeze, and they'll call the cops, and they'll say, "Well, he sneezed instead of answering the question, so he's a liar," you know. And we don't understand what Chris is going through. Like, even when he was on the stand, they asked how many people write you a day. He said thousands, you know, and it's because our listeners are listening to us and they're listening to him. You know what I mean? But
I get it.
the guy can't even, just like, who said it? Katie could rub her leg and somebody will call the cops and say she's guilty because she rubbed her leg. And that's exactly what happened, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the question I would have for Elevated Truth is like the conversations you had with
Well, hold
Chris.
on one second, B Tim. Okay, Jax, I'm gonna have you pop down real quick because we got a full panel.
You're good.
Jen, go ahead.
You're
You've
good.
been
I
here
got-
for a while and haven't been able to ask your question.
I really do have this one
You're
question.
good. I gotta run, so
yeah, but I'm
I'll
saying
hop
Jen's
down.
been up here for a while and she's been waiting for a while, so I think it's really
It's an
rude
important.
to not
It's
let
an.
her
It's
finish,
an.
or ask her
It's an.
question.
I just want. It's a very simple and short question, and I'll shut up.
Right, but I still think it's really rude that she's been up here waiting this whole time and not been able to ask her question.
You're good. I'm popping down.
Bye, Jax.
Thanks for having me up,
Have a
guys.
good day, honey.
Thanks. You too.
I'm gonna forget my question then. So,
Jen, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I have something I kind of wrote up, so I'd just like to go through it without getting interrupted. As a
Okay, then we'll let
perspective.
okay. Before we do that, let's let B Tim ask his question then, so
Okay,
we get that out the way.
Okay.
All
True.
right.
Did you inform Chris that all your private conversations could go public on the internet?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
Okay. Then that
Yes.
just goes out. Okay.
And Chris
Okay,
said
Jen.
last night the same thing.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Go ahead, Truth. I'm sorry.
And I'm going to start this off. Truth, I don't mean to speak to you in third person, but when I wrote this, you weren't up there yet. And I just wrote something just because I don't want to forget what I wanted to say. And all I would ask, because I am a sub, I am not a creator, please let me get through this like 1 minute little thing. And then if anyone want to bash me afterwards, you're welcome to. I feel last night Truth was an irresponsible creator, no better than the Green Team or Tragedy Pimps. He possibly put a lot of people in harm's way through misinformation, quite possibly even Sebastian. I know at least I have offered him extreme grace in the past due to his harsh delivery to others, often seen as disrespect and disregard. Last night was different. It did not feel like he was just being overly passionate or, hey, that's just truth. I felt your intent was harsh, aggressive, and baited and provoked Chris to speak up. No matter who thinks CP and KP should speak up, it's no one's choice but theirs. It felt like a backhanded try to force information and a narrative. I could give two shits who speaks to CP and KP or Seth Rogers for that matter. I believe you incited the audience and especially the haters with half-truths and misrepresentation of information they are now running rampant with, as well as holding creators, some here on panel, as being unscrupulous. Truth led the audience to believe he knew juicy details, then to aggressively tell Chris not to make him go there was abhorrent to speak that way to a parent. If Truth felt he needed to clear his chest, he could have had enough empathy to not bring this up until after Christmas. I also felt this was disrespectful to Clue and Cletus, as well as others who have had his back in the past when he has been in the spotlight for his harsh delivery. But I trust they will discuss amongst themselves as to how they will proceed with their relationship. He handed those who have brought Queen's Granny's children and their own child, baby Clue, into this, and it has been proven they wanted to plant evidence at their home. I personally have chosen to unsub. I don't believe that we can get back to good on this one, as much grace as I have given you in the past. And maybe this isn't the genre for you. I mean, you're excellent at other things. If you're unable to contain your composure and outburst, it just might not be for you. That's it. I apologize for it being so long.
I appreciate your point of view.
I appreciate you letting me up, Queen, to speak my piece.
Thank you for coming up. Deli Kit Titanium, did you have anything left to add, baby?
Yeah, just simply that, Truth is using, Seth as a sort of almost get out of jail free, everyone else is accusing Seth of this, that, and the other. But everything that people have spoken about regarding Seth is stuff that he himself has said publicly on the internet. What Truth insinuated and implied about what Chris and Katie had said was clearly done in a private conversation. It hasn't been put out on the internet. So it doesn't even make sense. It's not the same thing at all. And, it is harmful and it could cause people. My concern is vigilantes. We all know that they're out there. They do things. I mean, look at certain people I won't name who think it's their job to run around hurting other people all the time. Other people may do it and it may get somebody seriously hurt. It is irresponsible and it's dangerous. But that's it. Thank you for having me up. Speak to you later. Bye.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming up. I was just trying to clear the panel because we had several people up here. So, and I wanted to be able to give Truth the time to respond to everything. Is this Tammy? Are you up here with us? Can you hear us, Tammy? You're gonna have to unmute. You're up here with us. Did you not want to be, or going once, going twice, taking you down? All right. There's a message in the back chat. Not sure who it's to or what. I think maybe it's just a message. I'm not sure. Oh, you're okay. You're unmuted now. You up here with us, Tammy?
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm not sure if you're hearing me or not. I'm on my phone.
So you must not have us on speakerphone, but yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I do want to be.
Oh, you got us on feedback. Okay, you need to turn off your laptop, computer, or YouTube. Whatever you have open needs to be shut off.
She's way behind.
You're unmuted now. You're up here with us. Tammy?
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Whoops, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm not sure if you're hearing me or not. I'm on my phone.
So you must not have us on speakerphone, but yeah, we can hear you.
Queen,
Yes, I do want to be.
Oh, you got us on feedback. Okay, turn off the laptop, computer, whatever you have open needs to be shut off.
I think it's interesting, Emerald, that you said, well, if no one owes the parents of victims loyalty, then don't cry when other creators release your personal info you trusted them with. They don't owe any loyalty. Okay, that sounds completely just cool.
Tammy, you want to try this one more time? Did you pause your YouTube? Okay, we don't have any feedback this time. How are you?
Hello, this is Tammy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm on my phone, so I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Is there something else I need to do to be able to come up because I'm not hearing you?
Here, I'm gonna go ahead and just kick you down for right now because obviously you're a couple minutes behind us. So when you do catch up to this, you're gonna have to pause YouTube and then click the StreamYard link. Once you click the StreamYard link, you will come up on panel. Once you're up here, you should be able to hear us. Okay, now we have this clip. You want me to play this clip back? The clip that from last night, or we good? Do we need to play it or no?
It's up to you. That's up to you. If you like to play it, go
It's,
for it.
from last night. Everybody wants me to play it. They keep asking me to play the clip. That's the dog snoring. Sorry. All right, here's the clip. Here we go.
It's not possible.
Well, I don't think he went into terrain. I think we see a car light come on. I think he went into a vehicle. I think he met somebody.
I think he could have made it to Long Hollow and met somebody.
Right.
Where's the digital footprint then?
He doesn't have to have a digital footprint. It could have been it could have been anybody on the road.
How do you think people kidnapped before electronics were around?
Before electronics were around, they didn't have car teams that could come in and figure out what phones were used, what Wi-Fi's were in the area.
Right.
Now, mind you, it was said that there were only what? 2 exterior internet. And isn't it funny how one person said one of them was his?
Yeah, that'd be a little weird, for sure.
Oh, it got quiet real quick on that one.
I answered.
I don't think I understand what you're. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're saying. That's why I'm quiet. I'm sorry. I don't get it.
He's saying on his supposedly on the night that Sebastian disappeared, they go through and they check like, there was only 2 Wi-Fi's that came in that area and left that area. Like 2 open networks, 2 traveling Wi-Fi's came in and left.
Okay.
And apparently Chris claims one was his truck.
That night? That night?
They did the search for that night. So.
Why would Chris's truck be there?
I mean,
this is the first I'm hearing of this, so that's why I'm like, what?
Me too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't really comment on it because I don't know anything about it.
Well,
it could have been the 25th through the 26th. I don't know. I mean,
25th through 26th still means that allegedly he wasn't in town.
I mean, the
26th
he would have been.
Right.
Oh, right. The 26th he would have been. But if I'm not mistaken, I think the comment went something like, "Those dumb assholes didn't even know that it was my truck."
Lazy. Well, if you can't ask me what time, because I don't know.
That's really weird because so you're saying it's like a hot spot that came in and out. Yes. And that's really weird because you have to turn those on. They're not just on. You have to turn them on. They're not just on willy-nilly.
I'm just telling you what was said. Right?
Yeah,
I can't stand by it.
It's really hard for me. It's really hard for me. I'm in tech. That's my job.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really hard for me to believe that. And not that you're not telling the truth. I just don't know the source of that. It's hard for me to. Okay, so it's hard for me to believe that. Then it's hard for me to believe Chris. Yeah, not you, truth.
Right.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but it would make you ask the question, why would Chris say that?
Yeah, it would. It absolutely would. Yes, you're right. Absolutely.
It was said privately, y'all. And it was said to more than one person on this panel. So I'll leave it at that. It was 2 different times. It wasn't said at the same time.
I mean, is Queen still here?
I don't know.
She might be feeding the dogs or something.
And yeah, I was there. I just couldn't really add to that. I didn't really have anything to add to the conversation with that. I didn't know nothing about the motherfucking truck being there or whatever the fuck. I had no idea about any of that.
Girl, I'm telling you, me and Body and you were lost.
Yeah, I had never heard about nothing about this
that.
truck being there on this day and what the Wi-Fi and none of this. I had never heard anything about it.
Exactly. That was my point. But what the answer wasn't that his Wi-Fi was on there. It was the arrogance in which he said, those fucking idiots or those dumb motherfuckers didn't even know it was my truck. While we're supposed to be trying to believe in law enforcement, you have a parent who was laughing at the fact that law enforcement didn't know it was his truck. That was the point behind the whole comment. I never said the 24th. And when it was pointed out to me that the 26th could be because he was in town, what did I say? Oh, yeah, you're right. It could have been because he was in town.
It sounded more like
not-
it sounded like more like you made it sound like he was gloating, and that it was like
He was. Beats him. He was, bro. He was.
That was not.
That's what got under my skin.
But you stated the 25th, and then later on you said the 26th. I mean, like, I
Because
think that
Chris
the
said-
problem.
Because Chris said that they did it for the 25th and the 26th. Those were the 2 days they tested the geofencing, is what he said.
Yeah, and you made it sound like a little like you gotta like admit that sounds like he was like the geofencing had it maybe on the 25th, and that he was kind of gloating about it. Like, these guys, they don't know, they don't got me yet, or something like that. They don't even know it's my Wi-Fi,
bro. That's honestly, I have a right to my opinion, right? The way I took that was a gloating, like I know more than law enforcement. That's exactly how I took it, and that rubbed me fucking wrong.
Why'd you not follow up questions to him? Like, hey, was this the 26th?
I have. I just told you there was more I could release and chose not to.
But you told me that you had a private conversation and that you never asked him to specify the date in which that occurred with the geofencing. You never followed up.
He said it was the 25th and 26th. Those are the dates.
And then
I don't know any other dates but that. Those were what Chris said, 25th and 26th.
And then he said, did he tell you that it was 1 o'clock that they basically found his Wi-Fi access there?
Not until he came on the panel.
Yeah. I
he
think
hasn't been on a panel in months and months and months. I haven't spoken to Chris in maybe a month and a half. How the hell was I supposed to know of all nights he was going to jump up on my panel? And here's a question for you. Why was it that he jumped up there about his truck, but he hadn't jumped up there about anything else that's being said? It's real weird to me.
Because you're insinuating that he might be responsible for Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. If he's there on the 25th and he lied to the cops and he's gloating like how you're stating, that's a pretty big freaking red flag, and that could be something that could spread through the wildfire on the internet. So he wanted to correct that.
I did not. It already is.
I did not bring it up first. Listen to the clip again. Truth literally says on that night, and then everybody's like, wait, what? I'm confused. So I broke it down in simpler terms. I didn't bring it up first. I didn't bring up anything about the Wi-Fi first.
Yeah, I think it was.
I mean, go listen again. We just listened to it. I don't know why you guys keep saying I said it first. I'm the one who even said it could have been the 26th.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's why he jumped up, because you didn't follow up a question when you had you had 40 hours plus private conversations, and you never went through his alibi and said, okay, he told this to the cops and he told me this, and suddenly I'm finding out that geofencing says he could be there 25th and 26th. Why'd you not follow up a question and say, hey, why were they checking the 25th? Did they get a ding on the 25th or the 26th?
The last time he was seen was the 25th, B. Tim. Of course, they're going to look on the 25th.
Yeah, and I'm saying, that's the thing that you should have probably followed up on. And then the problem is that when you go forward and say that type of information and that statement, it could be seen as him kind of gloating and stuff like that. That's the issue.
That's how I felt he was doing. I'm just being honest with you. That's how I took it.
Mm-hmm. Do you
once
still feel he was gloating?
Yes.
I don't agree with you, but I wasn't talking to him.
But I'm answering your question honestly, B. Tim. I don't have to have the same opinion as everybody else, and I haven't. My opinion has been vastly different than Clue's for some time.
And you're welcome to your opinion. You can discuss it, and we all have opinions on cases. If I can't, it is what it is, man. I'm not dogging you on your opinion. I just think like when you say things like that, it could be taken very, very wrongly without all the facts to it. And that if you're going to go forward with stating that as a fact on a live stream or private conversation, which you had permission to do, which I can't really hold that against you. You said yeah, then you should have probably followed up with a private question and say, hey man, there's one thing that's really egging me on. You said that was it when did they touch your Wi-Fi with your truck? Was it the 25th or the 26th? And if he said the 25th, then I would have probably been like red flag, and probably called up the
response I got was they did the test on the 25th and 26th.
Yeah.
That's the response I got.
Yeah.
So that's the 25th and 26th is when they tested for.
Do you think that you should have followed up with a question on like when they got dinged on it, or was he not going to answer that?
Tim, I'm sure I could have handled things in a better manner. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm sure I could have.
Yeah,
I'm not going to sit here and act like everything that I do is the best way to do it, right? But what I will say is I'm always going to stick to what's true to me, right? I've tried my best to hold my tongue while I see, the shit that's going on. And everybody can have a problem with me. That's cool. And I'm not here for everybody to think I'm the coolest person ever, right? I got into this case because of Sebastian. I got into YouTube because of Sebastian. Everybody has constantly said, oh, well, Clue, she's up the Proudfoot's ass. She's the Proudfoot's, this, that, and the other. But the reality is that's not true at all. Clue's just a good person who's being who she is, right? But all of a sudden, Clue is their best friend and Clue's all this. You know what I mean? Everybody else's perspective matters. Everybody's opinion matters. But when I say something, and I didn't hide from Chris, I gave him the link. I didn't know Chris was coming up. Matter of fact, we had a fake Chris come up before Chris came up.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I think we all have our opinions.
Actually. Yeah.
Yeah. And we all get like our opinions kind of. I mean, I remember the Ryan Upchurch stuff where we had 20, 30,000 more people just like shitting on us, maybe even like almost 100,000 people that thought we were wrong and said our opinions on the case was wrong. We had the same thing that happened with other cases. Yeah, that happens all the time. But you got to kind of like take it with strides, man. You if you really believe your opinion, you really believe your opinion, but you got to back it up with facts a little bit. That's my advice.
So you want me to release more private information? Like, is that how I present facts that I do exactly what y'all are upset that I did and have to release more information to prove what I was saying?
Well, you just said you had permission to say all private conversations from Chris.
No, I didn't say I had permission. You asked me, did I tell him? And I said, yes, I was transparent from the beginning that anything that we talked about could and would go to law enforcement, and anything that we talked about could and would go on I am a content creator in the beginning of the day. And I covered this case. This case has to do with Chris, Katie, Seth, etc. From the very first time I talked to Chris and Katie, I told them directly, you are 100% suspect to me the same way Seth is.
That's permission.
It was never a secret.
He gave you permission.
Okay, he didn't say, oh, cool, go do that. I was just making him aware of how it could be handled if it needed to be.
Did he know fully that you were going to go on your channel and release private conversations that he had?
I haven't released private conversations. I released information about a fucking truck that he was, in my opinion, bragging about.
Hi, Daisy, by the way.
Y'all are like beating a dead horse at this point, okay? Just stop. At the end of the day.
Yeah, we're not going to come up here and do that. You're not going to disrupt any conversation going on my panel. Sorry, honey. Have a good day.
Have a nice day, ma'am.
Anyways,
back to I like steak tartare, and that's very good. I'm joking. I don't eat meat, but that was a joke. But that was a meat being beat up by a horse. But anyway, guess no one got the joke.
I just don't think anybody's in a laughing mood.
Yeah, I don't think
anybody's
in a mood to laugh about it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I think what people have to understand is if Truth feels that they're guilty, he feels that they're guilty. And either at that point, you have to decide, do you support him in his feelings? Are you going to support his content or are you not? But we can't, you can't berate him into feeling differently. Like he's straight up telling you, I think they're suspicious.
He's welcome to that. I mean, I'm not
Right.
judging him by his opinion on the case. I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm going to shit on Elevated Truth because he thinks Katie's guilty based upon facts that he has. Okay. That's his opinion. That's his show. It's his thing, man. I'm not going to sit. The only thing is that I feel like I'm not sure if he has, it sounds like he has permission to release information, but then he says he kind of doesn't. You know what I mean? It's like a little weird. And he already released, you know what I mean? That's the thing I'm a little iffy about. If they said, yeah, you can go with it and release all our private conversations, then they gave you permission then.
That's not how that went. I was very transparent when I started talking to Chris and Katie that I was not here for them. I was here for Sebastian. I had conversations with Chris and Katie about things that should never go onto social media because it has to do with the young man. And I've respected that. As a matter of fact, when people have tried to put certain information out and I was on the panel, I stopped it immediately.
Okay.
Right? That's the problem. People want to know that private information to make everything make sense, and that's bullshit.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
at the same time, you do keep doing this thing, Truth, where you're like, and others know too, and they're not saying nothing. Well, neither are you, and you know why. You know what I mean? So I feel like you're
You know why too, Granny. Hold on,
I
Granny.
do.
Respectfully, you know why too. So
Right,
I
which
mean,
is why I interrupted you last night, right?
right. I know.
Right.
I know.
But I kind of feel like the weight on your shoulders, you're trying to toss on all of ours too. And I don't think it's fair to keep throwing us into the flames that you're feeling right now. And I've said this. I've said this several times. You have a lot of pressure. I get it. I feel it. I know it.
I understand what everybody is saying, and I respect everyone's opinion. Y'all don't have to respect mine, not the panel, just people in general. You don't have to, respect mine, right? I'm okay with that. But I have done my best through this whole case to not get personal. There have been a few times that I have because I'm human, right? It is what it is. Y'all can call me names in the chat. Some of y'all are talking about my wife, which is just disgusting. And I think that y'all are using really down.
Wait.
Who's talking about your wife? Where?
The comment earlier, Truth, I feel sorry for your wife. Like, this is bullshit.
Well, who the
But it's
fuck
all right. I
said
don't even
that?
want
In
to
my
turn it on
chat?
that.
Yeah.
Yes, but I don't even want to turn it on that. Y'all can go back and see it. I'll keep talking
Yeah,
about
I'll
what
go back
I'm
and look. That's
talking
fine. Yeah, nobody should be talking about your family or
about.
Yeah, leave this family alone. Yeah.
With your family.
Yeah, leave them
So,
alone.
at the end of the day, I am going to stand my ground because of the things I know that I choose not to put on this platform. Okay. If y'all want to hate me for that, that's fine. I don't care. All right. I am, excuse me. I am always going to stand on the side of the victim, and that is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Okay. I'm going to make mistakes on this platform like everybody else has. If I offended anybody, I apologize for offending you. However, I do not apologize for speaking the truth. If I went about it in a way that some people are unhappy with, once again, my apologies, you felt that way, but I'm still going to stand by the truth. That's just how I feel.
And to clarify, none of us know, or we're not pretending to not know information. That's not what it is. Like, nobody's playing stupid, oh, we don't know, as was insinuated. No, that's not the case. That's not what it is at all.
Petty AF, you're up here with us.
Sorry, just back again, just quickly. Is anything that you know personally going to impact Sebastian's case one way or another? And if it is, have you turned it over to the TBI? Don't release it, but
Petty AF,
otherwise,
I can tell you that I have been in constant communication with the TBI, the Sumner County Sheriff's Department, and another agency. Yes, ma'am.
I'm struggling to understand why how can I say this? Bringing it out last night how you did, and implying that you've got more information on him and you don't find him trustworthy at all. That's okay, that's your opinion. But if any of that is going to impact on Sebastian, then that's the most important thing, but it still doesn't need to be out in public. So I'm just wondering why.
Can I ask you something, Petty, respectfully?
Yeah.
Who is it that gets to decide what's appropriate and not appropriate?
The police.
No, I mean on YouTube. Who is it that gets to make the decision what's appropriate and inappropriate?
Well, you've got your creator, it's creator. But
Well,
then
I
at the
would-
same time, you've also got, it's your channel, so you should be not so much policing your chat, but setting boundaries.
I would probably go up to the person like Chris Proudfoot and say, is this off the record or on the record? Just like a news, like if I was like how they say, like, if it's off the record, you're not supposed to go forward with it. But if it's on the record, then you can go forward with it and basically put it on your channel. And I don't know if that was, it's kind of like iffy. I'm not sure if that's like that was actually told to them what was on the record and off the record. It seems like you kind of formed a very personal, like you had almost 40 hours conversations with them. It seems like you're very emotional to this case. And I think that's maybe clouding some things here and there. And I think that's, what I mean? I think your intentions are good. I just think you're making key mistakes that you should see in the future. Like whenever you do that stuff, you know what I mean? That's what I think.
I'm not disagreeing with you, B. Tim. Like I said, I'm willing to always learn, and I'm human, and I'm going to make mistakes. But what I will say is, I stand on the ground that I stood on. I believe that there is some. It is. And mind you, I said multiple times on my live last night, which isn't being talked about, that I don't believe Chris Proudfoot had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance.
Okay. So then, if I may, respectfully as well, why was it brought up? Because all it's done is caused this shroud again of why was it brought up the way it was? And because if it's not going to help find Sebastian, then why? I'm struggling to understand. You say that it's for you do this for Sebastian, not for Chris, Katie, or Seth, which is what a lot of us think. But if it's not in relation to finding Sebastian, what's the point in dangling it out there? If it's just your opinion, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but if it's your opinion, do you know what I'm trying to say?
I'm sorry, I don't. Because I think isn't everything everyone's opinion who has a channel?
I suppose so, yeah. But you've brought
I'm supposed to who am I supposed to clear my live with before I go live to see if it's acceptable to the community?
I think it's more to the point of, is it going to harm or help Sebastian's case? But that's just my opinion.
Once again, I pointed out the thing about the truck because of the arrogance and the answer. The arrogance and the answer was, these stupid motherfuckers don't even know it was my truck. Meaning that law enforcement, Secret Service, whoever it was that went over that shit, was not as smart as Chris. And that got under my fucking skin. Because this is coming from a case. This is coming from a case where there's no answers. It seems like the perfect situation. And then you make a comment like that, and it puts all kinds of red flags up.
But does that not just drop into it? That's a personal matter. It's a personal opinion that you think is shady or whatever.
Well,
Right,
okay.
that's why I said.
I have an example, right? When I said something about emails that were going on between, again, Sean, Chris, and Kate, right? The point of talking about those emails was to show that all three parents absolutely were able to co-parent before he went missing, right? What some people took from that differently. Hell, I think even you, Truth, you took it differently, saying, well, why now? Why is this coming out now, right? I think is what she's trying. I think we can't ever assume how people are going to take info that's put out. You know what I mean? Which sucks, because the person saying it can literally be like, I'm telling you this to show you that all three parents are able to communicate before he went missing. They were literally doing the sheer definition of co-parenting, but that's not how the majority of some of the internet took that. You know what I mean? They like ran with it, as in,
oh, they were tired of him. They wanted to put him in a home. They were blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so that was done with a purpose to show that Seth was not being truthful, or the narrative that Seth's spinning is not truthful.
Right.
Whereas
But
on the
so
flip side, sorry, go on.
I get Truth's, frustration, because if he does put something out, like he was saying about, I was doing it to highlight the arrogance of him, right? But then it's taken a different way. Because I won't lie. Like when you and Granny were talking about this last night, I literally was like, so are we saying he was there the 25th or what? Like I was confused.
I'm not gonna lie, I was
we got to
confused
the
as
answer.
fuck.
You know what I mean?
I said the same shit. I was confused. I thought
But
you meant he was there.
knowing
I
that it
thought
was
this was a
said
fucking
to
bomb being dropped in our lives.
highlight the arrogance of his response, and we did just listen to the clip, so I do believe that was the intent, right? Like I get what Truth is saying. Like I can't how anyone, when I say you, I mean anyone, takes information that is being put out, right? I can't take how you interpret it. I can tell you what my purpose for saying it is. If you want to go into the field of daisies with it and make it something that wasn't intended to come out for, that's on you. Am I making any sense? I feel like I'm making sense, but
You are to me. That's what I was
I don't
trying to
agree.
say. I'm going to
I
drop
don't agree.
down, but thank you, Queen. Thank you, Truth. Thank you, Clue, and B Team and Granny. See you later.
Thank you, Teddy.
Have a good one.
Bye, Teddy.
How are you, artist?
Hi. I don't agree. I feel like that was thrown out there as a breadcrumb. And yeah, we're not responsible for how people take things. Perspective is everything, perception. But no, that wasn't put out there like, oh, I'm showing his arrogance. No, that was not. You cannot tell me that was. You cannot even. No way.
At first, I do agree. I get why people were like, what? Because even Body was up there and saying, how I was feeling. Like, if that's true, that could be a game changer. Like, that could be a serious problem.
And that's how it was presented. That is how it was presented. It was presented like, oh, we should be suspect of Chris. That is exactly how it was presented. And there was nothing else but backpedaling after Chris came on and went, no. And that's bullshit. That's just circle, playing word salad, circle games. Let's be cryptic. I know something you don't. We're all tired of that bullshit. We don't want to hear any more of that. If y'all want to play that on your own, like private shit.
Hold on. I have
don't
to
watch
say
my
this.
channel.
Hold on, Truth. I have to
I'm
say
not.
this.
I just unsubbed. I'm over it.
I have to say this in Truth's defense. Truth is known for that. Like he did that with Seth how many times? Like let's cut the crap on that. Like how many times did he? I think there was even a part 2. I have questions, right? I get Truth's frustration 100% because he does have a point when he says we're allowed to question Seth, but we can't do that to Chris and Katie. I get that, right? I do. So, he is cryptic, right? That's who he is. Like, it's not like he, in my opinion, did his show last night any differently than he normally does. Was I confused? Like hell, I will admit that 100%. Like, my mind was just exploding hearing it. I don't know.
I understand that. I understand what you're saying. I do. But we can talk about Chris and be suspect of them too. But let's not lay something out there that we know isn't the truth and make it look like it is.
I think Truth's saying he didn't know the date.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
You can't play, I was trying to show arrogance and then play, but I didn't know the date. No. Does anyone out there agree with me? Because I'm seeing in chat. What about on the panel? Because that's bullshit.
It also put out there that it also furthered Betty's narrative that the Sumner County police are incompetent.
Well,
absolutely.
Well, that's on the people again. How they take the information is on them. But I want to clarify something, okay? And I'm always going to stand firm on this. I don't give a shit if nonsense like it or not. I am human. I'm allowed to my opinion, and my opinion will change. That's why I say half these mother, you know what, out here couldn't be no detectives, because it's a tunnel vision type of thing. When I heard about this case, yes, very suspect of Kate, 100%. Why wouldn't I be? She was the last person in the home with the child. When I met Seth, I was the only person, mind you, who was face to face with him, who had the balls to come out and say something ain't right. I got a bad feeling about him. Meeting Seth is what made me literally pursue talking to the Proud Thief. I didn't get a bad vibe from the Proud Thief. Am I allowed to meet someone out here in my community and say I got a bad feeling about them? Abso-fucking-lutely I am. That's my right as an American. You can't take that from me. Am I allowed to change my opinion on someone? Absolutely. Like,
your opinion should change. You did that was the right thing to do, Clue. As more information comes out, of course, we're gonna change what we think.
Well, I'm just gonna sit here and say this, oh nonsensey. At the end of the day, did Seth not prove exactly what I said about him? Absolutely. Like, I keep seeing these comments like, well, at first you were Seth, that he was the only person talking. He was the only person on a camera talking. And then when you meet him, you don't meet the same person that was on that TV crying like hell. You met someone who was making sexual jokes, talking about, I'm having to stop myself from going over there and shooting them with these guns in this truck. Y'all can be mad. That's fine, but that's the thing. It's my opinion.
Whoa. What did you say? Shoot them with the guns? Who was he threatening to shoot with guns, Seth?
That would be Chris and Katie.
When? When was that said? Where?
What?
I've told you guys this before.
No, you didn't. I would remember that, actually.
Absolutely. This has been stated on my show. Maybe you didn't watch it. That's fine. Absolutely.
Yeah, probably.
He said
The exact words were,
he could not.
I haven't shot.
I can't listen to my gut because I will take these guns in this truck. Something along them lines. I knew what he was insinuating, and so did fiance.
That's a call to LE. Why was
Yeah, why'd
that
you
not
not call the
reported?
police? Yeah, that's a police. He did a
Why the
visible
fuck?
threat.
Hold on. Who is you, lady? Why are you assuming I did not?
I'm asking.
That's not what you said, though. Why didn't you call police is what I heard.
Well, you didn't just say you did.
I don't have
assume
to.
you did
God,
not.
you guys, like, you don't have to report everything that you do.
I would report
That's a threat.
I would report that. If someone said,
And again, why are you assuming I did not?
She didn't say not report that. She says you don't have to report everything she does to the internet. Meaning,
Okay. Understood. I apologize as well.
You're breaking up a lot, Clue, so that's why people are having a hard time hearing you.
Can I say one thing about all this? I get everybody's frustration. I think I kind of understand where all sides of this are coming from. But I think the thing that probably frustrates me the most is that for a long time, a lot of us will sit and bitch about what somebody said or what somebody else said or whatever. But I haven't heard yet one time today anybody talk about the things that we learned about Sebastian. And I'm just confused by that. I really am.
No, not much last night was told about Sebastian that we didn't learn on Queen Bee's channel. Most of the stuff he said last night, we learned on Queen Bee's channel. And yeah, I think it's important that we learned a lot about Sebastian on both nights. But the conversation was put on here about this whole situation and what happened last night with the crap that was said.
Agreed.
That's what we're talking about right now.
And I'm not trying to take away from that, but I also do want to put into perspective, right, that there was probably, I guess it was almost 5 hours. And I just want to point out that I'm not negating anybody's feelings about anything. I got my own about it, but I am also pointing out that there was probably 4 hours that had nothing to do with what everybody is mad about today. And I think it's important to remember that there is still a lot of conversation that went on that had nothing to do about any of this, that I think a lot of us need to look back on, listen to, and reflect on as well. That's all I'm pointing out.
Can I ask Truth a question, guys? Hey guys, it's Samantha. Thanks, Queen, for
Hey,
letting me up.
Samantha, how are you?
I'm just wondering, and I missed the morning, so forgive me if this was asked, but like Truth, if you're talking behind the scenes with, say, any of the parents of a missing child who could be considered a suspect, and then you're kind of like, you know, wanting to defend them or fix the stories if something's out there, and then you find yourself maybe having these reservations or these things are bothering you or maybe not adding up, why wouldn't you just go to him first before going online and then just spewing, like, you know, your emotion or your frustration? Then you may say things that you might not wanted to say, or things are going to be insinuated, and now we find ourselves in the situation that we are today because, as you know, YouTube just runs wild. Like Cletus just said, nobody's talking about the stuff about Sebastian. They're all focused on the insinuations of what could be.
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you for asking it respectfully. My answer to that is I spent a lot of time talking to Chris about different things that I had questions about. Once again, I will say my intention for going live yesterday started after Nick released his video that he did. But Clue posted her live at the exact same time I posted my live. So I decided to push my live back because I wanted to go watch Clue's live, right? My live was never going to be about what it went into last night. It was strictly to point out that all three parents have used YouTubers to push their narratives or their information. Maybe narrative's a wrong word. Maybe I shouldn't have used the word narrative. Their information. Okay. And then you have, my whole point to it was, why don't you start using your own voice? Why doesn't Katie start coming out and talking? Instead of Katie giving Clue emails, why didn't Katie come out and say, hold on a second, we've been working together before Sebastian ever went missing, and here's the proof. That was my whole point. Stop using creators to do your work and speak for yourself. Yes, the live went down a road I was not expecting it to go down. Not for a second did I think that it would be the kind of live it turned into, right? I didn't. I had no idea that it was going to create what it has created.
Yeah, but you can't tell me that you didn't know saying that shit about the truck and how YouTube is that Chris's phone was going to blow up and he could click that link. Like, I can't think that didn't go through your head. You're not that dumb.
Can you ask yourself a question real quick? How can your phone start blowing up if you're not in contact with YouTubers?
Well, everybody watches YouTube, not just YouTubers.
He said his messenger was blowing up.
It could be a family
No,
member.
he said
it
his
could be a neighbor.
phone. At first, he said his texts were blowing up. Then he changed it.
Corrected it his messenger.
Did he correct it, or did he change it? Because he changed it when I asked him, how do all these creators have your number then? That's when he changed it.
Well, I didn't take it as creators. I took it as, like, people. I don't know. What wasn't my point?
Well, I'm not
you had to
responsible.
know that
Here's the thing, respectfully. Here's the thing. You want me to abide by how all y'all feel about things, but then you say, oh, I can't tell you how that would have felt. Like, it doesn't work both ways. I've been talking to Chris and Katie for 8 effing months. Have not one time brought to my panel anything that Chris and Katie has said. Not once. And the one thing that I bring up is the arrogance about the truck situation. And yes, I will agree that the way it was worded was probably less than the best way. But my point is still the same, right? And I'm going to stand on that. And if people want to unfollow me for it, that's fine. At the end of the day, there is a whole lot more of shit that is more important than what I talked about last night. And I'll also say again, I apologize if anybody was offended by the way it went down, but I do not apologize for standing my ground.
Hey, can I ask a question now? It seems to be quieted down a little bit. Anyone?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. First, I want to say this is that so often on here as a viewer, right? Like I don't have a YouTube channel. I barely I think I've gone up on Queens 3 times now, and I went up on Truth once, right? So I don't have a channel. I'm very inexperienced at all of this, but I've been following it all. And I think that every single one of you creators up here are good people. I think you all have good intentions, and your motives behind what you do and say are good. Nobody is going to communicate the same way. We all say and do things differently than the other person, and everybody takes it differently. But between you, you have thousands of people listening who are going to take things differently, hear things differently, and judge you accordingly. So you're never going to make everybody happy, ever, ever, ever. Now, that being said, I do have questions because I also am confused by some of the things that were said, and I want clarification. I wanted to ask Truth. You said that, to my understanding, that Chris said them stupid mother effers don't even know it was my truck, right? Did he say they don't know or they didn't know? Because don't means they still don't, and didn't means at the time, but now it's known.
Didn't.
Okay, so they do know now. And they're
Yeah, I believe
still
that's my understanding, yes.
okay. That's my question, because that would, to me, says they're still not saying foul play. They're still not saying whatever. So to me, that says that, okay, so they pinged it. It was there. They do know it was Chris's truck at one point, whichever day. And they're still not saying flat out he is a suspect or flat out there's foul play. So to me, that's that. And thank you for the clarification.
I think Chris was frustrated. Like, they're saying this adamantly, but they have the information wrong because I tested them by saying, okay, then log into that open network, and they couldn't. That,
Okay.
But it did lead me to pause too when I first heard it. Like, well, wait a minute. Why would your network be there? Because he didn't clarify a time. And for people asking why, like, you didn't ask a time or anything, because conversations just kind of go. Like, you don't interrupt somebody and like, oh, well, when was that? Like, and also you don't want somebody to think that you're thinking of them suspiciously. I
Right.
don't, you know what I mean?
No, I agree 100% with that, Granny. I really do. And I think that he was frustrated, and he is frustrated. They're all frustrated. Oh my gosh, they're all under attack from every direction, more some than others, but until there's some kind of proof, we have to assume they're innocent, like assumed innocence. We don't have to assume they're innocent, but we can't just convict them, is my thought on it. And that's what I appreciate about all of you on this panel. Every single one of you have said, I'm not blaming any of the parents. I don't think any of the parents are involved until I have, some kind of proof to show differently. So I don't think any of you are against one or the other. I see it as there's one parent who continues to put himself out there, and he says the most salacious and disgusting things. And he's done so much harm to this case. And that's the thing that gets talked about, but then it gets turned around and blamed on the other parents. And that's the frustration. So anyway, I don't want to go all of there. I did have a question also for Clue, because that night that you the email, I know you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, did Katie ask you to bring it to the internet, or was this something that Cletus said, hey man, I think that people should see this and know this, because they're thinking, that you guys haven't ever gotten along and you weren't ever getting together? Because that's how I took it. And not that Katie was saying, hey, put my narrative out there. So I'm just curious, what is the truth on that? Oh, she ain't even here anymore.
He's gone.
Oh, she's back.
Back here, yeah.
Did you hear my question, Clue?
Clue, are you nodding? Are you sleeping like Brittany J? Are
She's
you up?
snoring.
Are you snoring? Do we need to We need to like get like a horn to wake you. Like,
send oxygen.
let's send oxygen. We gotta wake you up.
How they
I'm
doing
gonna
the
go back to chat,
nasty?
guys. Sorry. Thank you for letting me come up. And I just think like we're not law enforcement. You know, hopefully, Truth, you can have a conversation with Chris with your reservations moving forward, possibly.
Already
I
have.
don't know. You seem stressed out, like the wait 8 months talking to them. Maybe just take a break, go hang a flyer, search. Like, you know, like Granny said, it feels like you're like the weight of it, you know, of the case and
think that that's
Sebastian
because
missing. It's a lot.
Do you think that's because of maybe all the information that y'all don't have that's weighing heavy on people? Not just me, but maybe other creators too?
Well, that's why creators, you know, they say don't get involved with the parents. So you can come on YouTube and you can do your job unbiased and have an open discussion about facts that are, and not rumors or drama or gossip. That's the
Can I tell you
difference.
something? Can I tell you something, ma'am, respectfully? Do you know that I never contacted Chris? Chris sought
Yes,
me
I
out.
would believe that. I would believe
Chris
that. But
sought
here
me
we
out.
are, you know, 8
Can I
months later, you're in it.
no, can I finish what I was going to say? I never went to the parents ever. They came to me. They searched me out. I never went to Chris and Katie ever.
Oh, I
They
believe you.
contacted me. I didn't want to be involved with the parents.
No, I believe you, and thank you for answering my questions and letting me voice my opinions. It's been a great panel and discussion. Queen, the best. I'm gonna go back to chat.
You have a good one.
All right, bye, Beat fans.
Thank
Bye,
you for
Peasy.
coming
Bye,
up,
Greenie.
Samantha.
Bye, everybody. Thanks, love.
Truth, I see a lot of, to me, your maybe frustration, I guess, is what it's being labeled. But anyway, I think your passion is that you are personally connected to this, regardless of if you've had communication with the parents, because number one, you are autistic. And number two, you did leave home at a very, very young age, around the same age as Sebastian, if I'm correct. And so I think that it does create a personal connection for you that you feel on a deeper level, that connection to Sebastian. And that's why that passion is so deep. That's how I see it anyway. So I don't think you're a bad guy, dude. I don't think so at all.
I appreciate that.
Dude. Yeah.
I'm trying to not backpedal because I stand on exactly how I felt and with what I said. Okay. I do, however, understand people's perspective. I can still stand on what I believe and also understand how people took it. You know what I mean? I truly had no, and in this case, have no ill intentions. I want Sebastian to be brought home. If that means Chris, Katie, or Seth have to be exposed in one way or the other for that to happen, I don't have a loyalty to a parent. I have a loyalty to Sebastian.
Understood.
And
fully believe
everybody
that.
thinks that
That's
Chris
good.
and you think that everybody thinks that Chris and Katie trusted me with all this information. Well, you know what? Good. I'm glad you did, because it gave me a lot to be able to talk to Ellie about. How about, I mean, honestly, I'm not here to make friends with Chris, Katie, or Seth. No creator should be.
Okay.
No.
I can't disagree with that. I agree with that.
And that's what it feels like, is that people are mad at me because I'm not taking Chris and Katie's side, or I said something negative against Chris, but it's just what it is. Like, what Chris said is what Chris said. I didn't make him say it. I didn't create what he said. I just repeated what he said. And then when he came up on my panel and he essentially called me a liar on my panel, I said, Chris, don't put me in this position. And he said it again. I said, Chris, I'm only going to say it one more time, brother. on my panel with all these people watching, you're not going to call me a liar when I'm not lying. And what happened with that conversation? Chris ended up stopping, thinking, and then continuing on. He didn't keep pressing me. He didn't keep going after me. And I talked to Chris afterwards. Right? So everybody's upset for Chris. But the issue is, if he would have never said, they didn't even fucking know it was, you're insinuating that they're not investigating your child's case correctly.
Yeah, that could be frustration.
Right.
I mean, it could be,
Doesn't mean
but this
guilt.
wasn't something that was said recently. This was something that was said months and months and months ago.
Yeah, it could be
Yeah,
something.
and he could have been frustrated then too.
Yeah, Seth said the same thing. He was frustrated with how Ellie was doing, and they thought they were incompetent. Is he a suspect because is he arrogant as a suspect because he thinks Ellie is a bunch of idiots?
No, he
No,
was.
I mean,
he was
No,
worried about where his son was, and he was a little aggravated that they didn't even know that was his Wi-Fi. He was questioning their ability to find his son. I'm sure.
I mean,
That's the way I would have taken it.
Didn't Seth have that story about the laptop? How he stared at them for trying to open up that laptop for like 3 hours or something, and he was just like, he found that they were incompetent and stuff. Maybe he was just like Seth when he was looking at trying to get the access to whatever. I think it was a Wii, not a laptop. The Wii or some sort of device that it took them like you need an account to have. And Seth was very much like, oh, it took them 3 hours to get in there. I tried to tell them, and I was just standing there. And it's like, I think Mr. Profwood had the same feeling that they were over the head when it came to the technology aspect and was frustrated. And maybe you took it. And sometimes we take affects differently based upon our thought process of a person. If I say something, you might take it differently than what Cheesy might take it, like my sarcasm sometimes. And maybe you took the affect a lot differently because, how your thought process at that time, and you kind of rewrote it in your head to make it sound like arrogant. I mean, it could have been easily frustration, just like how Mr. Seth Rogers was frustrated with the device, though he should have helped them if it took them 3 hours to get into the Wii, Mr. Seth Rogers. But the fact is that, that could have been that, you know what I mean? I'm just saying.
It could be law enforcement also, because my dad had his house broken into, and he put the footage on a thumb drive and brought it to them, and they didn't have anybody there who could figure it out. And he was trying to tell them how to do it. He knew how to do it, and he was trying to tell them, and they were like, no, we got this, blah blah blah. And he sat there for like a couple hours trying to get them to let him show them how to do it. Finally, they let him show him how to do it, and he had it up in like 2 seconds, right? But yeah, I mean, they killed like 2 hours trying to figure it out themselves. So sometimes law enforcement does that. I just want to say that. It might not have been these two testing law enforcement.
Is Clue all the way back yet? Can you hear us now, Clue?
Yeah. I was getting in the car. That's why I dropped. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. Did you hear my question for you earlier?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was just wanting to get some clarification, because when you brought out that email from Katie, between Katie and Seth, and everybody's trying to, anyway, when you brought that out, was that because Katie had showed it to you guys and Cletus was like, somebody's got to echo.
It's
Hello?
Clue.
Oh. Are you still
Go
there,
ahead.
Clue?
She muted. It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So anyway, so was that, when you brought that out, was that because Katie had shared it with you guys and Cletus was like, whoa, the narrative out there is that you guys have never worked together and people need to see this. And so he talked to her and about bringing it out, and then that ended up happening. Or was it Katie coming to you, pushing a narrative, so to speak, and saying, hey, will you guys put this out there because I want people to see this, that, or the other?
I asked them if they minded
if I put it out there. They did not tell me to go online with it. No.
Thank you. That's how I took it too. And I wanted that clarification out there for people to hear because I never took it as Katie coming in saying, hey, I need you to push this narrative for me, or I need you to, put this out there for people or whatever. Thank you. And with that,
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you. Chris, you're up here with us.
I have a question for you.
How are you?
When did you say this was told to you?
Who are you talking to? You're talking to Clue, you said?
No, Truth.
Oh, Truth. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What was the question?
When did you say this was told to you?
Maybe so. Well, several months ago. I couldn't tell you an exact date.
All of a sudden, did it come out last night?
Because it came up as part of the conversation in which we were talking. If you listen to before Chris came on there, the conversation we were having, that's where it led into it. And what I said is, it's odd to me, and then XYZ, and then I explained it. It was odd to me. That's what I said. It's odd to me.
So you said you went to Ellie with some things that he said, right?
Correct.
Obviously, they were nothing burgers because they're not in jail. So why dangle it over his head the way you did?
Ma'am, I didn't dangle anything over his head. I was having a conversation with my chat. I did not know Chris was in there.
No,
I didn't
when he
know.
was on panel, I mean.
I didn't dangle it over his head. What he said was, I was not telling the truth. And he said, give me an example or whatever it was. And I said, Chris, you don't want me to do that. He said it again. I said, Chris, please don't put me in this position, because putting me in this position would force me to say shit that doesn't need to be put out here because you're putting me on the spot and calling me a liar.
And he also said, right to your face, you have nothing that can hurt me.
Okay, that's fine.
But it was just like you were threatening him with things you have.
I didn't say anything to him until he called me a liar. Like, what do you mean? If you're going to sit here and tell me I'm lying about something and I'm not, and then you want me to prove why I'm not, then you're putting me in a position to put out information that you don't want out there.
That
But
law
you
enforcement
were.
doesn't want out there.
Correct. Thank you.
Law enforcement, not Chris.
That law enforcement doesn't want out there. Thank you.
But you were lying because you made it seem like he was telling you, you were insinuating that it was the 25th.
No, ma'am.
And
I
that's
literally said the
exactly what you
25th
did.
and the 26th.
At
We just
first you
listened to it.
didn't.
We just listened to it.
Truth. It wasn't only me. It was 1,500 other people or 2,500 other people that thought you were saying the 25th.
Truth also said he didn't know the date until Chris clarified it, because I didn't either.
Jesus.
Yeah, he said that his conversation private, he never clarified the date and the time, and he didn't find out until the live stream. And he was basically, that's what he said. So,
if you listen to it, I literally said, oh yeah, the 26th, because he got back at 1:00. That makes sense.
Yeah, when Chris clarified, I think.
Yeah, when you clarified it kept back on the one, and I said, oh well, that makes sense because it was the 25th, 26th. Okay, that could have been. And then I even said it 3 more times to reassert myself.
Yeah. Truth, I have a question. Someone has in the chat wanted to ask a question. It says, if you didn't want to be involved with the parents, why keep accepting their call and talking to them? Was Ellie feeding him questions for the P Proudfoot and him talking answers back? And him talking answers back? I guess 2 questions were involved in that one. Like, why were you still accepting? If they contact you and you never really wanted to have contact with them, why did you not just, say, hey, you know what? I don't want to really talk to you. I kind of want to keep neutral. I don't want to really talk to you anymore. Why didn't you not do that? Was it because you were just emotionally invested? What was the reason? I guess that person's asking.
Well, I mean, just like anybody else, I would hope that over extended periods of conversation that things might slip up.
Oh,
People
okay.
might have a Freudian slip. Somebody, and I'm just going to say, doesn't mean that didn't happen. So y'all keep beating up on me. That's fine. But I know what I know, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Before I drop down, I just need to say one more thing. Blue, you better watch out because it seems like he picks shit out from what people say to hold it against them.
Wow, that's real cool.
What? I didn't understand that.
Anyway.
What did she say? I didn't even catch what she said.
Yeah. I need to do the replay a little bit. She was referring to, says pick shit out or something, be careful or something like that.
Be careful of trust and truth because he'll pick out parts of your conversation, is what she was saying.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I think so. Here's something I think is funny, right? Is I think a lot of people are running with this assumption that when Truth is referring to creators having this same conversation, they're assuming who he's referring to. And I think a lot of people are assuming that it's Clue or me, and I can tell you 100% that is not the case.
Nope. Wait, regarding what?
Regarding the topic of discussion here, the whole Wi-Fi thing.
Oh no, I said that. That was me. He had that conversation with me as well.
So it didn't see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, it seems like you try to talk to them and try to get I guess you wanted to see if they were messing up and that their story would mess up, it sounds like. And now you're insinuating that they did mess up and there was some sort of Freudian slip, but you're not going to tell us the Freudian slip. So, but you just said that on a live stream that's going to be reviewed by like a dozen channels now. That's a little bit of an issue. You know, that's kind of the thing I have a problem with a little bit. It's like, you know, when you say things like that, sometimes not saying something makes people like say, "Holy fuck," because I guarantee you that's.
Let me ask you a question, Ted. I'll ask you a question respectfully, right?
Absolutely, you answered a lot of questions. I'll answer any question you have.
If you saw a parent, any of the three of them, on a live stream, saying specific things, right, whatever it be, and then you have a conversation with said parents, and they say something completely different, how do you take that?
Let me specify the question. You mean private conversations?
Sure.
That's different. Number one, I wouldn't talk to parents privately, number one, but let's say I did. I would probably go to the police about it and not report it on YouTube and not give them a heads up that I know anything about it. If it was like an open investigation, they've made statements to me that are different than the statements that they've said to the police, I would go to the police and I would probably have to see if I would be a witness to the case. Probably. That's why I don't really want to talk to anyone privately because, you know, because if they, let's say that like Katie or someone confessed to a crime, I would have to go to the police and tell them because I would 100% go to them. And if they told me a different
hold on, let me be very clear. Nobody confessed to any crimes. Nobody said it's not even about crime in general, right? I'm just saying that if you're saying one thing online and another thing behind the scenes, it starts making you look at somebody in a different way. And
also,
then you start.
I would also say it specify like what difference. Like if it's like a different alibi than what they told to the general public, I would go to the police. But if it's like I had a coffee instead of a tea, then I'm not going to really go to the police. That's what I mean.
Right.
I also feel like instead of like just saying that stuff, Truth, tell us. Like, what did they say on the phone that they said differently?
See, I can't do that because when I talked about stuff last night, I get attacked for talking about personal conversations. So it's a fucked if you do, fucked if you don't.
Well, I mean, to be honest, then you need to stop insinuating it. You either have to say what you have to say or stop saying anything at all because it's not.
Well, they do this all the time. Clue and Truth do, and this isn't attacking you guys, but you guys do this all the time when you guys are on panel together. You're like, oh, should we put this out? Oh, well, this is talked about, and they kind of do this like like secretive thing between the two of you, and it's all riddles and stuff like that, and he gets people insinuating that there's something going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, and that there's all this big, not me, I could care less. I mean, all I care is that Ellie has all the information that they need, and that Sebastian's going to come home, I hope, safe and sound. You know, that's all I care about. I could care less about the rest of them. But I do pray for all of them, because none of them are found guilty yet. So as far as I'm concerned right now, until they're found guilty in a court of law, they're victims. But you guys are insinuating that there's all this secretive stuff going on behind the scenes with the Proudfoots, and it's making everybody think that they're guilty. And unless they are guilty, you shouldn't be putting this stuff out. That's what I'm saying is so irresponsible, because we're trying not to get people to attack Seth as much either, as far as saying that he's guilty and stuff like that, because we don't know yet. He's a victim just as well as the Proudfoots are. And until we know, you know,
I mean, what's the idea? We had a conversation, me and you, Truth, privately, and then I went on a live stream and says, well, me and Truth have had behind the scenes conversations. This is an example, just in case for the idiots. Behind the scene conversations. And you know what? It's very weird what's going on. And, you know, I can't really say much, but it would blow up the internet. It would blow up the internet. And there's a lot of Freudian slips he's made. And then I just started my day and I just started talking about, you know, the weather and stuff like that. Would you think that would be shitty of me to do, or okay?
I don't know if I exactly understand the question.
My point is that, like, you are insinuating, like, you are stating half things that makes people automatically think the worst. You know, like when you say Freudian slip, they're like, oh my God, what type of Freudian slip? Was it an alibi? Did Katie say something that could make her guilty? I mean, like the same thing. And if, let's say I had a conversation with you and we were both talking, and you were talking about, for instance, your love of Crocs, or let's say you love Crocs, you have a whole Croc collection. And I says, you know what? You know, me and Mr. Truth had a conversation. He has this weird foot thing he's into, and I can't really get into it. And he's got this collection, and I'm not going to get into it, but whatever. It is what it is. And I just kept on moving. Do you think that's kind of like messed up that I would do something like that, or would you think that was okay?
I think that would be your decision to rationalize yourself. Honestly, I'm not here to tell you what would be okay or not okay.
Well, that's what people are basically stating is the issue. Like, you kind of say half measures, half things, and it kind of like, if you're not allowed to say it, don't say anything about it and just keep it moving. If you are allowed to say it, say the whole truth and just keep it moving. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like the half stuff. Sometimes the imagination is worse than what you actually will say.
Right.
What I think's amazing is the amount of protection that these parents are getting from people when their son's still missing. That's what I think's crazy.
Well, they're waning protection. I'm not protecting anyone. I'm just telling
I mean,
you.
like word protection. Like, I'm not. If I was to have gone on last night and talked a bunch of shit about Seth, if I knew stuff about Seth, blah blah blah, none of y'all would have a problem with it. None of y'all. None of y'all would have a single problem if I went on last night and told of some personal conversation that Seth would have had with me. I've never talked to Seth, but if I had, y'all would be 100% okay with it. But because I'm talking about Chris or Katie,
I would have had a problem with it.
Okay.
I mean,
I promise I would have, because I was under the assumption that this was information that could have hurt the alibi. And that's what I was thinking back then. So that I would have had a problem with it. I don't believe in putting out people's personal conversations. Me and you could have a personal conversation on the phone. I would never tell anybody what was said unless you told me to. Never. I'm just that kind of person.
People did tear apart Chris's private conversations that were recorded and released and all of that. But again, I think what you're not realizing, Truth, and maybe you do realize it, is that you created that by coming out here and, you know, speaking kindly on the Proudfoots and saying, if you guys knew what I knew, you know, just trust me. You created that audience, and now you're shocked that this same audience is pushing back on your different
I'm not
feelings.
shocked.
Well,
I'm not, Granny. I'm not shocked, but it's also one of the reasons why you're not saying the things you know. Why are you up here doing this to me when you know what I'm talking about?
See, you
This
keep
is
putting that
wild to
you
me.
keep putting that on me, and that's not fair to do because what we know, LE doesn't want out, and it's almost like you're like tempting me
So wait a second.
to
But
say
hold up.
what
No
you
one ever
won't
told me.
say because you want it out, and I'm not doing it.
Hold on, but
You stop
how do
throwing
I
that
know
on
that
me.
LE doesn't? Hold on. How do I know that LE doesn't want that out?
Well, then you say it, Truth. If you want it out so badly that you're going to keep throwing it back on my shoulders, knowing that Clue
No,
knows
what I
it,
was
he knows
saying.
it
No,
too,
I'm
then
talking about.
fucking say
I'm
it.
talking about. I'm talking about this situation.
Which
This
particular
situation.
one?
Not. I'm talking about the truck. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about other shit.
Oh, I backed you on that. I said it. I've
That's what
spoken
I'm.
on this.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't understand why everybody's so mad about the truck. I'm talking about a truck.
Well,
It
it's
was
not
a
just the
statement
truck.
that was made. Huh? I'm
Right.
sorry, I didn't hear you.
But it's not just the truck, to be honest, because for weeks now, and I'll be honest, it seems like since the injunction, you have started kind of pushing a different tone, and you're dropping it here and you're dropping it there, but then you're saying, "Oh, I don't think they're guilty," but then, and it's almost like you're like baiting every which side, and you're not just directly coming out and saying it. You think
Because
Katie
I'm
is
not on a
guilty?
side.
You think Chris
Because
is
I'm not.
covering for her? Just say it. Just say it. Truth.
Because I'm not. Because I'm not on a side. I would have to be on a side to push
No,
against one side.
I
I'm not
agree.
on a side.
I agree, but there are sides, and you're aware of that. There are sides there to
I
become
don't have
sides.
to be on them. I
No,
don't
I
have to
agree.
participate in the sides.
I agree you don't, but it kind of seems like you're giving enough to keep like this side coming and giving enough to keep that side coming. And instead of just saying how you truly feel, which I respect how you feel, I understand how you feel. I don't know why you just won't come out and stand on it and say it.
I mean, it's kind of unfair what you're doing to Granny because you're like saying that she knows something, and you're basically when people hear that, they think she's
Talking
holding
about the
back.
truck.
I mean, this is why I'm in a RICO, right? Because I know something. It's always been that way,
No, I
though.
was talking about the truck. Why? I just said that.
And do you know how simple that would have been just to say I was talking about the truck, Granny, that we were talking about
You
instead
see
of
how everybody keeps telling me how I should talk and not talk? Y'all are trying to tell me what I'm allowed to say and not allowed to say. What the hell?
I'm definitely not trying to do that. I've
Not
had
you,
your back.
Granny. Granny, I'm
I
not
understand.
talking about you.
No,
I'm
it's
not
just
talking about you.
how you say it, like you're talking in circles, and you're alluding to that because in the beginning of the conversation, it did sound like you were saying that only you and Granny know all the secrets, and with Granny being
No.
in this lawsuit or injunction or whatever the hell it's called, that's actually dangerous for Granny. To say that she knows all this stuff from the Proudfoot and to give them all this ammo, you know what I mean? So yeah,
I just
and we
I think
as
it's really
creators,
crazy. I think
as
it's really crazy that y'all don't do this same standing up when it comes to Seth. I think it's crazy.
Are you fucking serious right now?
right?
Holy fuck, we have went harder on Seth than we've ever went on fucking Chris and Katie's
No,
side
no.
ever.
What I said is, if I would have went at Seth, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't saying that you don't. I'm saying if I would have went at Seth, like everybody goes at Seth, then it would be no problem. But because I said something against the Proudfoot or against Chris, now it's the problem.
And if they would have,
And go,
Well, I don't think it's that you said something about him. You know what I'm saying? It's not because I mean people we don't. I mean, I honestly don't really care. I mean, everybody has different opinions. I mean, a lot of people think that they're guilty. A lot of people think that there's shit that's going on that's being hidden, that's not being said, and whatever. But I think the point of it is you were, you threw the whole fucking bullshit with that truck out there, and didn't clarify it, and then by the time it was clarified, it was already over with, man. You know how it is.
yeah.
The
he thinks
internet
we're
already
on the
ran with it.
Proudfoot.
It's already over with. It doesn't matter what the fuck you say now at this point, because you already done said the motherfucking truck was there and he was arrogant about it. That's it. That's all.
He thinks we're on the Proudfoot side, and me, I'm not on anybody's side. I just
Both.
haven't seen, in my personal opinion, I haven't seen anything that the Proudfoots have done because I
Bullshit.
haven't
We
talked.
cannot sit here and say we ain't on fucking sides. Are you fucking kidding me, guys? Really? We are on fucking sides.
If I found out Katie did something to Sebastian, nope, I would definitely change my opinion and immediately
I
Yeah.
don't think any of them have done anything. That doesn't mean that we don't fucking think Seth's still an asshole, because he
Yeah.
is, in my opinion. But what
And
I'm
then
saying is, I don't think any of the three of them are guilty at this point.
Yeah, I don't either.
Katie
But
is the last one to see him. That is a fact. She was the very last one with him. She was the very last one home with him that night.
And
That
we've
is a
all
fact.
been saying that. We've all been saying, I personally been saying, I don't trust any of them and nobody should. They're all suspects. They're not going to tell us anything.
I mean, what's the difference with how fucking Don and Candace Wells were treated? They were treated the same fucking way. Only Don didn't have an ex-wife that was, out fucking, you know what I'm saying other shit, or her wife or whatever, baby mama, whatever. Him and
Well, and
Candace were together.
I will say, I think that was a lot of, I saw in the chat, right? That was the thing that a lot of people had an issue with, right? Is, yeah, we do talk about Sean's behavior because Sean's behavior is out in the public. You know what I mean? Every
Right, and
day.
he's really been bold as fuck with it. Chris and Katie don't come out and attack Seth like that. They don't come out and fucking get shitty about him and get shitty with him. They don't, none of that shit. The shit that Seth gets held accountable for is shit that he said himself.
Agreed. Or his army, if you will, like talking about coming in and kicking people's doors down. Like, of course, I'm going to talk about that. Sorry, not sorry. Like, I'm going to tell you, dog, you're wrong, bro. That's illegal. You cannot do that. Just like right now, attacking a preacher who ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Pastor. But
Okay.
yeah, he has nothing. Yeah, I mean, he has nothing to do with this case. He has other things he's, I probably criticize him for, but nothing to do with this case, But they're doing it for clout. They see he has a YouTube channel, he's in the area, so they're trying to pull him into it too. That's pretty much it. They see he has like a 50 or 60,000 plus channel and say, oh, we can pull him into it too. And that's pretty much it.
Jay for Justice says, what about Crabtree's and Sebastian's letter? Another riddle. No, I stopped that from being talked about on my panel because it didn't need to be talked about.
Agreed.
I mean,
I'm not bringing I'm not bringing that to the internet either.
So I mean, it's kind of like y'all are going at me when I've done nothing but try to protect Sebastian's name. Fuck Sebastian. Fuck Seth. Fuck Katie. Fuck Chris. I want to stand for Sebastian. That's it. That's literally it. I don't care about the parents. I don't. All three of them failed Sebastian in one way or another. Sebastian cannot be found. He didn't just disappear out of that damn house.
Well, I don't think anyone just disappears in the missing persons case. I think there's always a reason, but we just don't know yet. We'll find out eventually, hopefully sooner than later. And when we do, we'll see what happens.
Right.
Simple
But
as that.
the bigger question is why are certain people being shown things to even come on and insinuate things like that?
Exactly.
That's the problem. And that's what people are missing.
That was my whole point.
Right. I think people are completely missing that. The fact of the matter is, while, there are quote unquote sides, there are people that are being fed certain things, whether it's to be told on the internet or not. It gets out to the internet half-assed and people speculate. If Chris, Katie, and Seth have something to say, they need to get on here and say it. Stop doing it through third parties. It's not fair. And it's certainly not fair to some of us that are being blamed when we're not part of it.
Let me see.
Who keeps saying
Yeah,
damage
Beth,
control?
I
But y'all
still
are
stand on.
missing.
I feel like he was lured out of the house. I still stand on that. I still think that that's what happened, in my opinion.
And I've always maintained that.
Those fucking gaming systems are fucking awful. I'm telling you, there's all kinds of predators and motherfucking pedophiles and all kinds of fucking motherfuckers on there. You don't even know who you're talking to,
Yeah. I mean, and also it's like people, I mean, like, I feel like the reason why maybe Chris and Katie goes to YouTubers is because, Seth has 10 or so YouTubers that he goes to, and maybe they feel like they have to go to a YouTuber to basically put out their side, a little bit of their side. And is it the right? Maybe they should go on there and explain it themselves. I can see that, but I can also see why they might be kind of going to a YouTuber and say, hey, can you, clear this up? Can you do this? I don't know. personally,
make sure.
I mean, people want so badly for Katie to come out and talk, and for Katie to come out and say this, and Katie to come out and say that, and why isn't she doing this, and why isn't she fighting for her son, and why isn't she? I mean, what? Because she didn't come to fucking YouTube, so she's not fighting for her son.
No, because she's
I mean,
using YouTubers to push it for her, so she doesn't have to talk. That was my point. Stop
who is
using
she? But who is
YouTubers
she
to
using
push
though?
your narrative.
Who is she using? You think she's using you or Clue, or I mean, who do you think she's using?
I think they have used me. Yes, I do think that they've used Crabtree. Yes, I do think they've used other creators. Yes, whether the creator knew they were being used or not, that's not for me to tell. I don't know. I don't know what another creator thinks. Right?
But didn't you say
listen, in the Michael Long case, when I was that was the very first case that I came to YouTube from, right? So that was 4 years ago almost. Let me tell you something. The mother never came out and spoke, not one time. Not one time. And we all fought for her.
And let me
We
ask you a
all
question.
fought for her. Well, I'm telling you right now, she didn't come out and speak to nobody. Not one motherfucker. Nobody.
Yeah, look at Susan Smith. She
Not
was on
one
camera.
single.
And you said that you were like, did you use any of the material that they gave you when they talked to you privately for content?
No, never once.
Okay. I was about to say, because you said that you're a YouTuber and you do content. So like if they're coming to you, then it would be content, wouldn't it be? So they wouldn't be
Unless I
using
didn't feel like the exploitation of a child was necessary, but yet finding where he is.
I'm just saying that's
Right leg.
my right leg.
That's
right.
you know.
No, he said right like.
Oh, right leg. Sorry, I thought you said right leg. My apologies. Sorry.
No, like.
No, right. Am I wrong? Did you say that, or did I hear it wrong? I'm sorry. I know I'm sick, but I just thought you said right like. Maybe,
I'm sick with you. Don't feel bad.
Okay, man. Maybe I heard it wrong, but I'm just saying.
You know, I understand people's uncomfortability or upsetness with how that went. And I will say it again, whether anybody cares to believe it or not. My intention was never for my live to be what it was. I had no clue in any way, shape, or form that it was going to turn into what it was. I simply was going on to discuss that the three parents need to start speaking for themselves and stop using YouTubers to do it. It went from there to where it went.
I'm sorry, but I do gotta correct this truth, because I think you and me, we talk about a lot of stuff, and a lot of times some things are forgotten. I can think of one time where we absolutely used information that we learned on the internet. You and I both brought it out to the internet, and that would be with you know what I'm talking about, J&J.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 100%. You're right. I apologize. I misspoke on that. The J&J situation was absolutely brought to me by Chris and Katie.
But needed to be known, in my opinion.
What is J&J?
The
right. What is that?
The roommate, the neighbor that moved to California.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Yeah, that is true. That was one thing. That was the one thing that you're right that we did get from them that we brought online. Yes. And then you have to ask yourself, why was that even brought to light? Why was that brought up if it hasn't gone anywhere? And it's not a riddle. J&J are the two people's name that allegedly moved from California to right down the road in a straight line across the field, essentially from where Seth lives. And allegedly, the day after or a few days after Sebastian went missing, they vacated the house. The woman went back to California, and the J guy was actually at the motorcycle rally for Sebastian.
Well, I can say this much, even with that situation, it was weird to me too, because apparently that was something that got the attention of law enforcement, and I think
Correct. They did not know it.
right, which is, for me, that caused a huge question to me, where, can you hold off on that for 1 second? Where Sean is concerned, because it's like, why would you not tell us, having a conversation about something that we were told online How is that even not already known to law enforcement? I mean, truth, like what? How?
Wasn't
Why
known
would this
because
person
law
not
enforcement.
tell Ellie everything you were around?
And while we're going to talk about it, you want to know how we know Ellie didn't know? Because Chris calls and said, "Holy shit, y'all thrown Ellie for a loop. They had no idea about the J&J." And my thought is, but y'all fucking told us about it. Why didn't you tell Ellie about it?
I was about to say the same thing. Why didn't that go to law enforcement before it went to YouTubers?
Well,
Oh, it
hold
went to
on.
law enforcement
As
by
a parent,
YouTube.
I would assume that Sean would have told them. Why would Sean
Right.
had about people that were around him and had potential interaction with him? As Chris and Katie, I mean, I am going to be their defense in this and say I would assume that he would something about them. Why didn't he? Like, it's not
It's
my
one of those
job, you know
things.
what I mean, to tell who you're around.
No, it's not your job. No, not at all. But if Chris and Katie found this to be suspicious, they should have notified law enforcement. Law enforcement shouldn't
Right.
hear about it through your podcast.
Right. And that was my
I
point.
agree, but what
The
I'm
question
trying to
was,
say is, all I'm to say is, if I were Chris, and I would never for 5 seconds assume that already aware of these people, because obviously I'm going to that Sean is doing the right thing and telling people that are around Sebastian.
And this is
one of those
kind of a good example of something that was put out on the internet that should have been went to law enforcement, that shouldn't have gone out on the internet. See, we're not investigators. We don't know what law enforcement knows and what they don't know. And if we're putting out this secretive information that people are telling you, then
law enforcement was contacted before it was ever talked about on YouTube.
Okay. Because you said that law enforcement, that you two threw them for a loop. So that
Chris
doesn't make
said,
any sense.
They're talking about the other
Chris
thing.
said that what they heard threw them for a loop. There is a call number. You call and you leave a message, right? The message was left.
Okay.
It is what it is. It was left. And y'all are asking the question, why would you talk to the parents? This is why. Because they say things that aren't out there. They say things that law enforcement don't know.
Okay, that's fine. But this is also
That's it.
something that what if they had Sebastian? What if this person who moved back to California had Sebastian? Now you guys have put it out on YouTube, even though you told law enforcement by a message or whatever. Now you've told YouTube. Now you've alerted this person in California. Hey, I need to dump Sebastian because now they think I have him. You know what I'm saying?
What? No, ma'am.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Exactly. Because if law enforcement didn't know about this J&J people, okay? That person that moved back to California, what if for some reason that was the person that took Sebastian, okay? Stick with me for a minute, okay? And that person's out in California. Chris told you guys about J&J, Chris and Katie or whatever, told you about J&J. You guys said that the message was left at law enforcement, and then you guys came out on YouTube and talked about it. Now you've alerted this J person in California, if they have Sebastian, that, hey, we all know about this J person in California who may have Sebastian. See what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but let me explain this.
Green hoodie.
What'd you say?
Well, let me explain this, right? So,
I don't know. Am I wrong?
you know, I don't know. I don't know how to, answer anything because everything I answer is being told is wrong. Every time I answer a question, y'all have a reason to flip it as why I'm wrong for it, right? At the end of the day, I don't know. I don't know what to tell y'all. I'm not going to sit here and kick myself multiple times over the fact that I felt like I was speaking what I felt to be truth. It is what it is.
By the way, there's a disclaimer. The opinions of the panel guests do not reflect Queen Bee their opinions, not Queen Bee, or it's just their individual
Right.
opinions.
Right.
Just making sure that's out there, just in case people want to blame everyone else for their opinions. And everything.
Right. Everything I say out of my mouth is my opinion. And I'm not trying to attack you, Truth. I'm just trying to explain that the things you guys are newer to YouTube, okay? The things that you guys are told, the things that you put out here as a content creators, and I'm a content creator. I do clips only right now because I don't want to go live. I like Queen Bee to do all the work, so I like to come up and hang out on her panel. But we as content creators need to have a responsibility of what we put out here. I mean, there's lots of things that I think about Chris and Katie and Seth and about this whole case, but I don't bring them out here because I don't want to alert everybody that, oh, this is something else that there's some other rabbit hole that they could go down and accuse these people of or wrongfully and stuff like that, because people take what we say and then they run with it. And like the green hoodie person, I mean, it just goes and balls to the wall and gets totally way out of proportion. And they start attacking people and everything else. So as content creators, we got to be responsible about what we say up here because and I've been negligent to that also. So that's why I'm saying I'm not attacking you. But we all have to remember that we have to be responsible for some of the information that we put out because it could hurt a case. It could hurt a court case. It could hurt justice for Sebastian. If let's say Seth did this and scooted that kid off with Jay and now all of a sudden we've screwed up a case, I mean, it could happen. It could very well happen and not knowing that we screwed it up. But now we just screwed up justice for Sebastian. Then what would we do? We'd feel pretty shitty, wouldn't we? Because we all care about Sebastian. I pray every day that Sebastian comes home. I pray every day that Summer Wells comes home. I pray every day for Michael Vaughn. I really hope that these kids come home and I hope they come home safe. I mean, I know Michael Vaughn case is different, but I still hope and pray that peace comes to these families and that these kids come home. And that's all I care about. I don't give a shit about the parents. I mean, yes, I feel bad for them as far as they're victims right now because we don't know if they're guilty. But as soon as did I feel bad for Leilani Simon? Absolutely not. I didn't have no prayers for that bitch. Sorry, BJ or Billy Joe, if you're in the chat, but I didn't have no sorrow for her whatsoever. But I did have prayers for Quentin Simon. I had prayers for law enforcement. So yes, I do care about these kids. But we need to be responsible because we care about these kids. We need to be responsible about what information we put out here. Especially if you're talking to the parents and they're giving you information, you really need to think about what you put out here. That's all I want to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because you could very well be a witness to a case. Just like if you were talking to a murder suspect or a kidnapper or something. They're all suspects until cleared in the end of the day. So you have to be careful with that.
Can we point out that this is part of the problem? The comments like this is a huge win for Seth and Sebastian's army. We have always thought Chris and Katie were pushing info through creators. Guess what? So is Seth.
Yeah.
So is your win really a win? Like, is that a win? What does it win? A round of applause? Does it bring Sebastian home? Stop the divide already. Disgusting.
Someone's driving. Oh, okay. No, it's just the usual BS because literally he signed Domer at night, and they literally said talking points and notes to YouTubers to say exactly what they want to say. Smiley World dropped in, showed it. So to me, it's like, yeah, you could say that they're being told what to say with Chris and Katie to certain YouTubers, but they literally have a script they send to YouTubers and they signed up. So definitely a higher level than normal. They say, what is worse?
And I'm not trying to attack you personally, Truth. I don't want you to think that. I just am putting it out there for everybody, that we need to be responsible.
I'm still up here and I haven't jumped off and I haven't yelled at anybody. I'm listening to what y'all are saying.
Yeah.
I think it's real interesting that the chat thinks that instead of having a productive conversation like we're having, that they would rather go to F you truth and you're this and you're that and all the negativity. That shows a lot of class with them. But people make mistakes. People say things the wrong way. I'm guilty of that. I've taken responsibility for that, right? At the end of the day, I'll say it again. I'm here for Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers. There are going to be some things that are said that are uncomfortable. There are some things that are going to be said that aren't going to be fun to hear. But it just is what it is. And nothing that I have done has been to purposely hurt Sebastian's case or Sebastian in any way. Anyway, I don't have that in my heart to want to hurt Sebastian in any way with what I've been saying. If what I said did hurt the case, I would wholeheartedly apologize. But of course, like people are saying, I have no class, blah, blah, blah. You know, here's the thing. Y'all can say whatever you want to, but I stand on me. I haven't backed down. I'm standing on what I'm saying.
And I believe that you don't want to hurt the case. I believe that. I believe that your heart is in the right place. And that's why I'm not attacking you. I mean, because I could be a very, very rude. But I just wanted us to realize that we need to be more responsible. I'm guilty of that also, just being up here flapping my jaws.
Oh yeah, we're all
I
guilty of it.
understand.
You want to suspect that FBI didn't check into neighbors, especially ones that came with and moved shortly after. I mean, I'm still a little
Exactly.
baffled by that too. Like they knew because of YouTube.
Right. And here's the thing, right? I'm not like, I get it, right? I get what she was saying when she's like, they may say, oh, we need to dump him because it's out
They're
on
onto
the
us.
internet, right? But here's the thing, without it even being said, they don't know. That's crazy to me.
I agree. There's several ways to look at that and be like, wow, you know what I mean? It's ooh.
The
I mean, do
J
y'all think
person may have thought they got away with something, and then all of a sudden you guys put it out there that, oh, now Chris and Katie told us about them, and Ellie knows about it and stuff like that. Now,
Right.
somebody might have thought that they were getting away with it. Now we've told them that they're not getting away with it. Now they need to dump Sebastian, and now we're definitely not going to find them. That
Yeah.
kind of scenario could happen.
It's the same thing we called out
It's
when it came to Green Hoodie, right? If that person was really
right.
person of interest, now they're aware.
The
If
lights
Yeah.
video.
right.
I
The
mean,
lights video. We were saying that. We were screaming that from the rooftop when the lights video came out. And we're like, how dare you guys put this out there? We don't know if that is investigative material that Ellie needs to know about. There's
Right.
a reason why Ellie didn't put that lights video out there. And then it was leaked. And it's like, this is so irresponsible. I was
I
pissed
agree.
off about that too. Yeah.
I agree.
We really gotta be careful. I mean, mainstream media too. They do that kind of bullshit all the time too. And it's like, you guys are going to end up one of these times, it's going to end up screwing up a case or making it so, God forbid, a kid gets killed because they got to dump them somewhere or whatever. They get scared, whatever. I mean, these are scenarios that could happen and do happen. And we just have to be careful about that and mindful of it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I think we all completely agree and understand that.
But Truth, I am going to attack you about one thing you did say. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I do have to attack you about this one. You said that BHB is a good creator and that
Yeah,
she's good
I
at
did because
research.
I'll
I,
tell you why.
I'm
I'll
questioning your
tell you why.
judgment on that one, man.
What I said is if you listen to the whole clip, okay, what I said is there is good in everybody. I'm sorry that I refuse to see everybody as a horrible human. Okay. I see good in everybody. That may be my downfall, but I believe in grace and I believe in giving grace. That's it. That's
Okay.
it.
Well, there is good in I do believe there's good
Well,
in
fuck
everybody,
her,
but
Grace. I'm just gonna
yeah,
say that.
absolutely.
her she doesn't have any good in her, honestly. She is
This
so
is our
mean.
second fucking year with her goddamn bullshit ass fucking lawsuit. We're dealing with her fucking ignorant ass bullshit. I'm not even gonna get started on that dumb bitch. But
Yep.
anyways, let me
I
see. Let me
understand it.
seek her. She said, "Happy Friday." Irish says the one and only we need to watch. Here, let me see. Threatening to show DMs pissed me off. He was extreme, but made some good valid points. Amy 03 says, "Queen, thank you and your OG panel for protecting families, even if you guys have fucked up information. You've always been trustworthy." Thug Cheesy came out. Oh fuck, Thug Cheesy came out. So here, Throw Glitter says, if Chris had not gone up last night, what would the outcome of the live have been? There was a reason for going live, right? They're asking you that.
No, it was just my reason for going live was because of Nick's freaking video. That's what started my live in the first place. Because what he was saying was everything he was doing. Everything he accused in that live was what he was doing. That's why I said it's time for me to speak. I'm tired of holding my tongue because I haven't spoke on Nick. I've left the whole, and I tell my own followers, I don't want to hear about Nick. Nick doesn't hold any weight to me. He's just another guy with an opinion. Right? So when I spoke on it, my whole reasoning for my live, and remember, I put my live off because Clue happened to post one at the same time. I didn't know that.
But Nick is a huge player in all of this. So I know you're saying like he holds no weight and stuff, but he does.
In my conversations in my chat, I just don't give them the time until I see proof that they're doing something.
What about all the harmful things they're doing?
Listen, I don't disagree with you. But I'm just saying I made the choice not to even give him a platform on my platform.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just be honest. Some are wondering if you're working with them.
Well, that's he.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. That's the vibe. I mean, it seems
And
like
then vibe it how you want to.
yeah.
I mean, literally, vibe it how you want to. I can't convince people of anything that they don't want to be convinced of.
I just find it really I don't know. I find it really what would be the word I'm looking for here? I find it really weird that you guys really never acknowledge Nick and what they're doing and Dog and all of that. But yet,
Who you guys?
You as well, to be honest, Clue.
I just did a whole stream about him the other day. What are you talking about?
Okay,
I talk about what a joke they are all the time. I remember. Don't believe that they're doing anything. I don't think I do think they're doing something, but it is no good. I don't think Dog is here. I don't think the Secret Service is here. I don't think they know their ass from a hole in the fucking ground. Take me to court. It's my opinion.
Okay, then I apologize. I take that part back. And no, it's not about being on sides by any means, but you got to remember at one point, Truth was adamantly on his side, and that's why a lot of people are getting upset about it.
Yes, but that was before I spent months on the phone talking and hearing different things. It still doesn't mean that I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Anything I say is going to be twisted. Anything I say is going to be twisted. Right?
Well, that's how it is with all of us. I mean, they twist everything we fucking say. Here, I'm going to keep this going. Creators shouldn't be talking to anyone that's in an active investigation. That includes Chris, Katie, and Seth. Phoenix says, how does Chris not know CPS report? And Phoenix, you're up here, baby. If you want to unmute, I'm sure Truth will answer your questions, baby.
Hi, Juice. I'm sorry
How are you?
Fine. I'm sorry
Miss
that you're
Amy.
having.
It's all right, sweetie. What you have a question? I'll be more than glad to answer it.
How does he not know about the CPS reports? And do you know? And can you speak on it?
Oh, Chris didn't know about the CPS reports.
No.
Yeah, I asked Chris last night in the live if he knew about the 5 CPS reports, and he said he didn't know. He didn't know specifics.
I mean, I don't understand. He doesn't know about reports, or that he doesn't have it. Let's stop me. I'm sorry. I'm confused by that. You know?
We all are.
It was a confusing answer for sure. Because he definitely knows by now.
Yeah.
How cool are you?
Me? I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
And you know how you tried to get a test on the internet? Well, what's the outcome of it? Can you speak to that?
A test on the internet?
Yeah,
I don't know why my audio is
about the truck and stuff.
She said about the truck and stuff.
Like, is that what?
Clue's cutting out.
Yeah,
Her
it's my
phone's cutting out, baby. But she was asking you about the truck and stuff.
about the truck lights.
No, the Wi-Fi.
No, the Wi-Fi.
I agree with you, Jay.
And about that Wi-Fi in that truck.
Truth. She's asking you about the
Yes.
Wi-Fi in the truck.
Okay. I'm sorry I didn't hear the question. I apologize.
What was the outcome?
What was the outcome of the truth
What was the
of
outcome?
with the truck and the Wi-Fi? Yes. What's the outcome?
I'm assuming that just what that they realized it was his truck and there was nothing to it, as far as I can tell.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
it was like I said. The reason why I brought up the comment was because I felt it was an arrogant answer, which made me feel like he was saying that law enforcement didn't know what they were doing trying to find Sebastian. That's why I started that conversation.
Okay.
It just really.
Did he say that in a pissed off way or just?
Did he
It was
say it
more
in a pissed off way,
sarcastically
or
sounding. It was more of a sarcastic-y sounding, almost like, those dummies,
Yeah. Okay, that's all. Hi, Queen Bee.
Hi, beautiful. How are you?
Fine. How are you? Hi, Tim.
Hi there. What's up? How you doing?
Not much. Okay, bye, y'all. Have a good day. Have a good Christmas.
Don't
Bye.
forget me, Amy.
Merry
Hi,
Christmas.
Cece.
Forget her.
Hi,
Forget her.
Amy.
Don't
How you
even
doing?
talk to her. Don't even talk to her. She wears Crocs.
Cece's my favorite.
No, she's not. She's not. Let me see.
Beat him.
Brianna says, if nothing else, I'm 100% convinced that Chris, Katie, and Seth all need to run and walk away from YouTube and YouTubers and never come back. This place eats victims for lunch and spits them out and never goes back to help them up. Unfortunately, that's been the case study. I think like a lot of times you're just better off just telling your story and then just skedaddling away. Let it be, let it be. But unfortunately, I don't think Seth's walking away because he's a YouTuber now and he has a channel. So too late for him. Let's hope Chris and Katie kind of just do that and kind of stay away, to be honest with you. So, anywho, how are you guys doing besides the, what was it, how many hour live we've had so far? 4 hours. 4 hours. How are you guys doing so far?
Yeah. I'm gonna drop Queen. I'm here. I'm gonna go shop.
Well, you have a good one.
Bye. Nice
All
chatting
right,
with
baby.
you.
I appreciate you coming up. I'm gonna catch up on a couple more of these. Birdie says truth. You were planting seeds, and then backpedaled as soon as Chris came up. That was Bindi. Marabella gets to 5 memberships. Ann says you said other people are talking to K and C and putting out info, but here you are doing the same thing. Michelle said we're dogpiling. Team Dum Dum says what transpired is certainly not the worst and shocking bullshit that's happened on these streets. Truth is being held to a higher standard than others. No one shames their attacks and likes the likes of BHB and BJ in their chats and comments respectfully. Well, respectfully, neither one of them do open panels like we do over here.
Also, I do look at truth a little bit higher standard than Brittany J and BHB.
Yeah, we hold truth to a higher standard than both of them fucks.
Like, to be honest with you.
Can I be trans? I mean, I'm going to be trans. I'm not going to win over anybody. I don't care to win over people. If you haven't figured that out yet, I don't know what to say. I'm going to be genuinely me at all times. I do see where the way that the conversation went south very quickly. That was not my intention. Okay. I also understand that the way that I presented it came across in a way that I did not intend for it to come across. Okay. I can only live and learn from this situation. I can tell you that I spoke with Chris after the live, and there were no hard feelings between me and Chris. Okay, period. It is what it is. Okay. I felt like I wanted to have a conversation about all three parents doing what I was watching being done. I can only live and learn. Y'all can call me names. You can disrespect me. You can, all the nasty shit that's being said in the comments, all that's perfectly okay, I guess. Right. But what I will do from this situation, excuse me, I'm sick as shit. I am losing my voice. What I can do with this situation is live, learn, and keep pushing on. I did not have any ill intent when my live started. Okay. I make mistakes. I'm human. I'm new to YouTube. But I think it would be a lot more helpful, and I appreciate, Queen, you having the panel, even though this is not comfortable for me, right?
I
It's
do
not
appreciate
comfortable
you
for
being
me.
up here though, because a lot of people would have just jumped and took the fuck off. So
I
I do
agree.
got to give you credit for that. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people would just fucking be like, "Nope, never mind. I'm not talking about it."
Well,
Fuck
and I
it.
think part of the backlash is, or what you're seeing as backlash, and it's been rough, is that people do respect you.
Yeah, they
And
do.
I
I,
can
They
understand
really
that.
do, especially with the Chris and Katie, because a lot of people that do come to your chats stand up for them and stand by them.
And
but
So
I
like I
also,
said,
when you're alluding to the fact that there's information being withheld or your feelings have changed, people are gonna be like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And you're not putting names on it. You're not, you know what I mean?
I
Dates and
understand that.
times are getting fucked up, and they're like, "Whoa, wait, whoa, 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 whoa." We've been had your back and these guys for this whole time. What the fuck you mean? Kind of like I
I
was like,
understand
what
that.
the fuck's going on? Which is why I was silent because I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
So listen, I completely understand that. Could you, for a second, put yourself in my position? And I didn't see any of that coming either.
Yeah, I say it
I
happens.
agree.
I mean, I can agree with that. It happens, especially with penals and all that. It happens. I mean, things go south. I mean, it is what it is. It's not. No, it's not comfortable. No, and I was just kind of like, what the hell? You know what I mean? So I didn't really speak up about it because I wanted to kind of sit back and listen to what was going on. I thought maybe there was information I didn't know nothing about. Which there was. I mean, I didn't know anything about this time shit. You know what I'm saying with the truck? I didn't know anything about that. There's other things that are going on that I don't know nothing about. I mean,
right.
I get that things come out. You have no control over what goes on a penal. Like when you know what I'm saying. Once you have a penal, it is what it is. It's probably just pretty much goes how it goes. That's kind of the having an open penal or letting people up. You had no control over how the conversation was going to go.
Well, and to be fair, people keep saying about sides, and I think it is subscribers and others that have created sides. I have been saying what Truth has been saying. I've been saying it for weeks, if not months. I don't know why you guys place people in categories and then get angry. I don't know. It's just, it to me, it's not about sides. And I think that's something that he was trying to say last night. And he came across frustrated as hell, understandably, because it's like, unfortunately, there are sides and people did come to truths because he was, defending the Proudfoots. And so subscribers going to have a little bit of pushback there. But at the end of the day, it is about Sebastian. And that's where his frustration's coming in. And he keeps saying, like, oh, but if I said this about Chris or Seth, it'd be okay. And to an extent, he's correct. He's a little correct there.
I just know that I'm going to mess up with the way that I say things sometimes, and I'm not using any excuses. I know people have used a certain excuse in the comments, and it's an uncomfortable excuse, but it is a true excuse. But I'm not going to use it, right? What I'm going to say is sometimes I don't process things right. Sometimes I don't have a filter with emotion or lack thereof, or I have an overabundance of emotion. And I don't always have the best in processing things. And that was similar to the conversation I had with Chris last night. And so I can only stand on what I believe is my truth, and how I felt on something. And, I will learn from this situation and keep moving forward. I stand on my beliefs. I stand on my thoughts in this case, but I do believe that there was probably a better way that I could have done it, or maybe a more strategic way of doing it so that I didn't cause any unnecessary stress to the case. That was not my intention at all. If my intention was to use information that Chris and Katie gave me as content, I would have been doing it for 8 months. And I haven't. But I'm going to tell you that when you hear things behind the scenes, whether they're secret or not, when you hear true stories about a young man and you hear in-depth personal stories, you do get more attached.
Well, and I just want to showcase on this. You did open up last night and say that you do have autism as well. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, I've spoke on it before.
So yeah, so I didn't want to. I mean, I wasn't trying to, but there's also other things too that you can also relate to. So on a deeper level, you can relate to Sebastian. So
Very
more
much.
so than I think a lot of us other women can. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I respect you for staying up here during all this and watching the chat and everything. I mean, we weren't attacking you. I mean, we're friendly. We're always been friendly. I just, and I appreciate you having this conversation with us. I just want to say that. And I don't agree with
I have no
everybody
problem with
attacking you.
I appreciate that. Like I said, I will learn from the way that I handled this situation. I still am very clear. Don't use autism as an Jesus Christ, sunflower. Anyway, I will use
No,
this
what I was just saying was
situation.
that there's certain things and aspects to this that you can relate to on a deeper level than us. You know what I'm saying? Than some of us can. That's all.
I understand. And
I just want to hop up real quick. I've been gone for like a week, so today's my first day back, and I got a phone call that some stuff happened last night. But truth, and I appreciate everything that you've said. I really, really do. And but I finished like 2 hours ago listening to your live from last night, and I think that sometimes we all have life experiences that we have our own personal life experiences with ourselves or family members, and um, and it hits us a different way. It the weirdo Julie. I can't even listen to Queen review her. I can't listen to anybody because it hits me. It hits me a different way. And from what I heard from your live is, I think that you really do care about Sebastian, because not only your own trials, but I also heard you say that since the emails came out, and your own words, that these three parents gave up on Sebastian and were going to, quote, give him away or whatever, um, that hit a note with you. So I'm asking you to take care of you, and if it gets to be too much, and everybody can have their opinion. I have my opinion about that. None of us, three people lived in that home. We don't know, and nor do we need to know everything about their personal life and their personal experiences and their personal decisions. And sometimes what others might feel, and you can have your opinion, but sometimes what others might feel is, I would never do that. Like, uh, some people look at boarding schools as giving your kid away, not giving them a better education. Some people look at sending a child that has different special needs, hearing, sight, whatever, to help the whole family, to teach the whole family a better way of doing things. Sometimes you have to do things, that not everybody agrees with. So I hear a lot of pain, and I think that you really relate to Sebastian in many different ways. But if you have to just kind of decompress, if you don't want to talk to them, don't talk to them. You're not going to solve this case. A YouTuber is not going to solve Sebastian's case, whether if he was lured out, he walked out, or whatever happened. This is where we have to trust law enforcement. And for your own mental health, for your own whatever. But to be on the internet when you have 103.7 fever, to be that triggered by Nick, you're giving him control of your life.
Yeah, the guy's a loser. He lives in the park. He basically does
Right.
lives in the parking lot. I mean,
Right.
I mean,
So, I just want to hop
I
up and say
addressed something
that.
in the comment. There's something in the comments. Someone keeps saying that I said that Katie put Sebastian in the trunk. I did not say that. As a matter of fact, there isn't a trunk in her vehicle. What I said is, if he didn't leave on foot, there's only two ways out of that neighborhood. One car left in the morning, and something was picked up in the neighborhood. That's what I said. That's it. There's only two ways, as we know of it, that we've seen, because there's no video of anything else, that there was only one car that left the house and only one other way that anything would have left the house. That's what I said. So if he didn't run away and he wasn't kidnapped, those are the only two options, in my opinion.
And have you ever thought that both can be true? That he
For
could
sure.
have left the house. He was spotted per TBI on the 26th. There was a
Right.
spotting, and
Well,
he could have been picked up there. He could have run away and then met up with somebody nefarious.
hold on.
Two things.
Respectfully, law enforcement has never told us there was a sighting on the 26th.
Okay, well, all right.
Their poster,
The poster.
but
Well, I
TBI.
understand, but they never said that. They just didn't say that he was seen, is what I'm saying. So,
There was a
you know,
sighting. Anyway, I'm gonna hop down. Y'all have a good day. Have a Merry Christmas. I'll be in and out and around. Truth, I hope you take care of yourself, and
thank you,
I
ma'am.
hope you listen to the words that I said. I don't know, but anyway, y'all have a good day. Bye.
Good to hear you, Roro. I
Good
missed
hearing you
you.
too. I miss you too, baby. Been take care of
Bye.
some real life. All right, bye, y'all.
Thank you for the respect.
Yeah, and I do hope you
Like I
feel
said,
better soon.
I appreciate it. I really, I'm I'm not sitting here running from the conversation. This isn't helping me to sit here and have this conversation. It's stressing me plumb the fuck out. But the reality is, I do respect the people that follow me, and I do respect their opinion, and I do respect that if I say something that they are adamantly against, that I listen to them. It doesn't mean that it's going to change my opinion, but I'm not a heartless fucking person, right? I just simply see things sometimes differently than other people.
yeah, I get it, man. And I just think like you got to be careful what you say because, like, for instance, when you say like Granny is like having some sort of conversation that she's in the middle of an injunction with Mr. Nick the Hat, and the other people claiming that she's part of a RICO in a conversation secretly, and then she's working with Chris and Katie to obstruct the case, and then you say there's secret conversations. It could jam her up when you're not specifying things. You know what I mean? I mean, she's the one that has to deal with a BS injunction where she has to fight, and then this comes out, and now she's got to have to explain herself. Like, no, I'm not in this huge secret cabal or secret information, stuff like that. And that could be a problem.
Yeah, no. The information, to clarify for those that are going to run with it, the information I did receive was because of this injunction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it wasn't like a like, oh, Chris is my friend, and calling up, and I've had 2 conversations, and 2 were more than enough. I don't speak to him. I don't want to speak to him. I don't plan on speaking to him. I'm not friends with him. Quite frankly, I don't even care for him. I don't. I get the same, it's just, I don't think Chris and Seth are good men. I'm just going to say it. I don't care for them.
And I'm going to say this. I think you have good reason to say just that.
Right.
And these conversations were after the injunction or before the injunction?
The one was before, and it was because of the, remember that piece from his custody hearing was going around that said like they were cleared or something. I forget what it said. Well, he reached out then to tell me, what that was and why it needs to be removed. And I obviously asked questions. And then the other conversation was after.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like when you that's the thing when you make it ambiguous, because these motherfuckers are going to run they would probably run and go with this. It's like, oh, Granny's working with the Chris and Proudfoot, and it's actually like a group of YouTubers working together, and it's like, you know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, that's the thing I say. Like, you got to be careful. You know, even though you say I shouldn't be told what to say. It's like when you go with the trick, you know, like the riddles, and when you say, Granny, you know what I'm talking about, it could be like a problem for people, because this is Granny's real life she's dealing with. She's got to pay money out of the pocket, and it kind of puts her in a position. You know what I mean? That's my opinion on that.
Which there was a somewhat of an update to that, but also I'm getting I've gotten the weirdest text while I was up here, and I'm sorry, but I'm gonna say it. So the phone number goes back to Nashville, Tennessee. The comment is simply TikTok, and when I respond, they're not responding, and it's somehow connected to a Waffle House dream, and Edward Miller attorney, Santa Fe natural tobacco. Like, this is the type of shit that some of us are dealing with. It surpasses just YouTube. Like, my personal phone number is receiving shit. It's a problem. It's weird. I don't know what it means. They're not responding. I don't know the number. I don't, you know, it's almost like it's, you know, like, I don't think people realize, but like there's a lot of taught in offline as well that I don't bring forward. There's a lot of messages I get to my phone. There's a lot of emails I get. There's a lot of threats against me because people have labeled me to be a paid person by the Proudfoots. And it doesn't matter how many times I say I'm not, and I dislike it. I don't even care for Chris. People will still say I am. They just don't listen. People don't listen. You listen to whatever these people want to convince you that all of us are hate channels. You listen to them instead of listening to us. And you miss our message entirely because it's emotional. Everybody's emotionally driven at this point. And I'm not saying it's wrong.
Yeah. I just have to wait for a second. I got a phone call, so.
And then a lot of people say, oh, well, you know, I don't know. I just think it's at a point where everybody's very emotionally attached and or committed, right? Like, it's like something that we've all come to like know every aspect of, and we're fully committed, and we want it. We want the answers. We want the end result. We want everything.
Yeah, and I think that's what you got to be careful of, because, you know, I mean, like, if you take every single case emotionally, too emotional, you're not going to be you're not going to be purporting on what you're hearing or trying to discuss the, you know, the story. I'm not going to say case because we're not fucking PIs or anything like that, and we're not going to solve anything. And I mean, like, you know, we've sat through on this panel about a lot of very serious topics. The ones usually like that are pretty the worst to talk about is the recent mass shootings that have been occurring. And if you got emotional about that, you're not reporting about the facts of it. You know what I mean? You kind of be neutral. And that's the same thing with this. You got to stick to the facts, and you can't get too close. But unfortunately, when you're talking to the mother of a missing child or the father, you get a little too close. You know, you might like them, you might not. And then you're you can make mistakes.
You get blinded to it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and that could be an issue. And I think that's you know, you could talk to them and be like, hey, you want to do an interview? But at that point, you got to keep it like professional and be like, okay, well, we're not friends. We're just simply, I'm trying to help you out, spread awareness, and keep it moving type of deal. Mm-hmm. And I think you see that happen with Brittany J with that. Was she with Seth, or with Seth with other channels that he's friendly with? They see him more of as like a friend or something, you know? And that's the issue. Or is it okay?
Well, I appreciate y'all having me up. I'm going to jump down. I appreciate everybody listening. The ones that were respectful and were able to hear me out, I appreciate that. The ones who weren't, I mean, that you have the right to your opinion as well. Just if you don't like my content and you don't like the way I do my show, then just don't come over to my channel and we can save each other the headache. Because I have no ill intention on my channel. And if you really watch my channel, you would know that I push more positivity and upliftingness and love and compassion than anybody I know. So y'all think of me how you want to. I will learn several lessons from last night. But I think it's really, really funny the character in which people behind keyboards can say some nasty things. And I can sit up here on a panel and speak current and live to y'all and not hide behind that.
Well,
It's crazy to me.
I mean, welcome to the internet. I mean, like, it's just how it is,
I
man.
know,
You
I
just
know,
gotta,
I know, but I'm not saying I'm any different. It's just like at the end of the day, I've told y'all that I acknowledge what happened. I've told you that I've talked to Chris. I've told y'all that I see how that shouldn't have happened the way that it did. And I'm taking responsibility for the way it came out. If that's not enough for people, I can't do anything else.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
and you're also new to all of this. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Well, I'm
first
new.
time.
I'm new
It's
to
a
this
lot.
platform for sure.
Right.
Yeah. I think like we'll see. I think you're learning. I mean, like basically, this is probably the first major story that you've been talking about. You know what I mean? And
It's the only reason I got on YouTube.
Yeah, and you've gotten, and I think you'll learn from it, and you'll keep it moving, see what happens in the future, and learn from your mistakes here and there, and keep it moving. Some of us have seen like a lot of stories, crazy stories, and you know it is what it is. It's kind of a trial by fire and see if what happens. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate you jumping up, answering questions. You were pretty cool. You were polite. You know, some people were, you know, and you answered questions. You even answered the chat. So I appreciate you jumping up and answering questions. You do.
And I want to say before you leave, I appreciate you coming up, and I don't appreciate people swearing at you and stuff in the chat. That wasn't right. None of us up here were swearing at Truth. None of us were being rude to Truth. No, that's not okay to be swearing at him and calling him names. I didn't see any of that in the chat, but he said it happened. So shame on whoever did that.
And don't talk about people's families and wives and stuff. They don't
Right.
bring them into it.
Right. And I hope you do feel better, Truth.
Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a blessed day.
Never going. PG, you might be about 3 hours behind. But yeah, it's what it is. Let me see.
Thank you, Truth. I was switching over from my phone to my laptop.
Well, that was an interesting way to spend
I appreciate it
Friday.
coming up.
Yeah, I appreciate. You
Not
know
very
what?
many people would. Not very many people would stay up here and have a conversation. So I respect that.
Yeah, no, and
Really
he calmly answered the questions. He didn't get like into like fighting and stuff like that, and he just answered people's questions. And if you like the answers, you like the answers. You don't like the answers, you don't like the answers. We'll see what happens. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Well, and you know, the fact of the matter is, like I try saying to him, he did create an audience based on this, so you're going to receive pushback.
Right.
But ultimately, what he's saying and is true is that everybody, not just me, and I love how people say things like, "Oh, the drama." Well, you're here for the drama too, bitch. So put on your drama hummus. I mean, you know, but at the end of the day, like everybody is thinking emotionally.
Yeah.
We all are for one reason or another. You can't deny it. Everybody's, you know, we write our comments and we view things off of our personal experiences in life. And for whatever reason, we've all landed on one place or the other, and we are emotionally driven. And Truth didn't say things how he should have, but his underlying message isn't horrific. It started off as all three parents need to stop using others, basically.
Yeah. Well, it was a very interesting way to spend Friday so far.
Yeah.
Boy, geez Louise.
Can we also acknowledge that, like, I do have to clear this up again because I see people are still saying it. What I know, I only know because of this injunction. What I know is personal to the investigation. I'm not the only person, Truth's not the only person that knows it. I bet you every single creator that's covered this case knows it. Okay? Law enforcement doesn't want it to come out. It's not like it's Chris and Katie keeping this. You got to remember, we've had to speak with law enforcement because of this injunction. Not everything I know is because of Chris or Katie. There's nothing that no one should know it, right? And it's not going to change it. It's not going to change YouTube's discussion. It's just not. It's not necessary for YouTube's discussion. It's necessary for the investigation, and let's respect that and keep it that way. Don't keep pushing to hear it.
That's the issue, that you have this fine line where it becomes what can be discussed and what can't be discussed. And that's why it's kind of issue when you can get into a little bit of a gray area when you're talking to parents of a missing kid, because they could be saying stuff to you that you do not want. They do, like the police told them, don't repeat this, and they could slip up, and suddenly, now it's out there, and that's why it's an issue.
Right. And to clarify, no, I didn't, Sammy. I'm not the one that asked about him fathering a kid at 7. That wasn't me.
Yeah,
you must have my voice confused.
I think it was
not
someone
me.
else. Yeah,
I think it was Baldy.
Body. Yeah, I guess she was heard that rumor and she wanted to clear up that ridiculous rumor, which pretty stupid. Whoever started that, I think it was Smiley. Someone in Smiley World, they said, which I would have to find. But my God, if she actually said that, Jesus.
I think it was said to lighten up the like tensions a little bit, but also, unfortunately, that is a ridiculous rumor going around. And I know the questions I was asking, it was to try to stop some rumors. We had a direct source. Why not take advantage of that opportunity and ask those questions? Rather, they're cutesy or not. They're part of discussions.
Jesus Christ, Smiley! Jesus Christ, nonsense! It was Smiley. Who the hell would believe such a ridiculous rumor?
The same lady who showed her docket.
She's a fucking idiot for starting that rumor, anyways.
And that's one thing we need to remember. The people in the chat look up to us, and they shouldn't. I mean, they should make their own decisions, and we always say that you should make up your own opinions in your own mind.
Speak for yourself, Cheesy. Speak for yourself. Look up to me, guys. I'm joking.
Yeah, we are God. But they do. They look up to us like we're God and that we know all. And they run with everything we say. That's why we need to be responsible about what we say. And that was the whole point in this conversation today, at least on my part, was that, we need to be responsible because people in the chat take this stuff and they run with it, no matter how stupid it is. I mean, we all know you can't have kids at 7. Hello. I mean, I don't think anyways, but
right.
Yeah. It's just so ridiculous.
Or the people that are believing the AI photo that shows like the Secret Service on their way to Tennessee to go lock up that creator. Right. And it's like, your first clue is that Trump would never sit in the front seat. Like he just won it. So like use your common sense to an extent.
Don't lie. Don't lie. He would have drove that car right there.
He would have drove himself.
He's gonna take a ride. He's gonna jump on a motorcycle with Dog the Bounty Hunter, and they're gonna lock them all up.
Did you hear them now? They were like, they really believed it. They're like, oh, Trump's in Tennessee, and he found Tyler Feller, whatever his name is, and this is fantastic news. And the stupidity was like seeking out. I'm like, oh my goodness, they just fall for this.
Well, and look at the stupidity that day with Mr. and Mrs. D. That time they were talking about there's helicopters flying around. They thought the FBI was going to bust the Proudfoots or the Bowersocks.
Yeah.
Remember that day?
Yeah. That was after Dog was kicking indoors, right?
Right. It was just not too long ago, about a week ago or whatever. They were on with Justin or whatever. Just stupid.
Justin needs to just do his monkey exploitation content.
Right.
And move the
Stick with your monkey business.
Your monkey exploitation content and just stick with that,
Right. I'm going to read some of these real quick, you guys. So I tried to read some of them, but this one, Team Dumb, what transpired is certainly not the worst or shocking bullshit that's happened on these streets. Truth is being held to a higher standard. I already read that one, didn't I? All right, here we go. Let's see. Narcoleptic catfish. That fucking name kills me. Truth, you're getting specific critiques instead of addressing the specific critiques. You throw your hands up and say, okay, I'm the bad guy. That lets you get away without having to address the specific criticism. I think you did okay. You know what I mean? I think you did pretty good actually staying up here and answering questions and saying, you know what I mean, explaining himself. Because I mean, most people won't. They fucking will not. Most people won't even tap the fucking link to give their goddamn opinion, let alone sit and fucking, speak and listen to a room full of 2,000 people cuss you out. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, I don't think you got cussed out by everybody, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so here, Casper, At this point, you guys are being a dead horse, which is why I got old girl down. So old girl came up here and was like, "You guys stop." No, we have an open panel discussion. You're not gonna come up here and tell me or this panel to stop having a discussion. We're not doing it.
Right.
I gotta let you kid real fast.
Can I show something while you let the dog out?
Hold on, real fast. Before I forget this, let me just say, BJ, you're not true crime. You are a fucking true crime yourself. You okay? You are not fucking true crime. You are a fucking drama ass piece of shit channel. Don't fucking start. Don't start your bullshit.
You're jealous
not a
of
true
me.
crime fucking channel. Your channel is not fucking true crime. Your channel is let's talk about the Proudfoots and treat them like shit and fucking backset them. So stop your bullshit.
Yeah, she's not. And I love how she's like saying like, I'm true crime. You're jealous of me, Grant, because I'm true crime and you not. I'm like,
Fuck
man,
that.
you're not true
Her
crime.
channel is not fucking. It's a true drama channel with a little true crime of bullshit on the screen when she ain't falling the fuck asleep.
Yeah.
Why does she keep saying that? Well, not for nothing, but I get more viewers. I get more active participation. Like, why does she title me what you will? It doesn't matter.
She's at a
I'm
17
better
play
at it.
for fucking ever.
Right.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, how good would you do on your stream if you were asleep? I mean,
Well, that's
pretty
true.
good.
Well, I mean, I think
I'll
people are
tell you
catching
what.
on to the bullshit. Then she goes, then she made a fucking post saying, or a goddamn live saying, I'm not, I didn't hack anybody. How stupid are you guys? Nobody said you fucking hacked anybody, dumb fuck.
She always fucking lies.
No, she just fucks some shit up. She's just fucking stupid. Like you can obviously you ain't comprehending what the fuck is being said.
Well, but do you think that she does on purpose, or you think she's just really like?
I
Do
just
you
think
think
she's
she's
that fucked up,
intentionally?
or she's either that fucked up or that stupid, in my opinion.
Because it just drives me nuts how much she fucking lies. Like, oh, Granny was yelling at everybody, asking the tough questions. I was the one asking the questions, you dumbass. What are you talking about? She just lies.
Last night she said something about that the whole thing was about her, that Granny was attacking her the whole time. I was like, I remember her talking about her.
Kidding me? I didn't even bring her up.
Yeah.
No, she brought you up.
PJ it says device is not connected, so you'll have to pop back in because it's not letting you. It says device is not connected.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's your camera or what, but let's see. Slim Jim feelings is as foul and disrespectful as Sean has been, in my opinion, to a missing child. Hate to say his name in this shit. Let's see here, Michelle. If it were about Seth, the general reaction would be different. That's all I'm saying. Ann says, I see Chris as a gracious gentleman to Seth. After everything Seth has done, he has taken the high road and stays out of the drama and does not attack. And that is true. He doesn't talk bad about Seth to me either. He never did. Like, he's never been shitty about Seth to me anyways. Cindy says Truth did nothing wrong. Niece, why wouldn't LE see tons Wi-Fi connecting to on the 26th? I don't know. Michelle here said, I'm feeling Truth should have kept his mouth shut, and Truth was right to speak up. At the same time, it's gross. Liz says releasing private details publicly doesn't help find Sebastian. That's true. It doesn't. Miss Blue, you said you are a content creator first. Yeah, that was kind of, I mean, I cut that kind of off guard.
Yeah. That's why I asked them about that, the question about the.
Listen, true crime channels don't keep saying they're true crime. You know what I mean? You don't have to
keep saying they're true crime to fucking come on now.
Can I say something? Like, let's be real. I mean, is she doing anything that not anyone in this chat and us can do? Put a live stream of Court TV and then sleep through half of it and make a random comment about God and then read an article. I mean, let's be real. Every person in this chat, including myself on this panel, can do exactly what she's doing. It's nothing special she's doing. She's not like Gray or she was a police officer before. Everyone can do. She doesn't do anything special. I'm sorry. Everyone can do it. The only difference is that, she's got an audience somehow, and that's it. I mean, let's be real.
Well, not only that, she can't even do it on her own either.
Well, she's got Seth over there in her fucking chat. As soon as that live was over, as soon as Truth's live was over, Seth was over there in the chat running his fucking mouth.
Right.
Yeah. Every comment he made was up on the fucking screen. She pushed her live off 2 fucking hours just to wait for that to be done to go through it.
Yeah, because she didn't want to get struck.
Don't strike me.
Yeah, she knew she would be like. She knew she'd be struck if she went live and she was like simul streaming it. He would probably be.
Yeah, she knew if she stream sniped, I'm sure he probably would have struck her.
Yeah.
Your aunt says, I bet Ellie wouldn't want you bringing this out. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure because the Jay shit was a surprise to me too. But then again, I don't watch Clue very often. I don't have a lot of time. So Casual R says, just stop saying things like, if you knew what I knew, that's insinuating and that's dangerous. And yeah, that is. I truly believe that, Casual Art. I took what Clue said as proof they were all working together. However, Truth, you're sounding still like it was a personal gripe. Miss Blue says that was meant to be a gotcha moment last night. A lot of people thought that. I got a lot of emails about that. Actually, they thought that was what he was doing, was like a gotcha moment. Casual R says cases like this one too can be fluid. Change of opinion is natural. It's not being fake. When Clue dropped the emails and SC about writings, told me a lot about this teenager. Okay, so Throw Glitter says he planned to go live for 1 hour. What was his plan before CP went up? What was he going to talk about? Please ask for me. Well, I think he said he went live for Nick. He was going to go live to talk about Nick. Supposedly, that was the reason he was going live, right? Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Parking lot, Nick.
How can you say you're not personally involved, but state you're in constant communication with TBI and LE? FSU girl.
PJ says in chat, why do you all think CP went up on panel about this truck and the Wi-Fi? Because it is extremely sus and the LE know. So before attacking Truth, I would really stop and think what has been shown. Well, I mean, it's not really sus.
I think he went up there to defend himself because he absolutely needed to. If he didn't, can you imagine how fucking much the chat would have ran with that bullshit?
Yeah, it said that
he got the fucking dates wrong. That's it. That's all. He got the goddamn date wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, and you know what? I'd be mad too. And I'd be like, you know, and I'm sure I could hear my fucking, you know, my kid's dad say the same thing. They can't fucking figure out my goddamn truck and the Wi-Fi, but they can fucking hunt my son to, you know, go look for my son. I'd be mad too.
Yeah. And
I mean, there's all kinds of shit. You say all kinds of shit when you're mad when it comes down to looking for your kid, your step kid, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing that bothers me. Step parent. They're talking about you're not a parent, you're a step parent. Well, fuck, he took care of him all the time. He was with his mother. He was there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the same as parenting to me. I don't know. I mean, you know, whatever. Why'd you get timed out? I don't know. There was 2,000 people in the chat and it was going fucking quick as hell. So yes, B Tim. I don't know why though. I'm not sure either. So shoot me an email and I'll send you the screenshot. I'll go back and chat and find it.
Yeah, and I think it was at 1:20. I think it was like 1:20 something in the afternoon on the 26th, which would make sense if he's like driving from work, and that's how like he first arrived, the time he arrives there, and they check his.
Well, yeah, because him and Seth went riding around as soon as they got to town, right? Pretty sure that's what Seth said.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure 1 o'clock or so.
Replay it. You are not just talking about the truck.
Yeah.
Replay it so you can see how your words are frequently misleading and backpedaling, which we did play it. I didn't see you said to play it again, so I apologize for that. Charming Jenny, thank you for becoming a member. Casual Art gifted 5 memberships. If you guys got one, make sure you tell her thank you. Pine Needle. The Riddle team likes to appear they have more info than everyone else, which if you have it, keep it to your damn selves. Parents have trusted you. Totally unethical and irresponsible as a creator.
Well, to be fair, he did say that he did give them the riot act that anything they say will be reported to Ellie and could be reported on his YouTube channel. So he said that he had, like, basically, to me, that sounded like he was given permission. So it is what it is. That's his statement. Would I, you know what I mean? I'm not going to.
Listen, if I said that to a family member, I would expect them to hang the fuck up the phone on me.
Yeah, like personally, if they tell me, yeah, everything is
hang that motherfucking phone right on up.
Yeah, so that's what he said.
Brianna here says, if nothing else, I am 100% convinced that Chris, Katie, and Seth all need to run, not walk, run away from YouTube and YouTubers and never come back. This place eats victims for lunch, spits them out, and never goes back to help them.
I agree.
Well, that's a lie because I do check on a lot of. I still check on Grandma Candy and talk to her occasionally. I still check on people, you know, BJ. Right. I still check on her occasionally and talk to her. My conversations don't come out. I don't put that shit out.
That's true, but you're a rare YouTuber. You're not one of the normal YouTubers that she's talking about.
Right. Well, I mean, there's some of us that do, you know, 25 months, baby, love my hive. But what did Truth mean by trust the process last night? Yeah, I was kind of confused. He said it in his live stream and then he said it in the back chat when I asked Clue what the fuck was going on. He said trust the process. So I didn't know if that was something that he had like was just. I didn't know what the fuck to think of that, to be honest. Trump didn't go to Tennessee. Casual Art, thank you for putting that out there. Merry Christmas to everybody. Big Girl says, pray for Sebastian. Let's see here. BJ is just mad because her mouth is as slow as her thoughts. Girl, shit, you ain't lying. Say that shit again, baby. All right, we're done. We went through those. All right, I just wanted to read those so people didn't feel like I was blowing them off. I was trying to read them as we went, but I didn't want to be rude and interrupt either,
Right. Oh my God, BJ, I have to listen to her on like 2 times speed, man. Oof.
Yeah. I mean, if you really want to like sometimes when I'm about to fall asleep at 2, when I want to go back to sleep at 2, you could just watch her.
There you go.
Oh, just like it's like a lullaby, go to sleep. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, she is. Yeah, but you know what? Funny is like how she said like, you can't do true crime. I'm like, man, you play fucking News Nation and you read fucking articles. Everyone that has a 6th grade reading ability can do what you're doing. It's not hard. You use StreamYard. Everyone can learn StreamYard. It's nothing special. I'm sorry. And then mostly it's your own fucking subs that gets you your information. And most times it's fucking wrong. And that's pretty much it.
Well, not only that, but it's like, why? Because I was asking Chris questions. Like, why did she make that about me? Like, do you care about Sebastian like you claim? Or are people finally seeing what I've been saying? She uses Sebastian as a personal weapon and our personal years-long vendetta. And last night was proof of that.
Yeah, it was weird. She was talking mostly like you would think that she would be like, okay, let's analyze this Chris's interview, see if there's any sort of inconsistency. And she's talking more about you. I was sitting there, I was like, what the hell?
It's weird. It's offensive. It's weird.
Notori says Beaton wouldn't ask what a man card is for me. I thought that question would be a little, it's kind of self-evident what he meant. I mean, like it's pretty much like machismo.
Don't call out my integrity. That's what he was saying.
Well, I thought it was like man, like, I'm a man, macho man type of deal. That's what I was thinking. Don't call out I'm a man card or something like that. That's what I thought. Kind of self-evident. Maybe I should ask that question. Tori's calling me out. I'm not singing lullabies anymore. No. But yeah, I don't know. Did he ever address the trust the process? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Stitching.
No, he never responded when I asked about the bracelet. No.
I think he just needs to not do riddles and stuff like that. I think he needs to be straightforward. If he can talk about it, talk about it. If you can't talk about it, don't talk about it. And that's pretty much it. The riddle stuff is like, it's kind of messes with people. People sit there and be like, what the hell is he talking about? And they think the worst. I just don't think it's a good idea, man. But it's his show. He can do what the hell he wants. If he wants to do riddles, he wants to do a riddle channel, he can do that. I just have my opinion on that, but that's it. I almost feel bad for Truth because he got roped into the YouTube. Yeah, I mean, like, I think, like, he didn't really have time to, like, get an idea of how to deal with certain things. Like, imagine you are pulled into this shitstorm of a case. I shouldn't say case, a story. And then eventually you're put into it. And then, the parents of a missing kid contacts you. And there's no, like, real manual on how to handle shit like this. And you're doing your best you can. And then, obviously mistakes are made, but the thing is like, he's emotional about it. He lives in the area. He's really wants to try to help as much as he can, but I don't think it's like him doing it for a monetary gain or something like that. But that's just my opinion. I think it's just, he got too emotionally too close to this situation. Maybe he'll learn and he'll learn and move on.
All of us people up here, we say stupid shit sometimes. We say stuff that we don't mean. We say stuff that's wrong. And we need to be called out on it sometimes. And yeah, we need to check ourselves sometimes. None of us are perfect. And if any of you people in the chat are perfect, I would like to see it.
You're perfect. We got some you got to pick me out of the stock so I can make some money here. Or some
right.
Let's go. Come on. Why go there? But yeah, I just think like, there's no manual to it and people make mistakes. And like, I don't, you know what I mean? And I just think like, it is what it is, man. And I think it takes, the guy is sick. He jumped on here. He explained himself. You like his answers. You don't. You like it. You don't. You don't. You got your answers, and you see what happens. It is what it is.
And I was a lot calmer today than I was last night. Last night I was freaking pissed. But
Cheesy
I
got
settled down.
the nonsense. Cheesy, you did a great today. Cheesy. She says you did great.
Thanks.
But your Crocs are not great, so that's the problem. Don't let it get to your head.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks any riddles are okay, especially in a missing child's case.
You know what I mean? It's just, I don't think it's a good idea because it's like people think naturally the worst, and it's like it's not good when you do stuff like that. And I try to explain to him with my examples. I don't know if they were good examples or not. Maybe they weren't good examples, but I try to say, like, you don't really do that because it could affect, makes people think like the worst. You don't think the best in those types of scenarios. You think the worst,
Right, but maybe that was his intention. Like, I think he's made it very clear how he feels, and I don't think he can be strong-armed out of those feelings, right? So that's where I say, like, now people have to decide: do you support him and where what he feels, or do you not? I mean, it's just that simple.
Yeah, I mean, in the end of the day, if this anything teaches you anything, getting too close to the parents in a missing persons case can fog a lot of things up, and maybe like you got to kind of learn to keep a little distance from them, and that's pretty much it. Look what's happening with Seth with a lot of content creators, and I think the same thing is happening over with Chris and Katie with some content creators, and they you know what I mean, and they, it gets a little bit like that. So yeah, I think that's the situation, but we will see in the future.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I heard Mr. SF says there's going to be a decision soon on the injunction.
Yeah, but not on the injunction, no. So I asked SF what he's talking about, and of course I called my attorneys, and that's not quite right. I don't know if he's kind of taunting them a little bit, or but they can't. So let me make sure I have this correct before I say it.
Okay. Can you talk? This is not stuff you talked with your attorney. This is separate.
Yes, it's a little bit separate.
Okay.
There's no equity, right? It's not an equity issue. So all they can do is schedule a hearing. They can't really make a decision. They can, but they likely won't, because they don't do that without hearing from, the parties pretty much. So basically when they place an injunction, that's a motion. Of course, a judge can read that. They can read it and read the oppositions that were filed or whatever, and they can just say, yeah, no, we're not going through with this is ridiculous, and they could toss it out. The odds of that are slim to none, because usually they give people a chance to do so, right? They give people a chance to kind of oral argument why they feel that way. But I think this is the part that's being left off. They also put in a motion to amend their complaint.
Okay.
So basically we're trying to push, because the easiest way to explain that is, so when you are filed against, you have 20 days to enter a response. And the fact that they asked for a leave in the middle of it when there was no judge assigned, which they did not have to do. We all likely know why that was done. We come to our own conclusions that a certain, attorney disappeared from the docket, whatever. They didn't need to do that. But when they did that, they messed up what time frame I have to respond. So people thought because I didn't respond within 20 days that we weren't responding. That's not the way it works. They threw a weird twist in there that we had to work around and try to figure out, because it's not normal. That doesn't happen.
Also, they don't realize that you have to pay your lawyer to respond to it. And if you have to respond to an amended again, you have to pay double your attorney for that.
Right.
Oh, did you see there's a update with the injunction here? Let me see. Hold on, go grab it.
That's what we're talking about. It's not really an update, to be honest. But and that was the problem, right? So my attorneys are like, okay, we're gonna do a response to this filing, and then we're gonna have to charge you more, because then we're gonna have to read their new complaint, which is likely going to be as lengthy, if not more, than this one, and then respond to that separately. So it costs more. Time is money. which is why you don't see that I have an initial response so far to their.
Yeah. Because he's playing, in my opinion, I feel like he's playing games when he says, I'm going to amend it. Because that's dealing with an individual. I think Queen can tell you that dealing with an individual like a certain
Right.
Betty, they pull this shit all the time to cost you money. And that's his whole plan. He already said his tactic is to pull this out for years.
Right.
And, that's what he wants to do. He wants to cost you a bunch of money to respond to it,
Right. And these type of moves, though, should be very transparent with what is being filed. So I just received again the motion. So we have 2 motions that will be submitting. And basically the courts will be looking like finally this is assigned to a judge. So it's finally that much assigned to a judge, but now it still requires my response. So they might make they might make a motion to approve their amendment, which is likely to be given because they don't normally turn that down. They may throw out the injunction altogether, but the odds of that are slim.
Let's hope for the best for that one where they get thrown out. But if not,
and fingers crossed, man.
Yeah, I do hope because you got cheesy.
It's such BS that they can do this. I love our court system is imperfect, but it's just such BS that they can sit and drag this out. Frivolous bullshit out. It's so sickening.
It is. It is gross. It's a gross misuse of our court systems, in my opinion. How is Julia a plaintiff? I know. I don't know. I've been seeing her all over chats again. I'm like, ugh, I just can't.
I mean, like, how are any of these people plaintiffs? You got clout chasing dog, the bounty hunter, chasing down that cloud as much as he can. You got Hong, who's disappeared from the internet. I don't know what he wanted.
Right.
It's like all these people just they have no basis for anything they're saying. Brittany J is literally talking about you almost every day.
Every day.
And she's like, I'm so scared I can't even sleep. Well, it's not stopping you from sleeping in the middle of the fucking stream, lady.
Right.
I would ask her Exhibit A, your live stream of so and so. You slept on a stream.
Right. I can combat everything. And just to let, people that say stick to facts to reduce the chance of a lawsuit, there was nothing that was not factual. Their lawsuit is not factual. Their lawsuit wasn't done with the intent because, Granny's out here putting out misinformation. I mean, good Lord, they're accusing the Venezuela gang, then it was Green Hoodie, and now it's Tyler Feller, a YouTube creator, is suspect. I mean, so their intent wasn't to stop misinformation. It was to stop competing information. And why do you think they threatened up to, 50 of us? And then I love when Dolly went live with talking about the Bauer Sox being guilty and all that. They turn around and they're like, you're good. You were misunderstood. And he's like, I don't have to worry about the lawsuit. Like, push our narrative. You don't have to worry about a lawsuit. But if you don't, we're going to come for you too. It's ridiculous. And no, Marie, no. Go tell me the last time I spoke about Brittany. Thank you. And here's the difference. I didn't put in a court filing that I'm terrified of her and I need the courts to intercept. Okay? There's the big difference. If I did that and I continue to speak on her, yeah, I would hope people would call me out for that, wasting the court's times and doing so off the back of a missing child and his father's vulnerability. Please. Talking shit on YouTube's one thing. Going into somebody's real life like this is a whole other. This is gross.
I just can't believe that, like, I feel like I live in a scripted show sometimes where Tyler Feller, literally someone we talked about on this show, is now trying to be brought into this. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, am I on like a TV show or something? Why is Dog the Bounty Hunter? Why are they talking? It's just, I feel like this is just wild to me. Like, all of it's just wild. Like, it just
it's funny. It's so funny you say that too, though, B10, because if you look, that's literally what this is like. This is like a reality TV show from the scripted riddles to the, insider source to tweeting. I showed everybody. I just tweeted out, what's his name? One of Trump's kids. I sent out the same tweet. Am I working with them now too? Stop letting these people fool you with their little magician tricks. It's nothing more than that. It's all an act. V. Tim's right. Like, is this a show? Yes,
yeah,
it is. And would you believe that in one of these people's court filings, during the court procedure, they were even told they need to stop watching police related TV shows because they don't know the difference between reality and fiction anymore.
Yeah, they're stupid.
Right.
I mean, that's what happens. You know, in the old days, you know, we had, you know, if someone was stupid enough, a lion would probably eat them. Today, we say we've gotten rid of the lions and the wolves, and the stupid people don't get eaten. So unfortunately, they're still around. So.
Right.
Since, of course, since
this is her. This is Lynn's new video. Have you guys seen it already?
No.
Yeah, I watched
it.
It
says, why is there a bounty hunter looking for Sebastian Rogers, and why is Dog the bounty? I don't know what else the rest of it says here. Let's go see. Let's see. Why is the bear bounty hunter looking for Sebastian Rogers, and why is it Dog the bounty hunter?
Yep.
Since most people watching are women, but guys.
All right, can you guys hear it?
Yes.
Guys, and I mean that in the colloquial sense. Of course, since most people watching this are women, but we gotta have a talk about the elephant, or in this case, the dog, in the Sebastian Rogers room. I've seen other people talk about this, but I haven't seen anyone really deep dive into the question of why. Why is there a bounty hunter heavy on the hunt for Sebastian Rogers, a missing 16-year-old who went missing when he was 15, who is not, I repeat, not a fugitive running from the law? We're going to talk about that in this video. And once we dispense with the issue of why a bounty hunter is on a witch hunt for a missing child, we're going to tackle the issue of why this bounty hunter is on a witch hunt for this missing child. But let's start with the first question. I have truly never seen a bounty hunter putting his markings all over a missing child's case. Have you? Now, I don't like to make assumptions, so I looked into this. Bounty hunters usually don't get involved unless a parent has violated their custody agreement and officially kidnapped a child. And really, the people who get involved in those situations are the other parent's lawyer or their private investigator. And even when that occurs, like I said, it's not a bounty hunter, like in the Dog the bounty hunter sense, because bounty hunters are usually deployed by bail bondsmen for fugitives who have jumped bail. Missing children and teenagers are not typically fugitives who have jumped bail. So if a kid is missing because of a custody breaking parent, that's when a parent has violated a custody agreement. It's usually handled by a private investigator in collaboration with law enforcement. In Sebastian's case, we don't know exactly what's happened. We don't know if he ran away. We don't know if he was unalived. We don't know if he was kidnapped. And if he was kidnapped, we don't know if he was kidnapped by a stranger or by one of his three parents. What we do know is that the world's most famous bounty hunter, in his mind, knows that his mother and stepfather did something with Sebastian.
And the way we find him and help is someone, we know there's two people that were involved in his disappearance. Out the back, how come no one did anything? Why was the stepfather threatening people that were out looking for the boy? Volunteers were out there and he was threatening them. Is there a family tie between either side of the family, between sexual perversion really bad? I mean, there's a lot of things that the public can look at before, it goes to a jury. And all roads lead to Rome.
I never realized he said that. That's the thing.
Let me go back.
What we
go back.
Yes, the fuck he did. Oh, yes, the fuck he sure did.
Oh. See, they know.
God, in my opinion, he's so fucking ugly. God,
I know.
Man.
Ew, it's like lay off the lip shedding.
Fuck, he aged like sour goddamn milk. Wow.
Yeah,
Oh.
too much lip filler and tanning is
You ever
the issue.
you ever see his arrest photo?
Yes, I've seen it. They're going to show it here in the
Oh,
video.
he never looked any better. Like in my opinion, he's never been a good looking guy ever, ever, ever.
Looking
But I'm gonna
shameful.
join the chat. It started to snow and my son's getting excited. So we're gonna hope that we have a snowy night, first day of winter break. And yeah, thank you for having me up here.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you for coming up.
Have
But
fun
girl,
playing.
thank you, Cheesy. Did
We'll
you fix
expect-
SpongeBob yet?
What?
Did you fix SpongeBob yet?
No, not yet.
No. Oh, dang you.
Well,
Okay.
well, get ready for the live review of this live, so you can
I
review
know.
that live, so you can respond to that live, and then they respond to your live, and then you respond to their live. So get ready for that.
I know. And then they'll say, Granny this, Granny that, Granny.
Absolutely.
So stupid. All right, guys. Thank you.
We'll talk to you later. All right, here we go. He charges $400 fucking for a cameo.
Yeah, it used to be $250. I think it went up to $400 to $500.
Fuck.
He also announced on Twitter a special cameo thing going on just now. So he makes a lot of money on cameo.
My
Yeah, he
God,
said it was
next time
half
don't
off, I
advertise
thought.
for the dumb bitch.
What?
Fuck that. We ain't advertising for his funky
Oh,
ass.
don't
Next
spend
time,
your
don't
money
even
on
say
the-
that. Don't be advertising for him.
I mean, maybe like send him
All right,
like,
here we
hey,
go.
I formally withdraw from the injunction cameo. I am a thrifter. Like that would be my thing.
All right, here we go.
You know is that the world's most famous bounty hunter, in his mind, knows that his mother and stepfather did something with Sebastian.
And the way we find him and help is someone, we know there's two people that were involved in his disappearance. Out the back, how come no one did anything? Why was the stepfather threatening people that were out looking for the boy? Volunteers were out there and he was threatening them. Is there a family tie between either side of the family, between sexual perversion really bad? I mean, there's a lot of things that the public can look at before, it goes to a jury. And all roads lead to Rome.
And with his amazing elite ninja team of social media fueled Trump-backed bounty hunters, he's going to find him. Wait, what? Not only do we have a bounty hunter looking for a missing 15 to 16-year-old, we have the world's most famous
She said, wait, what?
Yeah.
bounty hunter looking for him and saying in post after post that his mom and stepdad are responsible for it. Why? Well, let's break that down, shall we? Sebastian Rogers went missing in February of this year. Dog the bounty hunter joined the search for Sebastian.
Real quick, did you guys know that Texana broke this down for us? 225, 155. She said
no.
225 was the day he went missing, right? Or what is it? 226 was the day he went missing because it says 225. So it'll be 225, 226. The night of 225, that's the night he went missing. And then 15 years old. And what'd she say about the 5? Let me go find her screenshot because she had this all broke down. Let me go find her screenshot.
In February of this year. Dog the bounty hunter joined the search for Sebastian in September of this year. So that's like, what, 7 months later? And he was claiming that he really cares about finding this missing child and that he is really the best guy to do it.
Because I am the greatest bounty hunter in the world.
But from the beginning, he has openly slammed and blasted Chris and Katie Proudfoot, the mother and stepfather.
I'm telling you right now, Ashley, I think this little boy was stashed somewhere because custody was just going to get very soon, very, very soon. Mr. Rogers was going to get custody of his son. And I think there's so much jealousy. You know the old saying, if you can't have him, If I can't have him, nobody will have him. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here, is a domestic squabble over a child.
Now, in the real world, if you really care about finding a missing child, you follow the facts and the evidence. But from his own statements and through his partnership with disinformation throwing at night intelligence, Dog the Bounty Hunter is on an open witch hunt for Chris and Katie Proudfoot and people affiliated with them. This tells me that he doesn't really care about finding Sebastian Rogers. So what does he really care about? The answer to what Dog really cares about is in his course of conduct over the many years of his troubled life. And the general pattern of his troubled life looks like this. Join an outlaw biker gang, be an outlaw. Get convicted of murder, do some time, find Jesus. Catch Max Factor Air in Mexico, do time in Mexico because bounty hunting is illegal there.
He got 187 years. We broke out of jail in Mexico, came back here.
But get a reality show out of it. Say horribly racist shit.
I'm not taking a chance on some mother, I don't care if she's a Mexican, a whore, whatever. It's not because she's black. It's because we use the word sometimes here. I'm not going to take a chance ever in life of losing everything I've worked for 30 years because I've never heard us say her and turn us into the Inquirer magazine. Our career is over. I'm not taking that chance at all. Never in life. So I'll help you get another job, but you cannot work here unless you break up with her.
Lose your reality TV show. Use your clout and your new wife to get another reality TV show on a different network, pretending to be on the hunt for Brian Laundrie. Say more racist shit. Lose that reality show before it even airs for illegally using a taser. In between all of this, marry many wives, sire something like 12 children, one of which you didn't even know existed until he was 21 and was jailed for committing hate crimes, and run around claiming to capture 10,000 fugitives with no proof of that whatsoever. This brings us to today, where he openly says that he always has a film crew following him around.
Well, you know, I carry a film crew with me everywhere I go, brother.
Do you see a pattern here, folks? Do we have a sincere, authentic character who truly wants to find a missing child? Or do we have a reality TV star looking for his next big break? Is Sebastian really a lost kid that he's looking for? Or is Sebastian really his agent's calling card to Netflix or Paramount or Lifetime if he's found? I mean, just take a listen to Dog's daughter talking about what he was really doing when his wife was dying on their reality show.
22-year-old Bonnie Chapman and her sister Cecily are estranged from their famous dad. They claim they were cut out of his life after the death of their mother, Beth, from throat cancer in 2019.
When my mom passed away, my dad pretty much neglected us. He lost his wife. I lost my mother. I lost my life. I lost my house. I lost my job. I lost everything. We lost everything.
They also accuse him of repeatedly cheating on their mom. How do you know he cheated?
My mom confided in me. My mom confided in us. She loves my father with all of her heart. And she wanted him to change, like we wanted him to change.
The family rift is so deep that they were not invited to his wedding to his sixth wife, Francie, earlier this month.
And seriously, folks, let's take a look at Dog's real contributions to the effort toward finding Sebastian Rogers. Right out the gate, he's slamming the Proudfoots. Then, in this doozy of an interview with Ashley Banfield, where Seth Rogers is in the same interview on the same panel, Dog repeatedly calls Seth Sean.
I thought Sean may be involved. Days now into it, I have talked to Sean.
He doesn't even know the father's name. For a time, I kept wondering why people in the true crime community were calling Seth Sean. But when I saw this interview, I knew why. They are clowning on Dog's shisty presence in Sebastian's case. And let's not forget his presence on Twitter, okay? Dog is very active on Twitter, where he has a very big following and actively retweets at night's disinformation and posts his own disinformation, which is probably written by his partner, Nick, at night, or some other ghostwriter in the organization. All of his posts directly implicate Chris and Katie Proudfoot and read more like an obsessive ex looking for the lover who jilted them than a man who really cares to find a missing child. And holy hell, we just got through weeks and weeks
Pretty good video so far. Clout chasing dog. Dog, the clout chaser. How do you get caught saying racist things twice on a recording like that? Jesus fucking Christ. What a fucking weirdo. I think Nick's running his X account. No, I don't think Nick's running his X account.
I thought he was at first. I figured that was why I was blocked, but I haven't been blocked on Nick's account, so.
You got blocked by Dog the Bounty Hunter?
Oh yeah, like right away.
Jeez Louise. This is why I don't comment on any of their like platforms, because I want to get blocked, because I want to read their stupid shit.
I don't usually, but all I said was stay away from Betty or something I said, and I've been blocked ever since.
Yeah.
Are we back? It just shut off. It just said.
Yeah, it wasn't no sound coming through for a moment, so I would just go back
Yeah,
like
my
20
internet just
seconds.
cut the fuck off as soon as I heard you talking. I was like, "What the hell's going on here?"
Yeah, we were still in dead air.
I'll back it up. I don't know how much we lost. I'm not sure how much time we
Back
lost.
it
but here,
up,
I'll
Terry. Back
Is
it
that
up,
good?
Terry.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I see it. Let's see if we got sound.
Back it up, Terry Lynn. All right, tell me if you got some sound, baby.
shisty presence
Yes,
in Sebastian's
Okay, here we go.
case. And let's not forget his presence on Twitter, okay? Dog is very active on Twitter, where he has a very big following and actively retweets at night's disinformation and posts his own disinformation, which is probably written by his partner, Nick, at night, or some other ghostwriter in the organization. All of his posts directly implicate Chris and Katie Proudfoot and read more like an obsessive ex looking for the lover who jilted them than a man who really cares to find a missing child. And holy hell, we just got through weeks and weeks of Dog and Nick at night pushing the myth of the green hoodie person up to the point where a few days ago, At Night Media told us Dog, the bounty hunter, had a big announcement. And then Dog told us he had a big announcement later that day because he talked to Sumner County and they made it sound like it was a huge breakthrough in the case, and Sebastian's army's channels went live frothing at the mouth, and they were all praising Nick at Night and Dog for their relentless pursuit of the truth, only to be slapped in the face with a press release from Sumner County, totally clearing green hoodie person and telling people not to focus too much on social media rumors. So if you read between the lines of this press release and look contextually at everything that happened leading up to that press release, you know that the At Night team publicly and privately pressured Sumner County to talk to this innocent private citizen, to spend hours of their time and that private citizen's time going down a rabbit hole that they didn't need to go down just to satisfy the fucking witch hunt that Dog the Bounty Hunter has them going down so he can get his next reality show contract.
Please, Dog.
Yep. I said that because I know how these things work, and I am incensed by this absolute fuckery. And if you want to doubt my informed opinion, feel free. My professional experience in these matters runs a million circles around most people in the true crime creator community. Trust and believe. Just listen to this clip by a news reporter who is saying basically that this team is working completely independently. Clearly, they don't have a team. The police don't want them. No TV network wants them. They want to find Sebastian so that they'll find their next TV break.
Dog and his team created a new missing persons flyer for Sebastian Rogers. In it, they explain how they're working independently from law enforcement, reevaluating the information collected, and following up on new leads. Dog tells me he believes that by working with Seth, following up on leads, and an increase in the reward money, they will find the answers they've been looking for.
You can run, but you can't hide who did it. We're going to find out.
In addition, please, this video victimizes no one, so I want no boo-hoos from anybody in response to this video. Do not dare turn Dog or anybody I've mentioned in this video into a victim. The main topic of this video has been a voluntary public figure for the vast majority of his life. He is not a victim of this little piece of content with my tiny little channel among the vast catalog of media that he has participated in over the years. I mean, just listen to this and tell me if this man is a shrinking flower who needs to be protected by Sebastian's army.
If you hate that black girl, I do not want you in my house.
There are some sissy men, some sissy men that are believing Jesus, and I think they're going to get to heaven. But God likes a man. God likes a man. Whether you're tall, big, skinny, fat, whatever, God likes a man. Micah, you got your green card? No. So the Caucasian put all the Indians in camps. They still won't lead the rest. So why don't we open up little camps and teach them guys and women the law in America? 20 years for first-degree murder in Mexico. I won't do felonies anymore, but I do high misdemeanors.
This was November 2024, a month ago.
One
fucking month ago.
Did he just say, why don't we open up little camps to teach these people? Oh, my God.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So when they test you for COVID every 3 hours, Francie caught it. Uh-oh. So they separated us from hotel to hotel, right, in L.A. But I knew the front desk, right? And I'm like, hey. I'm going to go in the next room right next to her. And they're like, she's like, Latina girls, okay, Pedro, you won't say nothing.
In my opinion, these people are parasites.
Does he not look like the fucking... Oh, my God. He looks just like... Go back.
And did he just say that he snuck out with COVID?
Yes.
To spread it around? What a dick.
Opinion.
Yeah, he looks like the lion, the cowardly lion from The Wizard of Oz here.
He is the cowardly lion.
Right there. Look, he looks like the cowardly lion from The Wizard of Oz right here.
People are parasites on the case of missing Sebastian Rogers. They have irreparably harmed the true, sincere search for Sebastian Rogers, and now that their friend has been elected into office, they can go succubus onto his ass.
So, Jesse, Fox News, you know how they are, right? So, Doug, I heard that Trump's ready trying to talk to you about being his border czar. And I'm like,
There's a much bigger social media ecosystem from which to nab their reality show over there. Thank you for watching. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already.
That guy is such a liar.
Yeah, make sure you sub up to Breaking Chains TC. Breaking Chains True Crime. It's called Chains TC. And the link is in the chat. It's been running through the chat. So make sure you guys sub up. She does pretty good videos. So.
Oh, my God. I can't believe that guy actually said those lines recently. Jesus Christ.
Right.
Dog. It's been a very interesting day so far. Very interesting.
And he was supposed to be quarantined with COVID and snuck out and spread it all over. Nice.
Was he dressed up as a turtle, or was I seeing things?
I was wondering what that was.
Like, it's the bane of my existence, the turtle, because it seems like every person I have a slight issue with is a fucking turtle. It's a fucking turtle on this fucking platform. Why does it always have to come back to a motherfucking turtle? God damn it. Fucking
turtles.
That's hilarious. I didn't even think of that, beat down.
Everyone's a fucking turtle. I swear to God. This is somehow like some sort of revenge or something. I must have done something to the turtles years back or something. The Revenge of the Turtles. The fuck was an armadillo the band? That looked like a turtle to me, so I'm going with it. He's a turtle.
I was wondering what it was, but now that you say it.
Jesus Christ. I like turtles. Well, ban that person. We can't have that. We're gonna have to ban that person. We don't like turtles. Oh my God! Wasn't there a song about snakes, turtles in the 70s? I don't know. Cheesy would know. She's pretty old. I heard she's.
No, I'm not that old.
Heard she was like literally working at that time. You know.
I'm only 50, thank you.
Yeah, 150, but you know.
I'm 50 and I have cataracts, for God's sakes.
Yeah, okay. No, I am the one that talked about medieval sleeping patterns, so you know.
Yeah, right.
And most people were like, "What?" And it was technically not. It was called the Watch. That was the sleep pattern. It's called in medieval times. Kind of a cool name. Think about it. Tim, did you do a turtle wrong when you were growing up? Probably. Was it an opossum, Tim? That's going to be the next fucking YouTuber. Do you think Dog is using this case for clout? Yes.
Definitely. I've said that right from the beginning when he came on. And he even said it. He's like, I'm trying to build my legacy.
Yeah, guys, I'm just exploiting this child for my legacy. I don't care about, you know, the integrity of this case or you know, accusing B Turtle Tim. Oh, you let me. Ban fucking let me out of here.
Turtle.
Oh my God.
I thought you broke into my house last night and broke my crock. My SpongeBob, one of the arms fell off my SpongeBob crock.
No, it was just a cheap product that should be probably tossed in the dumpster.
No, it gets caught on everything, so I suppose I ripped it at one point.
Yeah, probably.
It was my fault, but
yeah,
I'll glue it back on.
You're gonna glue back your Crocs? Oh my!
I think so. I don't know. I don't know how else to fix it. Ask my husband. He can fix anything.
Also, you're gonna use your manual slave labor husband to do your work for you. Okay,
My
that's
husband
really
will
great.
know the best stuff to put on it.
Look, you guys, we didn't do our little poll thing, or why did a poll? And so you guys have to go answer that thing. But we didn't do our goal, our super chat goal thing. Did you guys like it better today without it?
I don't think I even noticed.
Cheesy? You don't do live streams, do you?
No, she doesn't do live streams.
No, so
no, I don't do live streams right now.
Cheesy's too bit like she's doing her other community. She's part of the Crocs review community, and she's really
oh my
part of
God, Crocs.
I hang out over here all the time. I don't have time to do lives on my channel.
Well,
I'm sitting over here all the time.
Like to do them, but I didn't know if you did them before. You know,
they didn't have that goal thing before.
No, they didn't.
I don't think I would have counted the goal since I was kind of too busy with the. It was
you
kind
hate
of,
it, Chrissy?
She hates it. She hates
or I guess
goal.
Chris. Is it Chris or Chrissy? Chris?
It's Chrisit. It looks like an IT at the end. Like a Chrisit. Or I think it's would it be better to call you a Chris?
Yeah.
A Chrisit. It's just a Chrisit. I don't know.
Melanie, thank you for becoming a new member.
Yeah, I think I was not really paying attention to that too much because of the fact that we were dealing with a lot of.
Yeah, I wasn't either until after I read through them all, and there was a lot. There was a lot of questions on these.
Yeah.
Where are the drones at? I vote dog of the planet.
Yeah, they're tracking. They're tracking Nick. They're tracking him down.
Brianna says Judge Porter with all the ridiculous fake plots, dumb stories, and cast of the same 10 characters for every case.
Yeah.
Is truer than the true crime YouTube community these days.
Jeez. Ah, man, that Brittany J was so happy. She was giddy last night. I've never seen her
Oh,
so
fuck
happy.
right, she was. She was happy as hell. She's like, I think they were being. I mean, that's just my opinion. I think Truth is just tired of it. I'm like, oh wow, you don't know how to.
Yeah, her opinions are easily swayed. Like literally, one moment you like actually agree with her and go against something, she will be like, "You're the bestest, the smartest person in the world." It's like, yeah. Oh, you got another member, the cat lady. The cat lady.
I can imagine emergency email went out last night saying, breaking news. Yeah.
Breaking news.
Truth is
Yeah,
on our side.
she was frothing at the mouth to go live. She was like, God damn it, Truth, go end your live now. I need to start the review. I need to start the review now. I need to make money. I need to make money now. I spent all my money.
Some people are just frothing at the mouth, man. Just salivating.
Go like fucking Molly went live about all the live review, and it was like, that's why I was joking. I was like, this is the live stream that launched 1,000 live streams reviews.
Right.
Like I knew the moment like I saw Chris jump, I'm like, yeah, everyone's gonna review this shit. Like everyone's gonna review this. This is gonna be the most reviewed fucking live ever. I don't even think we reviewed it. Actually, I think we just talked about it. I think we were probably the only ones that didn't review it out of everyone. But that's just gonna get reviewed, you know. But like, and then she was like, fucking, it's just a crazy man. I was like, yeah, this is gonna be reviewed.
And now we're going to be reviewed about beating on our own people and blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
I don't beat him up because of his opinion. He can have any opinion he wants in this case. I just don't like the riddle stuff and the that to me is like not good. And I asked him the question. I was like, "Is your did he allow you to have permission to release private conversation?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay. Well, if he gave you permission, he gave you permission. I mean, what am I going to say?"
I just didn't like the way he put it out there at first. That was my biggest issue. But
yeah, I didn't agree. But if he got permission, he got permission. It is what it is.
And I swear to God, if I had a private conversation with Seth, even as much of a dick as I think he is, I wouldn't put it out there. That's
no, I don't I don't put private conversations I have with people out, actually.
Me neither.
But the issue is that when you have an open investigation like this, it gets a little iffy because this is an open investigation. So what if they say something that's like could be, that's incriminating? You know what I mean?
Well,
like
that's what I was saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're kind of in a situation where it's like you're put into a position. That's why I'd say like it's a tough situation that you should probably just be like, oh, you can come on the show and talk. But in the end of the day, I'm just not going to be. I'm going to make it professional. We're not friends. I'm a YouTuber.
Yeah.
And I don't want to really be. I'm going to tell you now. Like, don't tell me anything. The cops told you not to tell anyone, and maybe you shouldn't tell me anything.
Right. Well, and then when I found out that he didn't even have a date, that really scared me because then we're going into alibis and shit.
Yeah, that to me was great. But then I guess he just didn't ask that question to clarify the date. I would have been like, that would have been my question. That would have been my follow-up question for sure. I'd been like, wait a minute, what? Didn't you say you were at work?
Well, that's the thing. None of us are professional law enforcement detectives or any of that stuff. So we shouldn't be involving ourselves in these cases like we are. You know what I mean? I mean, we have like case discussions. That's whatever. That's fine. That's what I like to do is discuss these cases. But yeah, getting involved in the cases, that's way too much.
Just a sidebar here. Did you see the Netflix Zodiac documentary?
No, I didn't see that.
Holy fuck. Alan is, in my mind, 100% guilty. They talk about this guy, Alan. And do you know what the weirdest thing about it is? The guy, they go up to him, right? In his new job called Arthur Lee Allen or something like that. They go up to his Arthur Allen. They go up to his job, and then they're talking to him, and they look at his watch, and the guy has a 1960s 60s Zodiac watch And the sign for the Zodiac Killer is literally on the goddamn watch. From the maker. Yeah. And I was like, why wasn't this man immediately arrested? Like, if I walked in there and I'll be like, wait a minute. And then we find out he's a diver and he's like, you know, and he likes ciphers and he's teaching his class ciphers. And the kids that he was driving around with is like literally the locations where the people were being murdered. And it's like, what the? I was like, are you kidding me? Like, no one, it was called a Zodiac Sea Wolf wristwatch.
Huh.
And it's like, I'm shit you not, it's the exact, I'll show you it right now. And like in the back, if you can look at the back, I don't know if I can find like an old model that he had. I'm trying to find what he had. I think this is it. It might have been it. But it's something like this. Like, look. But look at the sign on this thing, right? Just look at that. Just click on that and just look at the sign in the middle. It is literally the fucking Zodiac Killer sign. I was sitting there, I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, are you kidding me? This guy is literally wearing the watch with the Zodiac Killer. He's got like, he likes ciphers. He's in the locations where the people are being killed. And then they go and raid his house and like, they don't have any evidence connecting him, but the guy had, you know, pipe bombs and other things in his house. And I'm like, just wild. He was using the same typewriter. It was wild. Arthur Allen. Yeah, Arthur Allen. Like, and it goes, and it's like the people that are interviewing are like the kids, like the stepchildren he had that was hanging around him. And it turned out the reason, and the biggest damning thing is, you know, the 4 years that the Zodiac Killer was kind of just sitting around, no one knew where he was.
Yeah.
This guy was in an institution for like people that, you know, on kids for 4 years.
Wow. Wow.
I was like sitting here, I was like, why the hell wasn't this guy like arrested? But I guess they didn't have enough to arrest him. But in my mind, I think that guy's guilty as hell. I mean, I pretty much think that guy and the hood. Yeah, the thing is, he liked to dive, right, for clams, and they used to make their own swims like diving suits. So he could have just sewn up and made like the hood that he walked in with.
Oh.
Yeah, I have zero doubts that Arthur Allen is the Zodiac Killer in my mind. Especially after that documentary, I was like, geez. I told JP, I was like, JP, you need to make a good live stream follow-up on this documentary. It's wild.
Right.
Wild.
When was that put out? Just recently?
Yeah, it's on Netflix right now. Just came out. It's good.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
I was watching that while shit was going down with Truth. I was like, I'm tired of this. Let me just watch the rest. It's like three episodes. I was like watching it, you know.
I should have followed you because I was so pissed off last.
Yeah, he died. He died at 57. They did an interview with him, and he died a year later. A TV interview, and he died a year later. He was never arrested.
Oh.
So, did you read the book? It's pretty old now, but I know I never read the book, but I was like, I think they had the author of the book on there. I lived near the Zodiac land for a long time, so it's very close to home for me. Yeah, it's wild to me. And like, it kind of makes sense that this guy would be the killer because he kind of had a thing for kids, let's say, women in particular, little girls in particular. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, didn't the Zodiac Killer basically target couples?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Very interesting. No, he never went to prison. He went to back then they treated people that did things to kids like a mental illness. So he was like, I think he was in a mental facility or something like that for 4 years or something like that. Did they ever get well, that's the next thing. Apparently he gave a knife that still had DNA, like human DNA on it to a friend. The guy just kept it packaged. And they're testing it, and they're waiting for the results. But it did come back that there was blood on it.
The guy kept the package this long?
Yeah, just like it was like a package with the knife in it. And it was like literally, the knife that could have been used on the victim. So
that's strange to me.
He shot people and stabbed them. There was one couple he stabbed at the beach. He tied them up and stabbed them. Yeah, it was wild. I was sitting there, I was like, Jesus Christ, this guy's 100% guilty. Like, I was like, and I was like saying, was Netflix doing the usual, like they did with the Ramsey, where they're just doing like a puff piece? I'm like, oh shit, this guy is pretty guilty.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like when your watch is literally the zodiac sign, and you're like in class, he was like a teacher at one point, and he just loved doing ciphers, just like the Zodiac Killer.
Right.
And he would also misspell things purposely, like the Zodiac Killer. And also the name of his, his ex-wife. He basically, they deciphered the Zodiac letter, and it came up with like his ex-wife, but with one letter missing. It was pretty damning. Pretty damning. Our mission is to reform and draft bills that will fill gaps in the laws of holding those who exploit their platforms. Well, good luck with that. We'll see how that goes. Zodiac blew the Ramsey one out of the water. Yeah, the Zodiac one was way fucking better. Really was. I mean, I'm pretty convinced. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Really interesting.
An actual true crime,
Yeah.
Not drama, just true crime. It was very interesting.
Right.
Let's watch too. Jesus, like I'm gonna jump on that immediately. I'm gonna watch that.
Party to go to tonight.
What? You got a party? You're partying? Where are you partying?
I'm partying tonight.
Why are you partying?
It's my husband's Christmas party.
Oh, I see. I see how it is. Are you gonna wear like actual shoes, or are you gonna wear your Crocs?
I'm gonna wear my fancy Crocs.
Oh, Jesus Christ. They're like, who is this? Who, by the way, I look as he brought his wife, the weirdo lady with the Croc collection. She's got the sponge Croc. Get rid of this lady. Let me see. Have you always taken a dog as a big bully? Dog's an idiot. I don't know, man. He's just he thinks too much of himself. That guy.
Yeah. He's a character. He's an actor. He's not.
Well, he's a clout chaser.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's what he's been doing. He's trying to basically catch on so he can make another reality TV show.
Yeah.
He's got this boring ass podcast where he's fucking boring. Like, I'm sorry, sir. No one cares. Like, you're not like fucking Sammy the Bull's podcast, like what show where he sits in it. Is he still alive? Let me check. I was watching him a while. He has a YouTube channel, Sammy the Bull, and I was watching it a while ago.
Like I said earlier, he's oh no, I just lost my train of thought. Duh. Never mind. Forget what I said.
Yeah, he's still alive. Okay.
He said it earlier. He's chasing clout, and not chasing clout. He's trying to get a legacy. He said that while I'm doing this Sebastian Rogers case. I'm trying to make my legacy. He said it himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I just have to check because that guy is old and he's not really I didn't watch him for like about a month, so I'm not sure if he's dead. So I have to check just in case, or the mob would have gotten him. I don't know. Guy pissed off a lot of people. Does he fit the profile? I don't know what the guy looks like. Yeah, he doesn't look like the guy with the glasses, but let me see. Just type up Arthur Allen, Zodiac. His full name is Arthur, middle name Leigh Allen. So Zodiac Killer, and he literally was wearing a watch that had the Zodiac sign on it. So, and he liked making his own scuba gear. So that kind of explains why he had the little scuba mask on and whatnot. And he's, so yeah, I think it's him. I think they caught him. The hood. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's good, man. It was actually pretty good. It's better than, in my opinion, better than the Ramsey one. I watched the Ramsey one. It was pretty good. I like the Ramsey one, but definitely pushed more of a Ramsey kind of storyline. There's still people that think that there's something weird with that group, with the parents, though. I was watching another channel talking about it. My granddaughter has sparkling Crocs full of gibbets. They're not good for playground rocks. Well, I can't say anything because they'll call me a dickhead if I say anything about your granddaughter. Very nice. Very nice. I'm going to say very nice thing. I can say anything mean about your granddaughter's Crocs. I learned a lot on there. Granted, any of it can be believed, but before his release, so very interesting. Yeah. I didn't know that. But yeah, I think it was a good one. So, what a day. Yeah, you can look it up.
Yes, and I have the cheesy you up here.
Yeah, I lost you guys. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say come up, but I wanted to Nonsense sent me these messages. My phone died.
Oh, great.
She said she wanted to prove that, she was not lying, and I don't blame her. So hold on, I'm gonna pull.
I meant, oh, great, with the phone, not Nonsense, just in case someone.
Yeah, she. I guess they had an argument over the messages, and she said that it was supposed to be a pre-recorded show or something, and Clue said no, it's not, and she said there's messages, and she said I would never come up on your panel and lie. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Mm-hmm.
So give me 1 second, and I'll pop them up.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I don't think she was lying. I don't know, but I don't know too much about that stuff, man. I don't know about that. What was happening with that?
There's that.
True Crime Buzz or whatever. I don't know. That one's a little thin-skinned, that one. You know what? I was lost. I was thinking of the Golden Gate Killer case. Interesting. I'll look into the Zodiac one. Yeah, it's a good one. Check it out. It's a good one. It's better.
I never watched Clue back then, so I don't know. I don't know what she did, but
I think Clue came on this case thinking that like Katie had something to do with the disappearance and came with that opinion. And then she, after interacting with Seth, I think she started thinking, Katie didn't do anything, and so did Chris. And she started thinking that maybe Seth has something, because I'm pretty sure she was like thinking that Seth was like, something was weird about Seth. And now I think she's kind of like, she's open to anything, really. And I think she's just not sure.
Yeah.
She's looking into it, which, whatever. People change their opinions all the time on a case. And I think, like, if you're into true crime, you're always you got to be open to change based upon facts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I just sat here and said, yeah, I 100% think Seth did it because, and I'll never change my opinion based upon any new facts, then that would make me an idiot. So.
Yeah. Well, we all could be wrong. Who knows? I mean,
we could be absolutely wrong. Katie could be guilty of something. Seth could be guilty of something. I don't think Chris has anything to do with it because he's at work. But you know what I mean? Like, we could all be wrong. But like, the fact is, like, based upon the facts available to us now, no one. There's not enough to even to contemplate a grand jury or an arrest or anything. So it's like, you can have your opinion, but your opinion is more based upon bias than facts, really, honestly. So.
I just wish Sebastian would come home safe and sound.
I wish that would happen and end this fucking circus, but chances are, it's you never know with these types of situations. I don't know. And don't know. Look at Summer Wells.
Yeah.
Still missing. And
no
one knows. Yeah, no one knows what happened. Everyone's got guesses, but no one knows. I personally, with that case, I personally think it was someone random took her or something. I don't think the parents have anything to do with that, but yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning, excuse me, with the Wells, I thought they were guilty as hell at the beginning.
Yeah.
But then as I paid attention, I was like, there's no way. Because, like all the times that they got drunk and drugged and everything, and they never, ever said anything. You'd think something would have came out, all those drunk streams and shit that they did.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not criminal masterminds. They're not masterminds at all. I
I mean, there were
honestly
other
think,
reasons why I thought that they were innocent, but I mean, just that alone
yeah,
makes me think.
I don't think they have any. I think the reason why that case is very tough to figure out is because I think it was random. It kind of reminds me of who's that little girl that was killed by the FedEx driver, right, in the car. She was like in the back in the front yard,
Yeah.
and he grabbed her.
Athena.
Athena, yeah, that was random, and
She
like,
was stolen by the FedEx guy.
yeah. And if he didn't have the surveillance footage in the back of the car, and maybe that one would have been an unsolved situation because it was so random. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's what
Right.
I think sometimes with that case. Like, I think that was some sort of, it was
Yeah,
some
and
sort
they
of
had the tree Athena Strand. They had the tree people working there.
yeah.
Working with Summer Wells. They were down the street working on Summer Wells.
Right.
We're not working on her, but they're working down the street from her house. Sorry.
Yeah. And you never know. And that's the thing. That's why I always think that there's a possibility. Did you hear Sleepy J call you Nosferatu? Listen, that's pretty nice of her, actually. I like Nosferatu. Anyway, I like that classic. That's a good movie, actually. She better be careful. Joking.
She called you what?
She called me Nosferatu.
Who's that?
That's the basically, if you don't know, it was a movie made in like the 1900s or 1920s or something like that. Basically, it was like the bootleg version of Dracula, but Bram Stoker's Dracula. But it was a better version. It was silence film. It wasn't. There was no sound. Black and white, I believe. I think they have it in color now. They made it color, but it was basically they had some issues with copyright, and they had to destroy all the copies. But they left one. But basically, it goes on with the storyline of this vampire that's brought in, much like Dracula, but instead he's more like he brings in like a plague of rats type of deal, and he's after this one woman. The same storyline, but not love or anything like that. She just wants to devour this one woman, and it's a very creepy character. It's actually a pretty good vampire movie, and I like I'm waiting for the remake, to be honest with you. The remake of Nosferatu is going to be really good, actually. Hold up, beats him. I'll give you true crime murder, 3 people less than 3 miles from me. Well, I'm going to look at you as a suspect, Stitching, because,
yeah.
I'm wondering what are you using to stitch those quilts with? Just wondering.
Did you see that thing that Granny covered the other day?
A little bit. I was kind of in and out, man. I had to work, and then I saw the beginning of it about the car accident with the
Oh my God.
Yeah. I am no Brad Pitt vampire. That's for damn fucking sure. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not the Interview with the Vampire. Believe me, if I look like that, life would be a lot easier. Let's just say that much.
Queen Bee, we're just killing dead air if there's something you want to do, by the way.
Yeah, I tried to send them to Beats Him, but they're not going through, so then I had to email them to myself.
Oh, okay, cool.
I just wanted to let you know. You tell us to shut up anytime.
Yeah. I was just going to pull these, you know what I mean? I was trying to send them, but so hold on. This is the one about the reward. Remember I told you there was a theory about Texana had a theory about the reward numbers instead of the being a dox?
Right.
Here's the theory right here. Just a theory about the reward. 225, 155. February 25th would be 225. Age of Sebastians 15 and disappearance time 5 a.m.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't really be surprised, to be honest with you, with that guy. He plays a lot of goddamn plays.
Right. Makes sense because he plays so many games.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a troll. I think Nick is a troll.
Oh, definitely.
And that's just my opinion. You can't sue me for that or injunction me for that. I just think he's a troll. I think he learned being a troll from the best troll around, JLR.
Yep.
To be honest with you. And I know there's people that are fans of JLR, but you have to admit that him being in jail for 10 years and basically getting the Guinness World Record almost, didn't get the Guinness World Record, but got like the most lawsuits filed for ridiculous reasons is a troll move. So even that is kind of that. And he learned the ropes from Mr. JLR. Unfortunately for him, he can't travel like JLR. So maybe once he's done with that, he can actually travel around. We'll see. So I mean, I would say that Nick, you should get a cat. It seems like the cat is working very well for JLR. It really kind of endears people to him. Right. And he does love that. He does love that cat. Probably
he does love
cat.
OJ. Yeah.
He loves that cat more than probably a lot of. Just saying. I think that's. But that cat probably brings in the views as well, more than a monkey, in my opinion. If he just did a stream playing with his cat, he'd probably get more views than the monkey.
He's pretty excited about that dog he got for what's her face. Because I don't see JLR smile that much, but he had a pretty big smile on his face when he's talking about that dog.
Yeah. Well, Upper Miss Alpha says it was around 1 p.m. We see Lisbeth says Nosferatu is scary, in my opinion, not handsome, not as scary. I like Nosferatu because it reflects a plague. That's what he is. He goes into his town, and nothing is more scarier than a slow creeping plague. And looking at vampirism as a plague worked out very well for media. For instance, Salem's Lot looks at vampirism like a plague. The Strain, the TV show that went up, I think, for 4 seasons, was like a plague. Whenever it's like this creeping darkness plague infecting people, changing things, and then add into this like horrible monstrous creatures is always like a very good scare. You know what I mean? I think that's what I think. It's like it goes into a fundamental fear of people. And Nosferatu really played around with the plagues, with the rats, and how he kind of looked kind of rat-like, and he was bald and he was creepy, and how he moved around. There's people that actually believe that he might have actually been a vampire, the actor. They're the actor for the 19, I forgot what year, 1920 or 1910 version of Nosferatu or something like that. I'm trying to see what year was Nosferatu made. But they actually have a theory that guy was actually a vampire because of what he was.
All right, here we go. Ready?
1922.
What?
We're talking about Nosferatu. You would know.
I have no idea who that even is.
Yeah, you would know.
Says, did she tell you what we're doing? Yes. Thoughts? I'm interested to see what comes out of it. Me too. 7 p.m. Central. Okay. Got it all linked and ready to go. Come in. We ain't doing a live, girl. It's a recording, and we're all in here and ready to go. So there she said, we ain't doing a live, girl. It's a recording, and we're all in here ready to go. She said, we are going to be in for a running to protect her. So there's that one. Let me see here. Here's the other one, which I think these are posted on her community tab. So she's got them too, or posted or whatever. But it says, It says they are going through all of his records. What time tomorrow? 7 p.m. You busy? 7 p.m. your time. I think it's 4 p.m. here, so I should be home. Might be a little late. She said, nah, girl, tomorrow. I believe Nonsense says, yes, that's what I meant. 7 p.m. tomorrow your time. It's already 7 here, so it's 10 your time. She said, correct. You want to be there? You come late. We're doing a pre-recorded thing. Yes, I'll be there. Duchess called me today to make sure I'll be available. Did she tell you what we're doing? Yes, and then thoughts. So, there's that. Nonsense wanted to say proof that she wasn't lying. She did say it was pre-recorded. And maybe Clue just didn't remember or something. I don't know. But she just wanted to make sure, that she was not lying. She brought the receipts. So she does. Also, this is a picture of old Bedster, since she wants to call everybody fucking fat and Shamu and all this kind of shit. This big she was, and I think this is why. She lost a lot of weight, so now she thinks she have to call people fat. That's Betty.
Wow. The white stuff on her nose is quite interesting.
Yeah, so I'm guessing it's probably a birthday, whatever the fuck, because she's sitting with somebody else. They were cropped out of the picture.
She does look.
That's probably birthday but that's just my opinion. Could be something else. Do your own research.
Could be a donut powder.
All I'm gonna
Well, I
say
have
is
to.
she's not a size fucking 2, and she don't need to be making fun of anybody because she has lost a lot of weight. I'd say she lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, good for her. I mean, congratulations.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
I
shit.
will.
I'm calling people fat and Shamu because bitch, you was right there with the fucking fat asses and the Shamus. So stop
Right.
that.
Right.
Yeah. Stop.
Stop fucking sitting here calling everybody else fucking fat and whale lips and every goddamn thing else because you were stressed the fuck out and didn't want to eat. That's
That is not a size 32. That is a size 40.
That's a size 44. Stop that.
Yeah, that is a size
That's a big
44.
size.
Yeah.
She's probably down to a 32 now.
Yeah, she's definitely down to a 32 now. That was 44.
Either
Well, I
way,
remember
good for
her.
I'm glad she lost the weight. You know what I'm saying? Good for her. That's
Right.
cool. I have no qualms about it. What I'm saying is, stop calling folks fat, whales, big whale lips, fat asses, and all kinds of shit. Because bitch, you was a whole ass fucking Shamu your motherfucking self.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
It's fucking bullshit. Don't sit here and just like Laura, big back bitch. Don't sit here and talk about other motherfuckers being fat when you got just as many jelly rolls as somebody else. Stop it.
Well, I don't think she's fat now, but she did go to
Right, but
Mexico.
that's the thing. You might okay. So what? You just like Savage too? Would you think you can lose some weight and call somebody fat? Nah, bitch. You still got fat genes. We still got pictures where you was fat. Stop it.
I used to be skinny. I don't make fun of skinny people.
She on Ozempic or did she have a bypass? I think she just had fucking stress and
she could have just
like friends, YouTube. She because when she came to YouTube, she was a little round as well.
Yeah.
Well, food poisoning can be an interesting way to lose a lot of weight. I'm looking at her cooking. I'm suspecting a lot of food poisoning.
Hold on. Try again. What do you spell in business? What you mean?
Yeah, maybe her cookie makes her shit it all out.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like food poisoning, when you're eating rotten food, you're not going to keep it down too long. And that's or it could be like, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, we've all seen her cook. It's terrible.
It could explain the weight loss and the plumbing problem.
They used to eat out a lot. They used to eat good, decent food. And then she got broke and she had to cook her own food. And suddenly it all went downhill from there.
Well, yeah, but she got new friends. She was friends with Molly. You know what I mean? She was friends with she got a new boyfriend, according to her, JLR. So I'm sure she probably did lose weight. She was traveling, you know what I mean? She was with she wasn't with the same guy anymore. When you get with somebody and you're with them for a long time, you get comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I need the truth serum statement and the press conference. I got new phone, lost everything, Granny says.
You need a truth serum what?
The statement from At Night that stated that they were going to truth serum people.
Oh, okay. She's got it or she needs it?
She needs it. And she needs and the press conference.
Okay. I don't think did they do a press conference?
I think they said they canceled the press conference because they were afraid of the marching band.
Bullshit.
The marching band. Yeah, the marching band. Yeah, I sometimes contemplate my life when I talk about what happened in the past, when I talk about like a bunch of crazy people canceling the press conference for a ridiculous RICO injunction that because of a threat of a marching band. And one of those people is Dog the Bounty Hunter, who's a 71-year-old man.
Well, and I also think it's fucking absolutely goddamn disgusting that Brittany fucking J took advantage of Seth, and this is my opinion, took advantage of Seth and his fucking moment of weakness and this bullshit ass fucking RICO shit to attack fucking Granny because she don't like her.
Yes, man, she was talking. I was watching this channel and I was like, they clipped her out with talking, and she was talking like you would think that she'd be reviewing the whole Chris interview and really going into depth into that, because that's where her bread and butter is.
Oh, she was worried about Granny.
She was more worried about Granny. I was sitting there, I was like, bro, what's wrong with you? Like, you really have that fucking derangement syndrome, Granny derangement syndrome.
And had the nerve to say she was true crime. No, the fuck you're not. You're way far away from true crime, baby.
Are you? Yeah, but let's be real. What she does.
You're not a fucking Stephanie Harlow, or you're not a motherfucking Kendall. Yeah. You stop that.
Yeah. What she does, everyone in this chat, including everyone on this panel,
can do exactly what she does. She has a StreamYard. She shares a News Nation
We
clip.
do. We do the same shit she does. And she sits here and says, well, they're not true crime. They're drama. Well, so the fuck are you? You do the same ass bullshit. You play a fucking stream. You talk shit. You're fucking drama. Stop that.
And it's so easy.
As much drama as everybody else.
She reads articles and plays News Nation. Everyone can do that. It's not hard. It's really not hard. It's not like in-depth and research into it. It's fucking anyone in this chat can do that.
Well, guys, we've been on here 6.5 hours. I'm tired. I got shit I got to get done. I'll try to for later.
Well,
but
let's get ready to review the live of someone reviewing this live, so we can do a live inception.
So we can do a live review and that review, right?
Yeah, we'll just endless content. Then the giving tree of content. That was a joke. Anyway, I'll see you.
Bye, guys. Thank you
later, man.
See you.
I'll catch you on the flip side. Like I said, I'll try to get back on here later, but I got to get some stuff done. I got to get some presents wrapped. So we might be able to come back on and talk some shit later. So we'll see what's up. We'll see what's happening. Y'all go get your stuff done. Get everything done so we can, shoot the shit later. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys for being here. Give Truth a little bit of slack. I know it wasn't, it was a little crazy, but things will be all right. We just had to figure out what was going on. That's all. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate everybody. Make sure you hit that thumbs up on your way out, y'all.